fact. Hello
Okay,
there. We
well,
were just figuring out who we're going to listen to in a million years and who we're not going to listen to in a million years. Yes, I am Diana Clary and the Lavender Lady. This is the Open Chat, and with me is indeed the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Bionic Dance Kate Flower. Hi, how are you?
I've had better days, I've had worse days. This is one of those things. You ever go to the store with the intent of buying milk and cereal and you come back with one or neither, but definitely not both?
Oh my, what happens to me most often is I will go and go in order to get, say, milk or bread, come back with either one, both, or neither, but still spend $100.
Well, that's a separate issue entirely. But the point is that my day has been both literally and metaphorically one of those. I went out. I needed food. I'd eaten just about everything except for uncooked rice,
Okay,
and
okay.
I came back and I knew I needed cereal. Wasn't sure I needed milk.
Okay
Came
then.
back with that. Turns out I needed milk, but more than that, um, like okay, I just found out that a second member of Roxette has died.
Oh
This time,
no.
the drummer.
Oh
So there's
no.
that. It's not Per Gessler this time, but fuck. It seems like a lot of the people I give a shit about are starting to die off, and the people who need to die off aren't doing it. So,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
you know,
Oh my, because I hadn't noticed any announcements or anything of anything like that on, say, the Twitter or stuff, where you
well,
see those things.
that's because you'd have to actually be like connected in the Roxette world. I mean, how many people who don't absolutely adore Roxette are going to notice the passing of a Swedish drummer?
Yeah, that's where kind of I was wondering was how generally popular Roxette was.
Well, outside of the US is one thing, inside the US is quite another.
Oh, okay, so they were more popular on the European stage than the American stage, that sort of thing.
Oh, like you wouldn't believe, and not just Europe. That's the thing. It's like I sometimes curse the fact that I was born in this country simply because my favorite band never came here.
Okay, oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh, thank you, Travis. Thank you.
You know,
Hmm?
oh, go on.
Yeah, what I'm putting up right now are reissues of the old stuff I did a couple of years ago. Um, there are 15 of those, and then the new stuff starts coming out. Yay!
Yeah, so it's been a day.
Oh my! I'll tell
Yeah,
you.
Roxette, they like around about say 93-ish, give or take, they gave up on the United States, and I saw them once. Once did I ever see them play live, and I'm not happy about it.
So no
This
wait.
is like, seriously, if I ever decide to invent a time machine, it'll be for two reasons. And only one of them is to see more Roxette concerts. The other one, of course, is to, give my younger self the time machine. But that's another issue entirely as well.
There you go. So wait a minute. Let's see if I've got this one straight. And I know what I just said, but that's another story entirely. Um, y- when you said they never came to the U.S., that's not literal, right? They came maybe once or
No,
twice or something, or did you go to Canada to see them?
no. Well, here's what happened. They were kind of popular for a while, and then the United States kind of forgot about them,
Okay, okay, fine.
right? And the rest of the world did not. And so they just didn't tour here anymore after about 1990 something.
Okay,
Like they
okay.
came to the United States at one time when I had to win a radio contest to fucking see him in the first place. And that was in 2001, maybe 2000. And that was the only time I ever got to see them. I kept like checking their schedules, hoping they'd show up in the United States, saving away to fly somewhere if I had to, but they just kept not coming back.
Oh man, I don't know.
Uh,
I mean, not being as familiar with them as you, I don't know the genre that well, but it's like, okay, what is it about that the Americans don't like? I don't get it. Oh well, what do you get? I mean,
It's
that
not
was a
even a matter.
rhetorical question more than anything else, but
No, 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 no. It's more a matter of the American attention being fickle. You know, it's
okay.
like, oh, we love that, we love that, we love that for 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden, whatevs. And I mean, Roxette, they were definitely more than a one-hit wonder, but honestly, the sheer number of times I've played songs of theirs for people and told them that's Roxette, they went, those are all from the same band? Really? And they're like, I love all those songs. Didn't know they were by the same people. So that didn't help.
And I don't know.
Name recognition was not high.
And I know I'm weird in that sense, but I'm the one who's going to appreciate somebody who does not, who isn't typecast, or is not typecasting themselves. You know, who does a wide range of stuff rather than one
Well, that's the
particular type
thing,
of
though.
thing.
I mean, so much of their stuff was pretty similar to so much of their other stuff. For at least like 4 or 5 albums, you could definitely tell it was the same band. But I guess part of the problem is if you listen to, say, The Look, and then you listen to Your Heart, yeah, you wouldn't necessarily know that they were the same band. But if you listen to, say, Dangerous, Dress for Success, The Big L, and Church of Your Heart all together, you'd be like, oh, hell yeah, that's the same band. So, I mean, it really depends on what people were exposed to. And most of what people were exposed to here in the US were songs that didn't sound very similar to each other, with, again, the exception of things like Dangerous and Dress for Success. So
And then
that
we
might have had a little bit to do with it. I don't know.
and we have it described here as sexy bosom music. I am sure that you have no idea who described it that way.
No, not at all. Not at all. But I mean, just the fact that well, it also doesn't help that they are from Europe, and so as a result, they were a little bit behind the curve as far as what was considered new in, like, say, the United States market, like Hollywood or New York or wherever people go for music. Like you could really easily track it, where it just seemed like Roxette was perpetually 2 or 3 years behind what was popular here. And like it or not, the United States is a bit of a bull in a china shop when it comes to that sort of thing. And if it's not popular here, it's harder to stay relevant around the world.
Okay.
Roxette managed it. They did manage it, but their wider net was cast everywhere but here. So naturally, of course, I ended up liking them.
Yeah, no, that's interesting though. I don't know if I'm off brand or not when I say that it's kind of disappointing to me that the U.S. defined what was popular throughout the world so much as much as they did. I think it's less now than it used to be, or no.
I don't really pay attention anymore. Hell, it's hard enough for me to find new music these days.
Okay, now that's an interesting thing. Does it happen to all of us where once we've passed a certain age, we don't appreciate whatever's coming out quite as much as we did at um I'm trying to think of what age that might be.
Say
Say
teenagers.
the late teens, early
No, it's
20s.
not. It's not everybody. It's not.
Okay.
I mean, because honestly, I didn't care for a lot of the stuff that was popular when I was like the age for it to be popular. Very much anyway. I mean, like there's a lot of things I appreciate now that back in the day I was like, oh, this is garbage.
I know that
And
feeling.
I'm surprised by some of the things that I'm enjoying now that I thought were garbage back then. For
I know that
example, I
feeling.
was very into pop punk for a good long time, partly because I did not like the whiny way a lot of the pop punk people would sing. I mean, if you listen to, like, say, Green Day, for example, there's a certain whininess to the way they sing the lyrics. It's hard to explain. I'd have to, like, point out specific examples and specific songs to really make people know necessarily what I'm talking about. But no, I mean, I suppose it doesn't help that a lot of what's popular today is the kind of stuff where I say, well, you can't whistle it. You know, it doesn't have a defined melody.
Okay,
There's just a lot of
okay.
oons, oons, oons. I can find stuff that's not that, but it's not what's uber popular right now.
Okay, then. Interesting the way we were speaking of the style. I'm trying to decide whether it was what my ex would call wounded beagle music or not. You know, as you were talking about whiny. Um, if you are familiar with the way Neil Young sounded.
No, of course I'm not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, his vocal range and vocal style she would call wounded beagle. And unfortunately, I can't play any of it here because I'll get a copyright strike. But
I could mute my mic and go listen to some if I really cared that much, but I'm
it's
not sure.
very distinctive.
Okay, well, and it probably doesn't help that there's no way in hell without hearing like a song lineup, I'll be able to tell the difference between Neil Young and Neil Diamond and probably some other Neil that's out there. But when I talk about whiny, there was a certain kind of like trailing off that they would do. Like you know what upspeak is, where everything someone says sounds sort of like a question.
Oh, right,
Like
right,
there's a
right.
thing,
Yeah.
and I did this. Like I went to see it, and then I saw it, and I went, you know, like that. Well, there's a certain sort of vaguely similar. It might actually be downspeak, really, that always seemed to come into the way, say like Green Day or maybe The Offspring, those sorts of bands back in the day. The way they would sing, it always sounded like they were just whinging about something, and it was a real turnoff. I'm finding myself able to like work past that now and actually listen and appreciate the music itself. But for a good
Okay,
long time, I
okay.
hated it just because of that whiny sound.
Well, I kind of get that sort of thing. I mean, it took me years to even stick around long enough to listen to something by Led Zeppelin when I was, quotes, supposed to like that stuff when I was 13 or 14 and, you know, couldn't stand it at all. By the time I started actually paying attention to it, I'm like 32, 33. Um, so I get that feeling where it takes a while for something to catch on. But when I think of the popular stuff anyway, because I know most of my catalog is not what most people run to. They don't run to Mozart or they don't run to Tchaikovsky, that sort of thing. So let's leave that out of the discussion for a moment. The rest of it, yeah, it's like from 1973. Um, and then it sort of fades off rather quickly after that.
Hmm.
So,
Well, I mean, I've gone looking for. I hesitate to say new music because there's some songs where it's like it's new to me. I have no idea what year it was made. I should probably look it up. Um, but there's like I'll be well, it doesn't happen anymore because of the pandemic, but I might be in a coffee shop or a you know, another store or something. They have a music system going. I hear a song and I go, ooh, right? So,
mm,
but I may not have ever learned. Like, take, for example, Shut Up and Dance by Walk the Moon. Oh, 2014. So definitely earlier than I actually might have suspected. But seriously, this song, Shut Up and Dance by Walk the Moon, I love this song. I heard it like a year, 2 years ago, something, and just downloaded the fuck out of it. And I absolutely love this is the song where if I were to pick any song, you'd think it might be a Roxette song that I'd pick to be the song I want to fall in love to. But this song right here sounds to me like the perfect song to fall in love to.
okay.
So, I mean, there's that. I've told you the story before about how I ended up finding out I don't completely 100% hate One Direction.
Oh,
You
okay,
know, where
right,
like
right.
80% of their music is worth listening to and the rest of it's garbage. You know, and they're not even the kind of band I'd ordinarily choose to listen to. They're like a manufactured boy band, for fuck's sake, and that's not my usual kind of music. But, you know, I mean, it's just I pick up new music by osmosis these days because I can't explain my taste to people. I've tried, and no one can manage to draw a Venn diagram around the parameters I describe and like the songs that I like that possess them. No one can draw that Venn diagram and say, aha, this is what Kate would like. Inevitably, either they completely misunderstand or they say, but you would love this song. It has one of the 8 elements you listed. And it's like, yeah, but that's not enough. A lot of songs do. It's, you need to hit at least half before it's going to be something I'm going to really want to hear. I mean, I
Okay.
don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But so I don't even ask for music suggestions anymore because nobody understands my tastes.
For me,
And I've tried. No one will like. I'd have to sit down with someone for 4 or 5 hours and really like go, okay, I like this song because of feature A, B, C, and D. I like that song because A, B, C, and D are similar to A, B, C, and D with that song. Even though they sound weirdly different, this is what I like, and that's where they cross over and back and forth. I'd have to have someone willing to sit down and fully analyze like a whole bunch of songs with me before they could even hope to suggest new music.
I remember that discussion. Oh, yes. I remember having that discussion with you a couple of years ago.
Wow. And, looking up this song online, it looks like it was in a movie, and apparently people have been hearing it everywhere. I don't know. I've heard it in public maybe twice.
Oh, my.
No.
Oh,
Whatevs.
then. Well, Shadow Kitty says, when I was a teenager, I was listening to Bessie Smith and Robert Johnson while my friends were listening to Led Zeppelin and Deep Purple. Yeah, I know that feeling.
Well, I don't know Bessie Smith or Robert Johnson, so that doesn't help.
Oh,
But
my.
when I
Shadow
was a
Kitty.
teenager, most everyone I knew was listening to like Nirvana and Green Day. I was listening to They Might Be Giants mostly, well, and Roxette, of course. But
Of course.
uh, yeah,
Yeah, Shadow Kitty, Bessie Smith, and Robert Johnson. We're talking, what, 30s here, right? So about a 40-year gap between what you were listening to and what they were listening to. Question mark.
30s.
Let me see. I'm gonna just look.
When you said 30s, I assume you don't mean the 1930s. Are you saying Mr. Shadow Kitty is in his 30s?
No, I'm saying 1930s. Shadow Kitty's about my age.
Okay. So
Um,
the 1930s comment was to refer to a birth date then? Yes?
okay. Oh my. Okay.
Is that the 1930s referred to a birth date?
No, the 1930s refers to the era of the music
Oh.
that Shadow Kitty was listening to. So I
Well,
was a
this is
little
why I'm
bit.
asking you for context.
Okay, I was a little bit late, actually, closer to the 20s. Okay.
Sure.
Oh
I
my.
know who Eric Johnson is, and I know who Robert Smith is,
Okay. I know who Robert X is.
but I have no idea who the hell Bessie Smith or Robert Johnson are. Do you really not know who Robert Smith is?
Should I?
Well, I mean, you've heard of The Cure, right?
Oh, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Well, Robert Smith is like the front man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got really weird hair, and apparently he's a lot fatter than he looks in pictures.
Alrighty then.
Well, I mean, that's what people told me is that he's a bit of a chubbo. And like, I only saw pictures where he's wearing all black and the contrast has been like cranked or whatever. And yeah, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, that's kind of what I suspected there, Shadow Kitty. Shadow Kitty says, I'm 63. I've listened to music from the 20s and 30s since I was young. Now, I was listening, when I was young, I was listening to music from the 20s and 30s, but it was mostly the 1720s and 30s. But that's just the way I was at the time. Well, I still am.
I'm looking at some of these pictures of Robert Smith where he's older, and wow, this looks like someone you don't ever want to sell a windowless van to because you'll be an accessory.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Just saying that the way he looks, I don't know what to tell you. Let me see here. Presenters and okay, that's going to be black for a second. Let me copy image and paste a roo.
Holy FUD.
Yeah, of course, the look on her face is kind of terrifying too, but just looking at him, I mean, some of these pictures, I'm like thinking, wow, okay.
Oh man, I'm trying to think here. Reminds
I
me
mean,
a
when
little
you're
bit of a cross
younger,
between Eddie Izzard and oh, what's the cannibal's name from Hannibal Lecter?
yeah. Anyway, that's Robert Smith.
Already
Yeah,
then.
I don't know. Never really listened to The Cure that much, and what I have listened to has sounded very different to the stuff people then told me to listen to.
Oh my.
Like, if I remember right, The Cure, they're the ones who did Friday I'm in Love, which is not what my goth friends usually made me listen to. And
Okay
yet
then.
they all love The Cure. I don't know.
Oh my, oh my. I'm trying to. You were more or less unconventional with the stuff you listened to, were you? Question mark.
Well,
Relative to everybody else around you.
I mean, yes and no. I suppose it depends on how you look at it. Because on the one hand, yeah, I listened to a lot of stuff other people didn't, but on the other hand, I listened to a lot of the stuff that other people did. It's just that the overlap was not very wide.
Yeah, because I was beginning to wonder where stuff like that does come from. Um, when you look at me, I was definitely unconventional, and I don't know where that came from. I mean, where does one find likes and dislikes when they don't come from peer influence?
Well,
And
that's the
that's
thing.
a rhetorical question. Hmm?
Well, I've often said that I think one of the reasons I like Irish drinking songs is because my parents are hippies and I listened to a lot of folk music when I was little. I hate the folk music, but I think something stuck, and that's why I enjoy Irish drinking songs because there is some overlap there.
Okay, because I look,
So it comes down to a nature versus nurture question.
I look back, and I know that it is not the case that I was listening to symphonic music or piano sonatas or that sort of thing because the slimy bastards, well, especially the female, hated that stuff. But I did, in spite of the fact that they hated it. So where the hell did I get that? I have no idea. And that's the whole thing. Where do people get the seeds of what they happen to like and all that sort of thing? Because I cannot think of any place I would have got it except that I simply had it. Oh
Well,
well.
I'm sure part of it is just our temperament, what we're even after in the first place. Because I tend to listen to music because of, uh, well, number one, partly because of how it makes me feel, but number two, also, like part of what makes me feel a certain way when I listen to the music is just how it's played. I mean,
Okay.
what is the vibe being gotten across, and how is it being gotten across? I mean, I will say it. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I point to the country music that gets played as punk, where I end up loving it as punk and hating it as country simply because of how it's played. You
All
know,
right.
the,
All
the
right.
sheer the sheer number of metal covers of like classical music that I have. I love them as metal covers, but when they're played by an orchestra, they suck ass. Um, I'm sure a lot of it is tempo. I mean, a lot of those songs that I can't stand are just played really slow. But when you speed them up, all of a sudden they're fun. A lot of it is also, is it in a major or a minor key? Minor keys tend to be dreary and make me unhappy, where a major key is often happy and triumphant and a lot of fun. So I tend to gravitate more towards major keys because they put me in a better mood. I really wish that copyright was not an issue, so I could start playing a couple of songs and start saying that right there. That's what I'm talking about. But a lot of it, I mean, why do we listen to music at all? For me, it's to change my mood or to enhance a mood I'm already in. I understand for a lot of people, it's just the artwork, the artistry of being able to put it together, which to me is not enough because, there could be a lot of artistry to a moose turd pie. Doesn't mean I want to eat it. You know what I mean? So,
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of different factors there to consider. I guess really the first question you would have to ask is, why are you listening to music at all?
Oh my! And then, well, most of the time I'm listening to music, so it's not quiet. Seriously, just
Mm. No, I
to
get
have the
that. I get
sound
that.
around.
I often have movies or TV going while I'm working on a project just so that my ears aren't screaming for attention.
Um, and I think that's maybe one of the reasons I serenade myself to sleep with YouTube, um,
Mm.
because the absolute quiet is just uncomfortable.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I can't do like falling asleep to quiet. It doesn't work.
oh,
But
let's see.
but I mean,
There's
there have to be other reasons to listen to music, though. I mean,
Oh, there certainly
like,
are. I mean, I listen to music for many reasons, but that's a major one. And who is this
Hello.
Monado? Who is that?
Hello.
Hi,
good
honey.
morning.
How you
My
feeling? Does it hurt as
my
much? I
anti-
hope not.
no, my antibiotics have finally kicked in and working on the
Yay!
infection.
All
Um,
right.
Oh, we're talking about the tooth, yes?
yes.
All right.
Yeah,
Oh
we
man,
weren't
that
talking
is.
about tornado.
I would have imagined if you were going to remove that particular tumor, it would involve something sharp.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I haven't had I've had to take one dose of aspirin today versus dose after dose after dose after dose.
Oh
And so,
my.
yeah, I feel
So,
almost normal.
if the
That's
third one
unusual,
of
isn't
those
it?
had not in fact been effective, would you had said dose C dope?
Uh huh.
Yes.
Yeah, that was going through
I'll
my
just,
head.
I'll just be
Yeah.
here.
hmm Yes.
Oh my. Oh
Thankfully, I
my.
don't eat oats, so
Oh, okay.
Oats. I
yeah.
said dose.
Yes, but you said dosey dope.
There's a novelty song
The,
out there.
the
What is it?
dough,
Maresy
as in
dotes and
dough,
dosey
like
dotes and little
Homer
lambs.
Simpson, like dough. You
Yes,
see
I
what I'm doing?
know. I
I'm
know.
not sure how
Calm
oats
down,
got
honey.
into
Calm
this.
down.
I just
Sheesh.
don't.
Okay. Mares eat oats and does eat oats.
And little
No, there's
lambs eat
not.
ivy.
I said no.
Yeah.
There's no. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who said anything about? No, no, no. Do dough. There's no oats in there.
No,
I know.
It sounds kind of like a song lyric or of a
Yeah.
novelty song.
Yeah.
Of what?
Never
It's a
I
mind.
think you
lyric.
referenced
Yeah,
I
it's
think it went.
important.
no. I'm so confused right now. There's clearly something you guys are making reference to that I don't know about.
It's a
Yes.
novelty song that sounds a bit like dosey do.
Never heard of it. Whatever it
Yeah.
is.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's a children's song.
Mm-hmm.
Not familiar with it. Is it by anyone or is it just traditional?
I'm looking it up right now.
I have no clue.
It's by somebody, but I can. Oh, here it is. Composed in 1943 by Milton Drake, Al Hoffman, and Jerry Livingston. Whoever these people are, I don't know offhand.
Me either.
And
Two out of the three sound vaguely familiar.
Yeah.
it's more recent than I thought. I
Yeah.
was thinking it was from, like I said, the turn of the 20th century, but no.
Yeah. But
And the
Yeah,
way the
it's
title
just a little.
and the way the title is spelled is Mairzy space Doats. So you don't know what's going on until you actually sing it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's sort of like James Joyce. If you've ever tried reading Finnegan's Wake,
Yeah, I just listened to the song.
Moo.
Mm.
Well, because I mean, I've heard things about that novel, and I understand I'd probably find it utterly incomprehensible.
Right,
The
right.
song, on the other hand, is pretty straightforward, actually.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah,
So
the Irish washerwoman, for example. I mean, just to try to read the letters and the words, well, what? But once you read it out, you get an idea of what she's saying. Yeah.
Mm.
if you say so, I don't know. I'm not even sure if we're talking about the same Irish washerwoman song.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure.
I have no clue about either of it.
Oh, I see the lyrics.
Oh,
Of course,
goodness.
it probably doesn't help that the version of it I know best is like really, really fast and pop punk again.
Hmm.
So
Okay, now I'm
let's see.
noticing
Which one I'm thinking of?
this is a couple minutes old here on the side chat, but Shadow Kitty says that he was once on stage with Pete Seeger. Amazing. Yay.
Oof.
No, this isn't a song I know. I might be thinking of something else entirely too. So I mean, because it really doesn't help that a lot of these songs tend to be named in very similar ways to other songs, and there's some of them same song, different lyrics. Just like
Uh-huh.
because one region or another had it one way and another, it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh.
it's hard to tell which one you're actually looking at.
Oh
Hmm.
my. But man, I have so many windows open. I'm gonna have to do something about that.
Hmm.
Yes, I collect tabs and windows. Every time.
No, I thought you were gonna say dust.
No, that too. But every time I go to look something up, I open another tab, and then sooner or later I had 75 tabs open, and it's like, oh,
Oh, good
okay.
lord.
Say again.
Yeah, I tend to
Said,
clean
oh.
up pretty quickly.
Well, I kind of do the same thing on screen that I do in the house. I mean, you don't want to see what this place looks like right now.
Well,
Mm.
I'm tempted to see what it's like to go through there with a black light.
Well,
Ew.
I intend to do that. I want to order one and just make sure that things
Oh,
are not out of hand.
yeah. Have you
Well,
heard that there have been several allergic reactions to the Pfizer vaccine?
Yes, I
no, but
have.
before we move on to that, I still have something to say about black lights.
Uh huh.
If you get one, understand that it probably won't detect things like cat pee unless it's absolutely fucking dark. I found that one out the hard way
Okay.
because, like, I thought there was nothing anywhere because I couldn't see anything, and then it was like freaking midnight and all the lights were off and all the windows were closed, and I was like, oh, there it is. So yeah, make sure it's
Mm.
completely dark before you use it.
Yeah, because most of the time everything's okay, but every now and then I get a little bit of a whiff, and I'm thinking, okay, is it because I really haven't cleaned the cat box in a couple days or a day and a half or whatever it is? But yeah, most of the time everything's fine, but every now and
This
then,
is why.
this is what?
Yeah. This is why I'm glad I don't have carpeting in my house.
Uh huh.
Hmm.
I would rather
Well,
not have carpeting, but that's the way the place came.
Yep.
fortunately, Xander has been only peeing on clothing rather
Oh.
than like the carpet. But
Hmm.
still, like there's precious little worse in the cat owning, clothing owning world than pulling something on and suddenly realizing, ah, shit, I just dragged cat pee over my hair, didn't I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah.
So, you know,
Didn't they neuter him when you adopted him?
yeah, he's still peeing places.
Hmm.
I
I'm
don't
I'm learning
know.
I'm learning to control it though. That's the thing.
I
Is like because a lot of it was just peeing on clothing I had left on the floor.
Mhm.
So I mean, one solution could be to be less of a slob, but fuck that. The other solution is I just keep my bedroom doors closed during the day, and I'm hoping after a couple of months he'll just get out of the habit.
Hi,
Okay,
Midge.
here's a question. Do you have just one litter box or do you have two?
Two.
Okay.
Come on, give me credit for the easy stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
yeah, but some cat owners don't realize if you have two cats, you need two separate litter boxes because one cat will dominate one litter box
yeah, and
and
then
force the
sometimes
other one out.
I've heard of situations where you have one cat, you have two litter boxes.
No, I've
I've
never
actually
I have
had
had
heard
some
that.
of that
people.
too. Some people have like an upstairs and downstairs litter box kind of thing.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
that
if you have
too,
two
and then I've
levels,
I've heard
yeah.
people describe where Kitty will crap in one litter box and piss in the other one. Why
Huh,
this
Mm.
weird.
works that way, I don't know, but I've heard people talk about that.
Huh, weird.
Well, regardless,
Yeah,
what were we
well,
talking about before we got on litter boxes?
black lights and
Oh,
cat pee.
yeah. And then you were going to say something about allergic reactions to the
Oh, the Pfizer
vaccine.
Yeah,
vaccine.
What
yeah.
Yeah,
sort
For
of allergic reactions?
people who have food allergies and some people who have had allergies to other vaccinations are having severe allergic anaphylaxis reactions to the Pfizer vaccine.
So we're talking like the kind of like, oh, look, I can't touch a peanut without swelling up sort of reactions.
Yes.
yes, yes.
Uh,
And as bad as it sounds, this I kind of expected that sort of thing would
Yeah.
happen.
With them rushing the vaccine through, trying to get this
Well,
done.
rush or no rush. I mean, they're pretty good band, but other than that, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
But no,
oh,
whatever
uh,
ingredients you may have there, I'm
my
Hmm.
brain was going to Rush Limbaugh, actually.
Yeah.
oh, okay. I'm thinking that no matter what you do, no matter how long it's gonna, you're working on it, and
Hmm.
you're gonna have some people who don't react well at all, and there's really
Right.
no way to
Well,
formulate a
that's what.
vaccine or anything like that with no reactions at all.
Well, what
Right.
about others like
Well,
the Johnson and Johnson, for example?
I don't know.
I haven't heard anything about the Moderna. I didn't know Johnson and Johnson was bringing out one.
Actually, it's funny you should mention because I had only heard about Moderna's like a couple of days ago. I knew
Hmm.
Pfizer and Johnson though.
Yeah, I knew
Yeah.
about
Totally.
No.
Moderna. It's the one I forget about all the time, though. I remember one of the shows we were doing a little while ago. I was trying to come up with the name of the company and came
Hmm.
up with something totally off base, but it was Moderna that I was looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well, I think the problem is that they've rushed the vaccines so much that they haven't done enough testing on them.
Well, you know, the thing is,
yeah.
I don't think they can afford to not rush
Rush
them
'em.
at this point.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, we're
Well, the darn thing is, though, it's when there are the bad reactions, and as I said before, I was expecting that you would have the occasional anaphylactic reaction, that sort of thing. But
Mhm.
for the way the anti-vaxxers have been going now, especially with this one, whenever you get some news out there that this has happened in one case or in three cases, it's going to be all over the front page,
Mhm.
simply because it's de
mm,
rigueur.
Yeah.
Um,
We we have 11,000 new cases as of yesterday, and the lowest we've had in the last 3 weeks has been 7,000.
rewind. When you say we,
Citrus County
okay.
or cases in Citrus County. or actually technically Florida, I guess it would be.
Well, I'm going to
But
say
yeah, most
that
days,
11,000 sounds a lot for one county.
yeah, well, most days we're passing in the tens of thousands in Florida right now
Yeah, yeah.
of new cases every day.
Uh-huh.
So, and it's only going to get worse with the Christmas holiday coming up. And they have a new strain, a new mutation of the virus popping up in the UK.
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
that's days ago.
Yeah.
They were what they were saying was that the vaccine still seems effective against it. So
I
yeah,
hope
that's what
so.
I've been seeing as well, and hopefully that is the excuse me, hopefully that is the case.
Right. It's just with the mutating, we haven't even finished the first wave.
Oh, right,
well,
right. I,
yeah, but I mean that's
So,
just because a bunch of people were refusing to cooperate.
well,
right. Which means,
here in the U.S., I think it's going to be one big wave. There's going to be no first wave, second wave, third wave, because
it's
these
just going to start mutating as it's still going on.
yeah, these arseholes, as Kate said, are just
Yeah.
refusing to be reasonable.
Yep.
Hmm.
Well, as far as I know, in Florida, they are just debating whether or not they should reopen the schools.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard arguments for why we should reopen the schools. Most of them to me seem like if I were a parent, I would be like, I don't care how much like better the young have it when it comes to resisting COVID, when it comes to fighting it off, when it comes to not even getting it in the first place. I don't care. I'm not putting my kid at that much risk. Thank you very much indeed.
Yep. Yep, 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 yep,
Yep.
yep, yep, yep,
You
yep,
Exactly.
yep.
know?
And the darn thing is, I can see. I hate to put it this way,
Oh
but let's
yeah.
put it this way: I
It's
can see both sides,
mhm.
because being locked up is not a good thing. You know, it's not a good thing to not be able to get out of the house and actually get together with people and be around people. And I get that, but unfortunately, it's something we have to do to
Right.
limit the transmission of this
The
particular
virus. Yeah.
malady. Yes.
Yep. Well,
Uh,
they're saying
mhm.
Florida schools will go full remote following holidays. So yeah, they've stated that schools are going to go back to remote learning.
Well, did somebody put Rick Scott in a cage?
No. What happened was Ron DeSantis. I don't know if he has kids or whatever, but he decided as the Florida representative that the schools were going to close, and he told Rick Scott close the schools.
Okay,
Ah,
then.
okay, I was right. Rick Scott is the creepy ass looking baldy fuck.
Yes.
There is something so creepy about this guy. He looks like uh oh, what the hell's the guy's name now? Dude who played Max Headroom looks like his character in some horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I so totally blanking on that guy's name? Oh well, whatever.
Max Headroom.
Yes, the guy who played him.
Yeah. I don't know the guy who played him. I just
Well,
know.
that's the
Give me a
name I'm
minute.
blanking on.
I'll
Yeah.
dig it out for the hell of it. Not a problem.
I want to say it's like Peter something, but it's not Peter Weller. I know that much.
Alrighty. Max Headroom. Do, 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 do.
Like, I mean, tell me that's not creepy.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Like, look at his smile, for fuck's sake. I mean, that is terrifying.
Okay, portrayed by Matt Frewer.
Matt Frewer. Yes, thank you. As soon as you said Matt, I knew it was Matt Frewer.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
No
He's
idea
like,
who that is,
like-
except.
yeah, that's Rick Scott.
Like, he looks like oh man, that one dude on The Hills Have Eyes. You know the movie The Hills
Mm.
Have Eyes.
Okay. No.
All right, well, hold on. Let me just pull this up real quick. All right, so keep looking at Rick Scott, and then bam.
Oh.
I see the resemblance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just
That's just
absolutely terrifying. So
Yeah.
Looks like some of my neighbors.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, when I look at Rick Scott, I see that guy.
Oh
That's
my goodness.
all.
Yeah. But
Ugh.
yeah, they're going to go for another, I think it was saying 2 weeks after the holidays. They closed all schools on the 19th of November, and they're not going to reopen until at least the 18th of January. But that's depending upon the COVID cases,
Yeah.
because we were having huge spikes in the schools after Halloween.
Yeah, and this is a very unfortunate thing. I have read some of the stuff out there. Oh my.
Oh,
That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful.
oh my gosh. Wow. Okay.
But I've read a
So,
couple. I've read a couple
I was
things.
talking before, but I think I even mentioned it on Sunday. There's this map of the most common cause of death that each state keeps covering up. You know, and
Oh,
you
I've
look
seen
like
this one.
New Hampshire stone conservatives, Vermont armed hippies, wind farms, antimatter ennui. Then down here on Florida,
Uh-huh.
that's the most common cause of death in Florida that they keep covering up is Florida.
Florida.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta
Oh
love
my
it.
god. Yeah.
Oh my, oh my. It is moo. But
Yeah,
I've read
my
some
mom
of the
keeps
stuff out there that they keeping the kids at home actually stunts their development and things like this. And I get that sort of thing. But
Right.
what are you going to do? I mean, are you going to put them out there in harm's way and get them killed?
Right. It's a toss up. I mean, kids go to school, they risk getting COVID. Kids stay home, their growth might be stunted. Might be stunted.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Mental growth, emotional growth.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that explains why that was confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're more prone to childhood depression and, well,
Right.
adult depression,
Well,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
well, if Tornado was still in school, is school age, he would not have been going to school. I would have been doing remote learning. I'm sorry, no.
Hmm.
I would
Well,
not risk my kid going into a classroom because not everybody's going to wear masks.
okay, but were you really all that worried about his mental age growth being stunted, though?
He had so many issues, that was the least of my concerns when he was in school.
Alrighty, there we go.
Mm.
He had so many issues in school.
Yeah.
Mostly being bullied by other kids because he was special needs,
Hmm.
Yeah, paint a target on him. Yeah, basically.
Oh yes, it did.
I
It
mean,
got to the point where he couldn't ride a regular school bus. They had to, because of his issues, they put him on the regular school bus when he was in kindergarten, and he broke down and went absolutely bonkers before he even got into the school,
hmm.
because all of the older kids were teasing him. They were just ramping him up.
Yeah, okay.
And,
They knew exactly which buttons to push, and boy, did they ever push
yes.
them, right?
hmm
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's
And
a,
I had to take him home the first day of school because he was just in a state that was not controllable.
I don't know. It's unfortunate how good kids are at
Yeah.
finding those triggers.
Targeting, yeah,
Well,
targeting other
I do find it interesting how often, like when I was little, people would say I was in an uncontrollable state, and that's just not
Mhm.
true. It would have been very controllable if they'd been able to see things from my perspective and willing to deal with them on that basis. Because that was a lot of what was going on, was just simply the teachers wanted me to shut up instead of actually dealing with the actual problem, which was the actual other kids.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is um, one of the worst ways to ever try to get me, for example, to drop an argument or to drop an issue is to invalidate my position, is to act like what I think, what I believe, what I need doesn't matter.
Oh, I
That
remember a couple
or
things.
or that I mean, because a lot of the source of the problem in the first place was people doing that.
Uh-huh.
You know, and also a large source of it was just me knowing that the only person who was going to get in trouble was the person who didn't instigate anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm like, well, wait a minute. What about them? What about the shit they pulled? You know,
Yes, yes.
when do they get taught that treating other people like shit comes at a price and it's one they can't afford? You know, I mean, I was too
Right.
young to express it that way,
But
but
yeah.
that's what I kept seeing going on was simply
Mhm.
that the wrong people were getting the short end.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mage says something interesting here. It says, I was picked on pretty badly. That was until I picked up the school bully with one hand, punched him twice, and broke his nose. The problem
Well,
with
not everyone
that,
has that ability.
in my experience, if you strike out, if you defend yourself, you get punished because you defended yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they always
It's
seem
true.
to side with the bullies. Especially
Mm-hmm.
in the Catholic school system, the teachers were really good. They themselves were bullies. So yeah,
Yeah,
it's really unfortunate the way that works. I
I
would
mean, the fact is that when you're that young, you need a source of authority that's willing to be on your side, and that's
Mhm.
almost inevitably what you don't get.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Um,
it just turns into a giant feedback loop where the bullies keep getting their way.
Yes.
it's
I don't know. And I think that this is where a lot of the lone gunmen tend to come from, is just simply a source of not feeling like you can count on anybody but yourself for justice.
yeah. And I
Yeah.
was beginning to head there. It's I would say a very, very good thing that I did have a sense of self control, if you want to call it, about myself, because I did have access to one hell of an arsenal and had actually thought about using it from time to time. So it can get that
Mhm.
bad. Yeah. Yeah, because the MSB had one hell of an
Mhm.
arsenal, what that story had. Okay, I shut everybody up.
Ah, tax credits, tax computations. Oh,
Yeah, it's not that time of
this
year
is
yet.
no. This is the letter I got from the IRS. It says my adjusted refund.
Wait,
I need to
you're
keep
still
that.
waiting on the 2019 refund?
No, I already got that.
No, okay,
There you
good,
go.
good, 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 good.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Where should I put it?
On my plate that's in the kitchen. Ugh.
Oh, does somebody want to know where the chicken tenders are?
No, 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 no.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the darn thing about things over here. Unfortunately, I ended up sleeping all day yesterday, so that duck still has to be
Oh no.
roasted.
Oh no.
At least it's
The-
in the very, very cold thawing water in the defriginator. So
yeah.
after the show, I'll do it. But it's been long enough that I definitely want some duck à l'orange.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could eat something that doesn't require a fruity accent to say it.
Well, let's see. Duck a l'orange.
Say orange duck.
Well, there is an orange duck, isn't there? That is not duck
No,
à
that's
l'orange.
orange chicken. It's Chinese food.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I like orange chicken.
You know what I found? I found a kung pao chicken recipe a couple days ago. I'm gonna have to try making that. I've never made it.
Mm.
Um, I don't know. The thing is, though, I'll have to try making it when the little one is behaving, so I'm not tempted to make a strategic substitution.
Oh, has she not been behaving?
Oh, she always behaves. It's just
She's not always well.
there you go. She's a good kitty. She really is. Not always nice, but she's always a good kitty.
Yeah.
Where the hell
Well,
is she
Smudge,
anyway?
unfortunately, has been driving me nuts because he has been constantly in my face, wanting
Literally,
attention to the
right?
point that I just, yes, want to just strangle him. And he's been falling asleep on top of my desk and falling off it.
Oh, fun.
I have never seen a cat that does not learn from the first or second time he's fallen off the desk. He has probably fallen off the top of my desk 25 times.
Okay, then
Maybe he
maybe he
likes it.
likes it.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it
But
sounds like it could be fun. Is the desk sort of slidey with a jump at the end? And,
no,
is it exciting?
no.
Oh,
He rolls off onto my mouse hand and then onto the floor.
Okay, then. That sounds.
how do
And
you get such a tiny, tiny hand on the end of your arm?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Also, I
Sure
thought
luck.
mice had paws rather than hands, but all right.
Okay, then. That
Hmm.
sounds similar, except for the drop. This
Yeah.
one over here. Okay, the way my keyboard is, there's
Mhm.
a space of about 2.5 inches or so
Mhm.
between the close edge of the keyboard and the edge of my desk. The little one
Right.
will settle into that 2.5 inches and do the cat
Yes.
loaf thing over there, and it's like you weren't thinking of typing now, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's why I have a keyboard tray.
okay. It amazes me that she
That
actually stays there, and doesn't
yeah,
fall off.
yeah. The
Mhm.
keyboard tray sits on top of my desk, and then it has a drawer that slides out where your keyboard goes. So,
Oh, so
and
it's
then
not one of those that's
tucked away.
under the. No, it's
Yeah, not underneath.
okay.
Yeah, no.
Hmm.
I wouldn't be able to sit in my chair if that was the case. Yeah.
I don't know why this is making me. It's reminding me of a picture I saw a while ago
Mm.
where it was a guy sitting at a desk with two keyboards, and only one of them was connected, and the other one was for the cat to sit on.
Yes.
Okay, then. Now that
Uh,
amazes the heck out of me that the cat would actually sit on the one for the cat rather than the one the human wanted.
I mean, I'm
my,
not exactly sure how he worked it, and it might have just been an amusing photo and not actually something someone really does, but it was still amusing.
he might have sprinkled catnip on it.
Oh man,
Awesome.
that's what I want to do. If I excuse me, if I can manage spring, I want to get some catnip seeds and see if I can plant some catnip for her.
Or
And
you
Mm.
could just buy some at the pet
I
store.
actually have some packages of organic uh, catnip
okay, okay.
that I am never going to plant at this rate.
Is
Um,
there any actual material benefit to something being organic?
I have no clue.
No,
Well, this is like it seems to me that the only reason for something to be marketed as organic is a price hike.
that's I was gonna say that. Yeah, I don't know of any material benefit that you get from uh, as far as the bad materials that people talk about. I think that's more hype than it is actual fact. The nastiness of the fertilizers and all that sort of thing. I don't know that that's as bad as I think it is,
Mm.
but I don't know. It's
I don't know. Like when I think about it, I'm like, as long as it's the right chemicals and the right composition, does it really matter?
it
You
doesn't.
know,
It really doesn't at all matter where you get your phosphorus from, for example. I mean, phosphorus is phosphorus. I
well,
forget
but I
what.
mean, like if I were to eat chicken and it was organic or wasn't organic or whatever, is it really going to change much at all?
Well, I
Like
think,
anything.
well, as far as okay, things like the free range chickens and stuff like that, I think the only thing that changes is the mental state of the chicken, but it's not the sort of thing you're going to experience while
Well,
you're having Kung Pao chicken.
Well,
Hmm.
what I'm saying is that nutritionally speaking, and only within that particular uh, area of inquiry, is there any difference?
None that I really know of. Now,
There we
maybe, yeah,
go. So,
maybe there's a little bit of a difference with the. It is the case that mass farmed chickens, for example, or what are injected with various growth hormones and that sort of thing. If it's possible that there's a little bit of a benefit that that stuff isn't in the organic food, but I don't know.
well, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I wonder about because I think there's a lot of people out there who spend a lot of extra money on stuff that does not do even slightly what they think it will.
Oh yeah,
And I'm
absolutely.
fairly convinced that organic food is like and I know this is comedy, but I was rewatching The Big Bang Theory again. There was this one part where Sheldon is walking through a store with Penny, and he points at the vitamins she's buying and explains to her that what she's got there are the ingredients for very expensive urine.
Yes, yes.
And that like that's it. That's the only benefit she'll get out of those vitamins. And it was like that's often the way I feel about the quote unquote all natural shit I see people buying. I'm like, this isn't really going to be any different than the canned stuff over there on the shelf with the name brand on it. And now every name brand claims to be organic anyway. Like they have an organic version of their same shit.
Yeah.
And it's probably no different at all. It just costs more.
I wish I could remember what the percentage difference is, but it's significant as far as the price goes. Um, for a pound of organic carrots compared to a pound of regular nondescript carrots, and I haven't noticed any difference in flavor. I don't know of any difference in nutritional value. None of that stuff, and
Well, I
um,
mean, I'm seeing right here on this article, is organic food more nutritious than regular food? And it says
no.
here, organic foods are not healthier per se in terms of nutrients. You're still getting the same benefits in conventionally grown foods as you are in organic foods.
Hmm.
Organic milk has the same protein, mineral, lipid, and vitamin content as normal milk. Non-organic milk typically has growth hormones, which are specified or specific to each species. So drinking milk with bovine growth hormone, which is degraded by stomach acid, has no physiological impact on humans.
Oh, okay. That answers a small question I had as we were speaking here. Okay, so even
So it says
those
here,
hormones that
though,
they're adding to the animal don't really make a difference to the human. Okay.
there is a summing up. Overall, is it better to eat organic? Organic diets we know lead to less pesticide and antibiotic exposure, but nutritionally they're about the same. So basically, the only real difference is pesticides and antibiotics.
And then, well, there's the other thing
Oh, wait,
too.
here we go. But eating organic is an advantage since we know pesticides can lead to neurodevelopmental issues and are strongly associated with cancer. Okay. So, aside from the fact that there isn't a concrete study that proves organic foods lead to healthier children, there's still the pesticides.
Yeah.
And then there's the
All
other
right.
thing going on too. It is absolutely demonstrated that yield is reduced by about 25%. The yield of organically grown crops is about 25% less than everything else. And with the population of the Earth bursting Earth as at the seams, do you really
Yeah.
want less yield? I mean, really?
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna head off. I need to make some food now that my mouth is not hurting and I'm
Okay,
hungry.
well, how about take a cue from Mage Grey Wolf and find some gluten-free meat?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I don't have any in my fridge. I might go defrost T-bone and make it.
Oh man, tell you.
Yes. So
You know,
I'll
I
see
think
you all
Well, you
later.
take care, honey. And
Yep. Bye bye.
if I don't see you before then, Merry Christmas and stuff and
Yes.
things.
Yeah. Happy
Because,
holidays, everybody.
oh, let's channel Andy Williams. Yay!
Yes. Well, not everybody celebrates Christmas, and after years of working as a cashier, you learn to say happy holidays.
Oh,
So
absolutely. I mean, I do
it
this all the
covers
time.
everything.
Yeah, I do this all
Yeah.
the time. My favorite way of doing it is have a happy holiday, however you may celebrate it. Yeah.
I
Yes.
just say Merry Giftmas. Buy me something.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Well, in Walmart, when I was working for Walmart, it was Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. So
See, even that is just a little bit too. It puts Christmas on a pedestal where there's Christmas, there's all the others.
Uh-huh.
uh,
Well, the only reason I mention Christmas now is it's like 3 days away.
yes,
But
exactly.
Happy Yak Shaving Day.
absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we've
Bye
already.
bye, guys.
Well, take care, hon. Yeah,
Tornado says bye.
Yay!
And I say hello to Xander, who just decided he wants lap sits. Hey there, buddy. How is ya?
Yeah,
How
we've
is ya?
already had Hanukkah and we've already
Oh,
had the
no, it's
solstice.
pronounced Chinooka, just so you know. Chinooka.
Chanukah? Okay, fine. Yay, yay,
Yeah.
yay. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. Anyway.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I don't need gluten-free meat, gluteus-free, however.
Oh man, well I don't know, that's some of the fattiest meat out there.
Yeah, that's it's lack of appeal.
Oh,
I don't
man,
want
well,
to
the
eat
fat is what
something
tastes good.
bad. Yes,
Protein
but your
doesn't taste
design,
like anything.
your diet is designed from the ground up to kill you. So forgive me if I don't take advice. I'm just saying.
Oh, I tell you, I am amazed very often that I've made it as far as I have, because I have not, I admit, taken care of myself at all over this last 63 years. Oh, man.
Well, I
maybe
mean,
not.
let's put it this way. I'm like, you talk about how many pots of coffee was it that you would drink at once? I
Oh,
mean,
shit.
that's got to be the equivalent of a Coke habit at least.
At
Whereas
least.
if I have 2 Red Bulls in a day, I feel like I've OD'd on something.
Mm. Now, since I just rediscovered ginger ale, I've been drinking less coffee, but still. Yeah, this last 3 pounds of coffee has lasted me over a month, which was unusual a little while ago. But oh my, oh yeah, peanut butter has the warning contains peanuts. Okay.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah, you
man.
know, and the problem is we have to, don't we?
Yeah.
Because there's people out there who are so stupid they couldn't pour water out of a bucket if the instructions were on the bottom.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Let me write that one down.
Wait, you've never heard that one before?
No.
Oh. Actually, I think it might actually be can't pour water out of a boot if the instructions were on the heel, but I was like, why a boot? What are you, Canadian? Ah.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Daprożnie. Oh my. I'll have to write that one down now. I forget
Well,
where
you know,
I was
it's like
headed.
it's like how I couldn't get laid in a women's prison with a fistful of pardons.
Okay. Aw.
Have you seriously never heard that one?
If I've heard it, it was so long ago that I had forgotten that I had heard it.
Okay.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. But yeah, what's really funny about that stuff though is, yeah, without all the warnings, you've got the lawsuits all over hell. You remember those litigation television shows? I think they're still around, aren't they? The Judge Judy and the Judge Joe Brown
Oh,
and all
no.
those.
Sure.
I remember one of them where I think it was Joe Brown stated on camera that America is a litigious society. Yeah,
tidbits.
that's pastime. Yeah, it replaced baseball as the national pastime. Um,
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, it wouldn't be so horrible to strike it rich, but from what I've heard, the people that actually win those lawsuits have to be pretty frickin' damaged before they'll get anything out of it.
mm-hmm.
Like as in life destroying levels of damage.
Yeah.
Like you can't, I don't know, find a stray little bit of plastic in the cup that you got from McDonald's, and the plastic is from the hole you punched in it with your own straw, and then sue McDonald's for gajillions. You have to actually be damaged by it to the point where you can no longer speak and need a tracheotomy to strike it rich.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the
So,
MSB got sued a couple of times.
the what?
But yeah,
Oh,
he.
oh, oh, MSB. I didn't hear that. All I heard was garble, garble, bee,
Oh,
and I
yeah,
said,
he had that beverage store, and a couple of times he got sued for a chip of glass in the bottle that say a bottle of beer or a bottle of pop or whatever that was in the case.
wait, a little rewind. A bottle of what?
Yeah, a bottle of pop. Mm-hmm.
Why would there be a bottle full of your dad? I
No,
don't
no,
get
no,
it.
no, no, a bottle of pop.
So a bottle full of your dad. Yeah, I got that part. We're past that.
Fizzy drink. Okay. Um,
Oh, you mean soda?
no, 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 no washing powder. No.
No, of course not. You mean soda. Oh, you agree with me,
Xander's
don't you,
taking my side
Columbia?
in this
Yeah, you
argument
do.
over
It
here.
would totally be soda. Oh, that, and she thinks it's almost dinner time,
Oh,
so
that wasn't Xander. That was Columbia. Okay, okay.
yeah, of
Oh
course it
my!
was Columbia.
I didn't. Well, I can't quite tell the difference between the two of them because Xander
Mm.
does occasionally complain, doesn't he?
Well, yeah, but he's actually a little bit less vocal when it comes to complaining. He does have a tendency to just babble to himself as he walks around, but
Yeah,
when it
you've
comes to
mentioned that one.
complaining,
Yeah. No, but
yeah.
there were a couple times, with this little chip of glass, nobody ever could have known that it was there. It was from the inside of the rim, if you will, and it happened while the stuff was being packaged and everything else. And then, yeah, it just basically essentially got laughed out of the courtroom.
Mm.
Uh, you know,
Well, I mean, I have to wonder, like, are you allowed to bring punitive countersuits for wasting your time?
I don't know. It would be really nice if he could.
Because I mean, I know that countersuits are a thing,
Yes,
but I mean, I don't know. Like I don't know if you can do that where it's like, dude, you wasted my time, you wasted a whole bunch of my money. I expect court fees out of you for your bullshit.
I think you might be able to get court fees. You might be able to get compensatory damages. I don't know if you can get anything punitive.
Hmm.
It would
I
be
don't know.
nice if you could. I
Well,
mean,
I mean, I would think of it as being, well, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I wonder, like, when you sue somebody, how does the money come when they owe you for like whatever you sued them for?
I'm not exactly sure how it is done. I don't know who handles it or how they handle it.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I if I ever have to sue somebody, and I hope I never do, like I know you can say, okay, not only do I want a settlement, but I also want my court fees taken care of. Because I've heard of people where like they successfully sued and won, but ultimately ended up taking a loss simply because of how much the lawyer cost
I know
them.
somebody like that. Yeah. And in his case, it was not a suit he initiated. He was defending himself, and it nearly
Yeah,
broke him.
yeah. So I mean, it seems like being able to sue for your court costs, for your lawyer costs, as well as any damages. It seems like that ought to be standard procedure right there. You know,
I've heard of it in some jurisdictions being the case that that is a separate action.
hmm.
You're done with the first case, and now you go ahead and sue for. I don't know how widespread this is, or if I even have it right. Um, but I think I remember that being said. It would be so nice with the word you used earlier, the frivolity, if
Hmm.
there could be a better standardized and more severe penalty for frivolous lawsuits, or as they're called, what is it, slap
Pretty sure
suits.
I've only ever heard them say frivolous, but okay.
The
Um,
strategic lawsuit to prevent something.
I've still only ever heard them say frivolous lawsuit. I've never
Okay.
heard this other term you're talking about. But like it seems to me that it should not be a separate action. It seems
Right.
to me it folded in just so that there's a little bit of risk
Mm-hmm,
on the
mm-hmm,
part of the
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
person bringing the suit.
Yeah.
Just like, look, you better be sure you're right on this one, and you better be able to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, this lawsuit of yours will backfire.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
granted, I think that should only be for people suing for damages necessarily. I mean, because like well, maybe not. I guess what it comes down to is that if you're suing for damages, then you're clearly after money, whether you're right or wrong, right? Whether it's a frivolous lawsuit or not, your goal is to get money out of someone. You're not necessarily there for justice for a wrong that was done, like with a murder case, for example. You're like you're after as much personal gain as you are anything else when you're suing for money. You see what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so it seems to me that when it's a lawsuit about an actual criminal matter where money was not involved, then maybe you shouldn't be able to countersue for money. But when someone's clearly gold digging, you should be able to countersue for money. Does that make sense? Am I getting through on this
It
one?
does. To me it makes sense. Yes. I
Okay.
mean, to me, there's also a second thing that goes on when I spoke of SLAP. I
Mm,
found the acronym. It is Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. This is not necessarily going for money because the person, okay, the person filing the SLAP suit knows that the person against whom they are filing doesn't have any money. They are filing in order to intimidate that person. They say, um, they're saying, okay, I'm going to file this against you, and you're going to break your own bank if you try to defend yourself. So you must accede to me in order to remain solvent.
sure.
Um,
Well, okay, but regardless, that wasn't even necessarily the case I was thinking of. Just the point is that like you get someone who is suing specifically looking for a payday, and that's the reason they're doing it.
moo.
Like you remember those, and I don't know if this ever actually happened. It's usually just a caricature, but you get that lawyer chasing after the guy in the ambulance who's just pulled out of the car wreck, and the lawyer's the one holding that neck cuff thing. You know what I mean?
Oh,
The
okay
neck
then.
brace, the big white puffy one.
Mm-hmm.
The cervical collar or whatever the fuck they call it.
Yeah,
Um, like you get those lawyers who are constantly chasing ambulances
and they call
because
them
they think that
ambulance
they can
chasers.
represent someone who's on one end or another of the accident kind of thing. Um, I mean that's been a stereotype for ages, and I'm sure there's people out there who are like, oh, I so hope I find like a bottle cap inside of my can of Coke or something so I can sue and claim that it went down my trachea or some shit.
And
Find a shady doctor out there who's willing to sign off on it. And then I'll get like my millions of dollars out of Coca-Cola and then shed all of this medical gear that isn't actually something I need to stay alive and live like royalty for the rest of my life. Cause hey, I sued Coca-Cola,
and the
you know?
unfortunate thing is that end of the story is usually not what happens. The person who claims that they swallowed glass from a Coca-Cola bottle or whatever gets essentially nothing. The attorneys and the bribes to the medical people and everything else eat up all the money.
Well, that's why I say if I was ever going to be in a court case where I had to sue someone, it would be I'm suing for damages and lawyers' fees.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's they're not separate. It's not sure I got $1 million out of Coca-Cola, walked home with 10,000 because of my lawyer's fees. No. I get 10,000 for me out of Coca-Cola, and they paid my lawyer's fees. I mean, granted, if someone was going after Coca-Cola for frivolous reasons, obviously, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, should Coca-Cola be allowed to countersue?
Actually, yeah, I think they should have that right.
Okay, but what if that's just a one of those slap lawsuits you're talking about being used to intimidate someone, saying,
Okay.
look, you can't sue us because if you sue us, we will come back after you. We'll get back everything that you took from us and we'll ruin you.
Okay, now there, what I wasn't quick enough to get out yet is that if they had a reason to countersue, then they should be allowed to. In other words, if it is obvious that the person suing Coca-Cola was doing so just to get a couple of bucks, Coca-Cola should then be able to say, okay, we're going to file an action against you, but simply because they filed an action and won, no. If there was cause for them to file the action, then there should be no retaliation, right?
Well, but see, this is why I'm saying, because I've heard a lot of times, and maybe this is just me watching too much fiction and thinking it's similar to real life, but I've seen too many times where people say, okay, I'm suing A, and A says, oh yeah, well, I'm countersuing B. And the way they made it sound was that it was part of the same court case, that if plaintiff loses case, then defendant gets blah as the victor kind of thing. It's like, yeah, you want to sue us? Well, you, the plaintiff, are now gambling that you can convince a jury that you're right, because if you don't, then you're getting all this other crap landing on you. The way they made it sound was that the countersuit was part of the same court case. That who got the damages depended on who won the case.
Yeah, I don't know that is the case. My knowledge of things legal is virtually nothing. So, well, as an attorney once told me, the law was written for lawyers, not for the average person.
Yeah, well, it does seem like they complicate things up way beyond what they could actually need to do.
Yep.
In all cases.
Yeah, and I'm not all that confident that the complicating things leads to any clarification at all. So,
well, I mean, it's entirely possible that you can decipher the lawyer speak and figure out what's going on. But I mean, it's not even necessarily just that. It just seems like everything that could be fun, but includes even the tiniest amount of danger or requires even the tiniest amount of education, has so many safeguards and barriers you have to pass, tests you have to pass, that and the other thing, that they've leached all of the fun out of it.
I am just so happy that I have not had to deal with legal stuff all that much.
Well, not even necessarily just talking about legal stuff, though. I mean, if I wanted to go up on onto the International Space Station, the amount of hoops I would have to jump through. Hell, if I want to do that indoor skydiving thing, just the sheer number of forms I'd probably have to fill out indemnifying the company would just be absolutely insane. It's like, can't you just let me have a little fun, guys, without all the rigmarole, without all the extra legal shit on top of it? Relax your grip a little. But no, I mean, it just seems like they love doing so much ass covering that they've taken all the fun out of it. Like I said,
Yeah, and part of it is because they have a reason to, with as the television personality had said, America is a litigious society.
litigious.
Litigious?
Yes, that's how that's pronounced.
Okay, thank you. I learned something today.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, it seems that there are so many out here in the good old US of A who will sue at the drop of a hat. Um, risks that everyone should know. They will sue over and the whole thing. Um,
Well, I'm not
so
discounting
yeah.
the reasons. I'm saying it's annoying. I mean, like, I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm complaining.
Moo. Okay. Okay. I still have to. After all these years, I still have to pick up that cue.
Well, you're not alone. A lot of people can't seem to tell when I'm complaining, and they try to explain to me the reasons why the thing I'm complaining is a thing. I'm like, what? You think I don't know that? Like I need you to lament with me, to empathize. I don't need you to explain.
Oh my, oh my. Now that brings to mind my music appreciation class a while back. The laments that the old ladies getting together to whine to music in order to sing someone to their final rest.
Huh? Is
Um,
that a stereotype I've never heard?
yeah, it's a sort of common thing in Eastern Europe anyway.
Well,
Uh,
I could not possibly be further from Eastern Europe without going the other way.
okay then.
All right, so that's not a thing I would ever have heard because Eastern Europe, kind of not. Let's put it this way: the furthest east in Europe that any of the family I grew up with is from is Italy.
Okay, okay, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, write that down so I can forget it. It always happens. But yeah, people with means will actually would actually hire people to cry at the funeral for them, and shit like that. It's great. Um,
That's just weird.
Well,
I mean, okay, granted, today there is there's probably more than one, but there's an app out there where you can hire someone to wait in line for you.
oh really?
Mm,
Okay.
yep. And you can basically say, look, I want to get into this movie. I got to go to the DMV, this, that, or the other thing. I don't want to wait in line. So here's what I'm going to do I'm going to pay you to wait in line for me, and I'll show up at the last second. How's that?
Now, I didn't think you could get away with that because I'm thinking that, whoever's maintaining the queue is going to call that cutting in line. But there
How's it
must.
cutting in line?
Say again?
How is it cutting in line?
Well, there is Joe in the line, and then
Hmm.
Paul comes up and stands where Joe is, even when Joe leaves. Um, I'm thinking that
So,
somebody
so
might.
there, so there was 103 people ahead of you, and now there's 103 people ahead of you. It's just one of them is different.
Yeah, I'm thinking they could have some sort of reason to call that cutting in line, but maybe not. Who
Yeah.
knows?
Well, let's put it this way: if it came before me to arbitrate, I'd be like, "Look, does it feel a little bit like cheating? Sure, of course it feels a little bit like cheating. But the fact is that your place in line did not change. And if you thought of it or had the means, you could have someone do that for you too. So there's no way this isn't like completely legit.
Moo.
I
It's
mean,
that's
I would
interesting.
find it very difficult to accept an argument of cheating. I could definitely accept an argument of that guy's a bit of a jerk, if you see the
Mm,
difference.
yeah.
Like this jerk completely played within the rules, but they're still a jerk.
Yeah, it's called gaming the system.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's the
But
Republican way of
it actually
life.
wouldn't shock me to discover that there's some like I don't know, hell, maybe it's even a DVD DVD DMV out there that basically said, "Oh, and no paid line waiters." There's probably a place that has a sign up saying you got to wait in line for your own shit, and you can't pay anyone to do it.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, they might even say that at the DMV here. That might be why I'm thinking of it. It's been a while. It's been more than a year since I've been to the DMV, but um, it might be where I saw that.
Amiga,
If
is that you, Amiga? You're naked.
Yeah, that is strange. How'd that happen?
It seems to be.
I don't think that's Amiga nuts.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe not because it's
Not
not.
with that exclamation mark, and I do not recognize that avatar either.
Yeah, because
Not
I
that I
was
can
thinking,
really
did
see
Amiga
it.
change the avatar and the spelling, or what do we got going on here?
Don't know. Columbia, stop
Oh
that.
my!
It's not
Oh
time for
well, we will
internet.
find out. Maybe we will find out what's going on.
What?
So I'm just gonna sit here and not do anything for a while until I know more about what's going on. Yay!
Yeah.
And yeah, honey, you've got 27 minutes, so calm your kiddiness.
Yeah, well, she's giving me that look, and actually, Xander's giving me a completely other look. Hmm.
Moo.
I think Columbia looks irritated because she thinks it's time to be fed. Xander's looking at me with what I can only describe as fear,
Huh?
which I find very strange. Either that or his pupils are super dilated because it's so little dark in here, but still, it looks like fear.
Huh?
Well, it's probably good for them to be scared of me, then they'll obey.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. You expect a lot there.
But still.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. But what do we have going on here other than kitties being kitties?
Well, I can tell you this much. If that was really Amiga Nuts, we would have heard something since
Yes.
by now. So,
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we'll just kind of let that one go. And yeah, I know what else is going on here. I discovered something today.
oh,
Reese cups are not what they used to be.
sorry, say that again.
Reese cups are not at all what they used to be.
You mean Reese's peanut butter cups?
Yes.
Okay. Never
Uh,
heard it abbreviated that way before.
Oh, I grew up with that stuff.
Reese cups? Reese's peanut butter cups. You say the whole thing. Or just peanut butter cups, but
Uh,
just Reese cups? Even not making it possessive? I mean, that's just wrong.
well, it is written in the possessive. And by the way, we have Google and YouTube screwed up my account to the point where I could not chat in any live streams. Had to create a new account. Oh, so is Google and YouTube being assholes still?
Um, I don't know. Given how long it was between my saying I'm not sure that's Amiga Nuts and that getting typed up, I'm still suspicious.
No. In this day and age, a little caution is always a good idea. But now back to the peanut butter cups. Okay, that does it. perhaps perhaps the lavender
Well,
lady needs some quatloos.
yeah, all right. That's a little
Yeah,
more.
you're cool, honey. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. But no, the what do you want to call it? A
Reese's
tradition
peanut
of
butter cup?
mine. Say again?
A Reese's peanut butter cup?
Yeah, a tradition of mine is to buy myself some candies and nuts for Christmas. Uh,
Well, you don't need to buy nuts. Just start up one of these streams. Will show up for free.
there you go. But last time I was out, I bought some peanuts and some Reese cups, and I opened the bag, one of the bags early, because I had a taste for the chocolate. And besides I've already been celebrating the solstice, and it just didn't taste right. And I look at the bag, and it seems that they're using a lot of coconut butter or cocoa butter now, and
As opposed to,
as opposed to whatever the hell else they were using in past years. But it
are you
seemed
sure it's not the same and you just changed?
no, I check. I don't know, maybe, but it tasted so strongly of cocoa, so strongly of coconut that
Hmm.
I noticed it right away, and then I looked at the bag, and they're just not the same anymore. Oh well, I don't know if there's a
Hmm.
cost benefit thing or something, or what the heck is going on.
Well, I mean, a
Uh,
lot of things these days have been replaced with other ingredients that either cost less or hell, some of them are there just specifically because they're addictive.
well, that too. Oh my, and now absolutely we know because there goes the shill script. God's amigo, we love you. Oh
Yeah.
my, oh my, oh my. But yeah, it's so many of the changes I lamented. I mean, I still remember when the corn syrup first appeared instead of sugar.
Well, I wasn't around for that. I think it's been corn syrup my entire life.
Oh God, it's been that long. Wow.
Thanks. I will say that I do like Mexican Coke better than the stuff we get here because it's made with actual sugar.
Uh huh. Yeah, and boy, there's a discernible difference. Definitely.
Well,
Um.
you know what I mean? It's not as strong as I guess it is for other people. It's not as obvious. There is a difference.
Yes.
It's not as apparent as a lot of people seem to say, at least not to me.
Um. But I used to look
And of
forward
course,
to the what?
and of course, who else matters?
Right. But I used to look forward to the kosher Coke and the kosher Pepsi.
Hmm.
Because you'd get the colas for Passover that were made with actual sugar. Because I guess there's some rules somewhere that
Oh,
pro-
some of the most fucked up dietary rules.
yeah, and then somehow there was the prohibition on the corn syrup. So yeah, my ex and I would get a couple of cases right around Passover and stock up on this stuff. So he had it for a little while anyway, just because it was Passover Pepsi or Passover Coke. Um, but
Still want to know why anyone thinks God would give a shit what you eat.
I
Like, so
heard.
assume for a moment that a God is real. Why is he so concerned with your diet?
Well, this is something interesting I heard one day. Back when I belonged to a Unitarian Universalist church, the pastor there had all sorts of fun information going on, and one of his sermons included the little thing of, and this is why you have your dietary laws in the various religions that have them. If you can limit the people who come to your table to eat with you, you can limit the exchange of ideas. And suddenly it was, that makes all the sense in the world. You're not exposed to outside ideas, outside gods, whatever else. You keep everything all
Oh,
compact. Hmm?
I think that's giving way too much credit, frankly.
Okay.
I think it was probably just more a matter of um, we don't want our kids eating that. Tell them God cries if they do. You know, like the sort of like dealing with children at the dinner table. You don't want to give them a full explanation. It would take so much time, and they might just argue with you. So tell them that they'll go to hell if they eat this thing they shouldn't eat.
Okay, okay.
I mean, honestly, I think that that is a lot more realistic than someone actually sitting down and going, "How do we make sure that people don't say things we'd rather they didn't say at the dinner table?" Well, let's make sure that. And see, part of the problem, of course, is that they're limiting their own diet. So if someone shows up and says, like, "Hey, where's the beef? Where's the pig? Where's the this, that, or the other thing?" And they said, "Oh, we're not having it," that person might have gone, "Oh, well, okay, that's what the neighbors eat, no problem." But to keep them away, you'd have to say, "Oh, we're eating this thing that you can't." Otherwise, how are they repelling someone from the dinner table? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. I get your reasoning as well. Yeah.
So, I mean, I honestly think that if it was anything at all, it was just more a matter of, oh, well, the pigs seem to be carrying disease. We need to get the rabble to stop eating them. So, pigs are sacred, okay?
Mm.
I think that's a lot more logical, a lot more reasonable, a lot more probable, frankly.
Well, I cannot maintain that Dave was any expert on anything, but it was just an interesting thing that he had said.
Well, I
And
think there's historical precedent too. I mean, there's the whole thing about how everyone went around killing cats and witches because they thought they caused the plague, when in fact it was the cats keeping the rats at bay.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
that kind of thing. Well, I mean, I'm sure that a lot of it was like similar reasoning. Is we need to make X happen, so let's lay the blame for Y at A's feet, kind of thing, and now everyone will avoid A.
Okay, I like it, Nage. If they wanted to limit the exchange of ideas at the dinner table, just say you can't talk during dinner.
Mm, sure, yeah, that makes sense too. I mean,
I
yes,
remember that.
God hates it when people say spray it instead of saying it.
Oh, I remember that rule. No, but
Say
you
it,
know,
spray it.
kids shut up at the table.
Hmm.
Uh,
Well, I
re-
don't know.
remember,
I
I
was
was
still
raised by
amused,
Eastern
like
Europeans.
like a lot of different cultures have um, different ways of either saying grace or saying thanks to the cook or even just let's eat kind of thing.
Mm.
Before I started taking live Japanese lessons, one-on-one Japanese lessons, I was looking at like some various sites about Japanese and like take for example Duolingo. I was trying to learn Japanese on that site, and a number of people were irritated that like the thing you say when you're thanking the chef, when you're thanking the cook for food, that an acceptable translation was not rub a dub dub, thanks for the grub. Like a fair number of people were genuinely irritated that that was not a valid translation.
Okay.
And, I was kind of among them, but silently so. I thought it should have qualified. I thought you should have been able to type that in as a translation and get the okay, but I decided not to participate on the forums.
All right then. Now,
Is it?
this is interesting. Well, I know that your exchanges as far as family go were in some cases limited, that sort of thing. But did you grow up with the concept of a kids' table?
Only at big events when there were a lot of people.
Okay, okay. Yeah, because
Christmas, Thanksgiving, that kind of thing. You spend it with the family, there's 20 people in a house. Yeah, there's going to be a kids' table.
okay, because yeah, that's I grew up with that one.
Well, but
And
when you say that, do you mean similar to me with holidays or all the time?
oh no, this was well any of the gatherings. I mean, at everyday affairs, no kids table during dinner every day, but you got together for Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever. Yeah, there was at least on her side of the family there was always the kids table. Um, on his side, Bobka's side, there weren't enough kids to have that. I mean, there were
Mm,
only, three kids. Um,
right.
but as far as her family was concerned, there were 13 grandchildren. So, yeah, they could easily be segregated. And um, it usually ended up where you had, the dining table in the dining room, and then the kids were at a little table around in the living room or some shit like that. Um, you could see each other, but otherwise not interact. And they seemed to like it a lot better that way.
Mm. Well, I don't know. I mean, let's see. If I went over to a relative's for dinner or for a meal or one of those gathering type things, there was usually never less than four of us as far as kids are concerned.
Okay.
There could be as many as six on my dad's side. Um, we rarely hung out with my mom's side of the family anyway, so
That
whatever.
sounds familiar.
But yeah, but I mean, like there were one set of aunts and uncles had three kids, another one had two, and then there was also me. So, like I said, about six of us maximum, but sometimes just four because the other two cousins might not show.
Okay.
But there was definitely a kids' table when there was even four of us.
Oh, man.
Of course, the age when you were allowed to not be at the kids' table was a bit of a moving target, but like let's put it this way: me and the cousin closest to me in age, that would be Christy. Like we ended up at the adults' table at the same time, even though
Okay.
she's like 2 years younger than me.
Okay. Because you weren't pains in
So,
the arse, right?
well, no, I mean, I'm not really sure what drove the decision exactly. I can't say it was necessarily logical. It may well have been driven by the lizard brain.
Because
So,
I'll tell you, on Bobka's side, I mean, when you got all of us together, there were 14 around the table. And that was
yeesh.
because Bobka invited a family friend. You could not seat 13 at the table.
Okay, well,
That was not done.
I still think that the reason for it was inadequate birth control, but okay.
Mm-hmm. But okay, with, you know, 14 people around the table and then only three kids. Just think of what the numbers looked like on the other side with the 13 grandchildren.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, all the adults that came along with them. Uh, no, I
Hmm.
will. Yeah, I mean, Joe and Florence had their own, one family population explosion. I mean, those two had five. God damn, man.
Well,
Cause
I just mentioned my cousin Christy. She has like three boys. It's crazy.
okay.
And no guarantees she's going to stop
Oh,
either.
jeez, man. No, I mean, I they tell me I'm selfish because I don't have the kids. I tell them they're selfish because they have so many.
Mm.
Well, I mean, Joan Florence had five. Marge and Ed had three. Um, Marie and Ed had three. The only reason, as far as I can tell, that the slimy bastards had only two kids is because they couldn't churn them out the way the rest of the family did. She
Yeah.
was broken. Uh,
Yeah. That's just weird to me that these people seem to think that they have to have so many kids. It just doesn't make sense.
Not to me, it doesn't make any sense, and that's what the old lady was. Your duty to have kids. And it's like, fuck you, lady. Um,
Well, I have never been one to accept the concept of a duty anyway. Like so many things that are pure human deceit or conceit, pure human invention that people treat as axiomatic. It's just weird to me that people act like, oh, it's your duty to do this, it's your duty to do that. Well, where does that come from? You made it up. That's where.
mm-hmm.
This is not a job I actually have. This is not an obligation I actually have. It's something your ass came up with. And
Yeah.
I can come up with something just as much as you can.
And I came across an article. a couple days ago. The way Firefox operates, they have the start page that has references to reprinted articles going on, and one of them looked interesting. It was about parental estrangement, and it was interesting to me that the article was written from the perspective of the kids having a duty toward the parents, no matter what the parents did to the kids. And to find that in general circulation on the internet kind of surprised me a little bit. It was a magazine called Aeon. I think that's the way you would say it. Aeon.
That's just Eon.
Eon. Okay. Um, I don't know what their perspective is. If they are that they call themselves a philosophical magazine, that could mean anything. Um, but I guess to look to see if I can find. Okay, do we have it here? Yes. It's called Modern Culture Blames Parents for Forces Beyond Their Control. Um, so, I mean, that title right there, and then the contents of the article, they seem to be defining this duty thing going on, so it seems to still occur.
Well, I mean, whenever I hear about people saying things like "Don't talk back to your mother," I always think, "Why the hell not?"
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's like there's nothing. My mother is not axiomatically correct. She's not axiomatically in the right.
Right.
She's as much a fallible human as I am, and hell, possibly more so. I don't claim to be human, but regardless, it's like, why shouldn't I talk back to her? It was kind of like how irritating it was whenever my parents would say, "Because I said so." It's like, here's something that I'm going to declare that must be so, that irritates you. But why? Why do I have to? Because I said so. Well, why'd you say so? I mean, it's
and what
so
really
frustrating.
what got to me was not only that demand for respect as divine authority, but the fact that by doing that, they made it very clear that they did not think me capable of reason. And okay, I'm going to say that I was reasonable and rational at a much earlier age than my peers were, but still, it was they seemed to believe that I could not. Well, he believed that I could not have a thought of my own when I was well into my 50s. So, it's this whole thing of we're going to tell you what to think. And if you came up with an idea of your own, that was an affront to them.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not sure I've necessarily encountered that in my own life. I can sort of vaguely a little bit maybe understand the mindset behind it. There's no way I can condone it.
Oh, right.
But I think I understand it. It just seems to be so much about control.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I mean, one example gives you an idea of how severe this problem was. There was I loosely call it a discussion between him and myself where death penalty, capital punishment came up. And he posed one of these rhetorical questions, about, what is your feeling on the death penalty or whatever it was. And he said, well, I'm not necessarily in favor of it. And he immediately was, well, who told you to think that? Melody told you to think that, right? He did not think I could have a thought of my own because he expected to put his own thoughts into my head. So I certainly couldn't have my own.
Well,
That's as bad as it got.
That's the part that weirds me out. He asked. Like what are your thoughts on the death penalty? Well, I think this. Who told you to think that? I mean, if you don't want to know, don't ask.
Right, and it's not only him, by the way. It was really interesting. There was one day, Melody and I were cleaning up the abandoned lot next to our apartment building, and on the first floor of the apartment building lived a couple crazy people. Um, but they were nice enough, and they would occasionally talk to us and stuff like that. And what are you doing? Oh, we're just cleaning up. Who told you to do that? And it's like, wait,
What made them crazy?
they
If
had
they were
they had diagnoses.
Oh, so literally, like, okay,
Yeah, the mentally not quite on a par with everybody else in the neighborhood, which was saying a lot.
sure.
But it's like, what you up to? Oh, we're cleaning up the. Who told you to do that? And that question immediately implied that their thought processes were that whatever you were doing, somebody told you to do it. And it's I don't know if it's if that's the way they lived their lives. They didn't do anything until somebody told them to do it. It's entirely possible. I mean, they
Well,
were a little off, okay? But
sure. I mean, the thing is that this just goes right back to the alt-right playbook and the idea that some people are authorities and other people are not. And that this is somehow like encoded into life, that some people are leaders and some people are followers, and that's just the way it is.
mm,
I mean, because they make that point in there, is that in the alt-right playbook, that some people will end up inevitably in the quote unquote wrong place. And
nah,
that's anathema to the right-wing mindset, is that you belong where you belong because that's just the way things are, the way they're supposed to be.
yeah. Well, like his comment, I've mentioned it on the show a couple of times. His telling me, "You're poor. You're not supposed to have anything." Notice, supposed to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I mean, if you want to talk alt right, he was the picture that you would find in the Webster's dictionary next to the entry for alt right. Um, so yeah, it's an unfortunate thing that mindset is so prevalent, in this neighborhood especially, because this neighborhood is, oh my word, at least 50 years behind the more progressive parts of the country. Oh, oh well, what are you gonna do?
Well, ow, Columbia, none of that.
But
Although it is actually time for me to feed her, though, so
Yeah, it
I should
just
probably.
clicked over, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, so, okay, kittens. They know what that double clap means.
Alrighty, so let's see. You're giving them, so I'm gonna take some time to get a cup of coffee, maybe.
Or maybe entertain the troops until I'm done and then I can switch over.
Oh, okay, fine. That'll work. That'll work. Yay! Yes, folks, this is the USO station. Hello, how are you? Oh my, oh my, oh my. But oh, this is great. Oh, thank you, Amiga, for mentioning Purple's Yule Party. Yeah, that's gonna start Thursday evening. Let me see here if we've got the. It's Purple's usual time for his Thursday evening chat show, and I just have to find it because I cannot remember offhand what time it is. Let's see what we've got here. Propols rhymes. There we go. All right. Purple's Yule Party kickoff is scheduled for 24 December at 6 p.m. Eastern. So it's a little earlier than usual. But we will begin there and go for 36 hours with our little Yule party, our Christmas party, etc., for those who are alone and want a little company. It's a relay, so a couple hours and then hand over to the next person, and a couple hours and hand over to the next person. I'm part of it on Christmas Day, 11 a.m. Eastern, if I remember correctly. I got to look and to see onto looking to make sure that I get this right. Open link in new tab.
There we go.
All set. Yay. Yeah, 11 a.m. Christmas Day is my part in the, well, one of my parts in the production. My main part. And there you go. Thank you, Amiga. Amiga's got the full schedule going from Google Docs here in the side chat. Let's have a look at what we've got, just to make sure we know who's doing what and to whom and for how much. Look at that, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got purple. Okay, now this is all in CST, so in Central Standard Time. 5 p.m. Thursday starts. And then Stool is going to pick up at 7 p.m. Central. And Hillel Finder at 9 p.m. Central.
Hello, what now?
The young man's name is Hillel Finder.
Oh, Hillel. That is so not what I heard.
As in Rabbi Hillel.
No, I know. It's just not what I heard when you said it the first time.
Alrighty. And then it goes on and on and on and on. Purple's picking up again Christmas Day at midnight Central. And Not Joe Witness is going to take 3 hours on Christmas Day, 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. And finally going to get to hear the voice of the Upside Down Sweetie again, because he's not out there as much as he used to be. But it'll be good to have him broadcasting. And got Hops Watch, and we've got Pirate Kitty, and we've got this person I've never heard of, some lavender lady. I'm not sure who that is. And our very own bit of tea in Danish, and we have let's see now, we have Junk Shop Library and Julie, and yeah, and on and on and on and on and on. What can I tell you? Look it up yourselves and come on and join us. Say again?
Well, I'm looking at this thing. I don't know if this is a real article or not. Have you ever heard of the Express Tribune? Oh, never mind. This is from years ago, September 29, 2017. It says Mars missions may be all female to avoid astronauts having sex during 1.5 journey.
That one, yeah.
At it going, you know, at least 2 of those are pretty hot. I'd go to Mars with them.
I could not help but laugh when I saw that headline. Yes. And they're sort of like Victoria. You never heard of lesbians, you know.
Well, I did join a bunch of groups called like Just Gals Being Pals on Facebook, things like that, where it's clearly they're rather more than friends, but someone who's clueless could mistake that for friendship.
Oh, this is interesting. Hello, Conquering Thought. It says Trump just vetoed the stimulus bill and demanded $2,000 instead of the $600.
Well, shit. That's just weird, you know? Because, I mean, like, number one, don't get me wrong. I know that he wanted $2,000 checks. And I know that some people in the Oval Office talked him down.
Yeah.
The fact that he seems to now be taking some initiative, because you know what I think he's doing? I think he realizes he's probably not going to get elected again, whether he runs or not. And I think he realizes that trying to basically set the White House on fire on his way out the door is not going to like see him looking at all good in the history books. Not that he will, but in his puny little mind, he probably figures that getting $2,000 checks for people on the way out the door is the way to make him seem like the good guy in the history
Yeah.
books.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the only way to explain this.
Yeah. I'm with you 100% here, because he's definitely not doing this altruistically. There's got to be something in it for him. And well, May says, I guess I have to give Trump a cookie for once in his life. I don't know if that's the case or not. What I cannot remember is the margin by which the two houses, or the margins by which the two houses approved the legislation. Is it veto proof? Because if their margins were not veto proof, then Trump just basically screwed everybody, no matter how you look at it.
I don't know. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I think this is a great way to stick it to Nancy Pelosi.
Okay.
You know, and that's something that I think you could get bipartisan support for sticking it to Nancy Pelosi.
Well, yeah, she's not necessarily on everybody's nice list.
So I'm. Well, let's put it this way. I don't care where the source is. If we start getting $2,000 checks, that's the right thing in this particular set of circumstances. In the place in which we find ourselves now, getting those checks out there, if they do get out there, that's a good thing.
Now, I do understand that there is more in the package than the direct payments.
That's what he said.
And, of course,
How
could
was I
be
not
lying
gonna
there
say
too.
that?
Say again?
I said, oh, come on. How was I not going to say that?
I know, but I was trying to read the CNN article before the show started, and it was just a little too much to read in the limited time. But we've got things in here like the jobless would receive a $300 weekly federal enhancement in benefits for 11 weeks. Okay, if you don't, for whatever you say about it, on a non-overrided veto, that's gone. Agreement calls for extensions of 2 other pandemic unemployment programs. Let's see now.
Is line item veto still a thing?
Say again?
Is line item veto still a thing?
As far as I know, the line item veto is as valid now as it was in the past, which is not at all.
It used to be a thing.
Okay, so I'm not remembering correctly.
I know there was a big deal made out of it.
Let's see here. Fed.
No, don't bother. I'm already looking.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Well, it says here, I mean, it defines them. I'm trying to find here. Presidents of the United States have repeatedly asked Congress to give them line item veto power. So I guess they did not have it.
That's what I thought.
Congress attempted to grant this power to the president by the Line Item Veto Act of 1996 to control pork barrel spending. But in 1998, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled the act to be unconstitutional in a 6-3 decision in Clinton versus City of New York. The court found that exercise of the line item veto is tantamount to a unilateral amendment or repeal by the executive of only parts of statutes authorizing federal spending, and therefore violated the presentment clause of the United States Constitution. Thus, a federal line item veto, at least in this particular formulation, would only be possible through a constitutional amendment. Prior to that ruling, President Clinton applied the line item veto to the federal budget 82 times.
Okay. Now, there is one of the very few things that of which I approved as far as the Confederacy was concerned, the Confederate States of America. They wrote their Constitution allowing line item vetoes, if I remember correctly, and required that bills be limited to a single topic.
Well,
So you
I mean,
couldn't.
okay, limited to a single topic, good. I think that's the only reason why a line item veto is bad is if someone tries to make it so that, oh, sure, we're going to pass this bill that has A, B, and C in it, and the president really only wanted, C and B, and they put A there to get the Congress Muppets from the other side of the aisle to vote for it. And then when it gets to the president says, no, we're taking that part you guys voted for out and just keeping the two that my party liked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it is a deceptive way to shove a law through when one side thinks that they're voting for, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I didn't like about the way you attach a very unpopular spending bill to something that's absolutely required, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're fucked if you don't pass this part of the bill, so that's got to come along with it, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, that's why I wonder, why hasn't anyone tried to get a stimulus thing going where they say, and this is only for the people. There will not be anything corporate attached to this, just for, John Q. Public and Jane Q. Public. It's the only thing in this bill is their stimulus, and the corporate shit is attached to something else. Why hasn't anyone tried to do a standalone stimulus bill for the people? Why?
Because the people aren't the idea. Could that be it?
But there are definitely people out there. I mean, if anyone was going to do this, I'd expect Bernie to be one of the ones to bring it up.
Oh yeah.
To say, why haven't we done this?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what he's waiting for, or what anyone else who believes in this stuff is waiting for.
I don't know. I'm not going to lay everything at Bernie's feet in the sense that I can imagine that he understands that nobody likes him. And I mean, he will go ahead and make unpopular proposals, that sort of thing, in order to make a statement.
But see, the problem is you're saying you're not going to lay it all at Bernie's feet or whatever, but that's why I said him or someone like him, to try to avoid the Bernie talk and start talking about the bill and why there isn't anybody out there, Bernie or otherwise, trying to present a clean bill, a clean stimulus bill that only works for the people.
Yeah, and I guess, well, I just picked on him. I guess I really do mean everybody who would be so inclined. There simply are not enough of these people to make a difference. Not yet. And this is the unfortunate thing. We've got to make...
Irrelevant, completely irrelevant. And I'll tell you why. Because, I mean, this has been part of the argument against, trying to force the vote on Medicare for All down Nancy Pelosi's throat. A lot of people who are for forcing a vote, even though we can't win, is just to have people on the record so we know who to primary. So that people will be on the record as saying, no, I'm against Medicare for All during a pandemic. Well, if you're willing to say that to people, now we know who to vote out. So it doesn't matter if we can win on Medicare for All or not, because if we insist on a vote, then we still win just further down the road, because now we can get rid of all the people who are against it. Now we know who they are. We force them to be out in the open saying, I'm against Medicare for All during a pandemic. So call the vote whether you can win or not. There is no reason not to.
Well, we know how well that works because nobody seems to get the point. I mean, the pieces of shit are still voted in. When there are some people who are not pieces of shit, but they don't get voted in to any great number. I mean, what do we have? We have Bernie. We have. Well, I know you're changing your mind on AOC, but
I think you're missing my point, though, which is that if right now who is for and who is against Medicare for all is kind of a crapshoot. I mean, we can see certain people are clearly for it, certain people are clearly against it. Other people are hemming and hawing and being wishy-washy, right? And a lot of that is probably to conceal the fact that they're against it, but they know it's unpopular, so they're trying to be against it while not sounding against it. Well, if we force a vote, they have to commit one way or the other. Thus, the benefit of calling the vote, because then we know we're not guessing who might or might not vote for that. Finally, we know, and we can get rid of them.
Well, as far as that goes, I mean, I can take the attitude, and I wish other people would, of if you're not committing definitely, then you are against it. Given the chance, given the chance, you will vote against it.
Well,
And even when
that's
you do commit to it, you will vote. I mean, look at Susan Collins, for fuck's sake. Says one thing, votes another.
Well, but I mean, even then, at least we have the vote. That's the point. Is getting them to say one way or another, I'm for it, I'm against it, whatever. I mean, now it's put up or shut up time. This isn't about what they say anymore. It's about what they do. It's about what their vote ends up being. You see, so they can say it all they like, but if they're not going to vote for it, then what talk is cheap. You see what I'm getting at
extremely.
here? Is like you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do. And whether it's a foolproof method or not is I don't know. But
It doesn't have to be foolproof. I mean, I hated it when people would say, "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good." But frankly, in this case, it applies. I mean, whether it's foolproof or not, we'll get enough of the bastards that we'll be able to start making headway, even if we don't get all of them.
interesting.
Mm-hmm. Or hell, I mean, even if we get those folks who are like, well, I see which way the winds are blowing, so I'm going to vote for it just so I don't get punted out of office. Well, that's a vote for. I don't care how we get it, just as long as we get the for vote. I mean, if they're for it to save their own ass, or if they're for it because they believe in it, what the hell do I care, as long as we get it?
And then we have interesting from Conquering Thought. I'm going to try to decipher this one. Yes, but Kamala Harris is a co-signer, but she dropped M4A like it's hot the second and scrutiny was applied.
That's that scrutiny was applied. And yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris, you can't trust. Like, I don't know if you saw that footage where someone was going, wow, you're now Biden's VP, but what about this and that and the other thing that you said to him during the debate? And all she could do was laugh and go, that was a debate. Like, somehow we're supposed to axiomatically take it that what's said at a debate stays at the debate. That you should only assume, well, it might not even have been my actual position. It was just what I had to say to defeat my opponent. So don't take it seriously. It was a debate. It's basically what it seemed like she was trying to say. I mean, she was beside herself laughing while people were saying this to her. But like just the very notion that we can trust anything she says is ludicrous.
Oh, right. Absolutely. And given the chance, there will be the votes piling up for her on her next run for whatever it happens to be.
Well, and that's something that scares me as well, because I suspect that she's going to, I don't think Biden's getting a second term.
I don't either.
And so she's going to run. And because she's going to run and she's already VP, people are going to go, well, we can't change. We can't, they're going to refuse to primary her, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Because she's already, quote unquote, in office. In fact, Biden might well decide to quit in the middle of his term to put her in office, so she's definitely the incumbent president. And we won't, like the Democrats are too fucking weak to primary her, so we're going to be stuck with her or Biden, or maybe her and Biden, depending on how things shake out, for the next 4 years. I don't see any situation whatsoever that doesn't involve, well, frankly, her death by COVID or some rabid right-winger where we don't end up with her as the next president after
And
Biden.
call me whatever you want to call me, but I have thought of the scenario where Biden serves 2.5 years, then quits, and now you've got Harris for almost 10,
So basically, what I just said.
more than what you just said.
Well, but close enough. Same in principle.
Yeah, yeah. Instead of 8 years of Harris, you get 10 years of Harris.
Well, regardless, the point being that I don't really see a scenario where we have a left wing president for a really long time. Because if she's going to be as milk toast as I think she's going to be, and if Biden is as well, and he's certainly proving to be, I see that whole backlash, much worse Trump coming down the pike.
Oh yes, oh yes.
You know, there's I don't see a path toward a more progressive like government that doesn't involve like at least one term of Biden, or at least half a term of Biden, if your scenario pertains, and then 2 terms of Harris, then at least one term of a much worse Trump, and then maybe we can start looking at getting someone progressive in the White House. I mean, there are a couple of things that might throw a monkey wrench in that scenario, like, say, if we somehow manage to get ranked choice voting or something. I don't know. Maybe some scandal that forces one or both of them out of office. I don't know. But I don't see a path toward a more progressive United States, well, frankly, at all, until at least 3 presidential terms have passed.
If
At least-
if at all, if the country lasts that long.
Well, regardless, I'm just saying, if it can happen, best case scenario that doesn't involve someone's death anyway, is at least 3 presidential terms. Best case.
Yeah. And
I mean,
don't
unless
think we're going to
there's a
see a
successful
best
primary
case.
challenge, but I'm not buying it.
Say again?
I said unless there's a successful primary challenge of Harris, and I'm not counting on that.
Who is there out of the Democrats that would be...
Plenty.
Say again?
Plenty. There's tons of people out there who could primary her. It's just a matter of the will to try.
There's what I mean. The will isn't there. And I don't think
No,
it's
no,
going to...
not
I don't
just with
think
the
it's going to
candidates, but the
magically
voters.
appear.
No. You're coming at this from the wrong end. It's the voters that don't have the will to try.
That's
The
what I'm
voters
saying.
are-
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, it sounded like you were talking about the candidate rather than the
No.
voters.
I mean, it's abundantly clear in the last 2 elections, presidential elections anyway, that it's where the hell was I coming from? But anyway, there's no candidate in the current popular realm, as far as the party is concerned, that's going to be any good.
Well, but see, that's what I'm talking about, though, is that's the wrong end. The end that isn't going to happen is the voters, because they're too complacent. They're too willing to, the way they're putting it now, go back to brunch. It's like they want to ignore politics as much as possible.
Oh, right.
And-
Yeah.
And so there's this just go along to get along kind of mindset, this let's just deal with it and then not think about it for 4 years kind of mindset on the part of a rather depressing proportion of the left. And so just getting the voters to say, why, yes, we'd be willing to vote for a primary challenger against Harris. I don't think any of them are prepared to do that, simply because it's too much damn work and they don't want to pay any attention.
Well, there's where I was headed. It's work, and they don't want to do the work. And unfortunately, brunch is what got us here where we are now. Anyway, what I read in what passes from the media here, that we successfully defended democracy and the crisis is past, and that's a whole bunch of bullshit. No, that's not the case. And
Well, I mean, that's why they keep coming up with these existential evils that have to be defeated now before we ever try to do anything progressive. First, we have to deal with this gigantic threat, and then we'll start thinking about doing something progressive. But that, of course, and then never comes.
Well,
And the worst part is that the Democrats, the fucking voters, keep falling for it. No matter how many of us say no more lesser evils, they always go, no, we love lesser evils.
no, what I'm after here is, the New York Times will have in it, the crisis is past. We have defended democracy. Everything's fine. And you've got either an electorate driving that narrative, or you've got that narrative sending the electorate to complacency. Not even so much a matter of whether they want to work or not. It's somebody's trying to get the message across that this horribly screwed up situation we are in is normal. No?
Okay. It sounds like you're trying to make a point, but I don't know what it is.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that the narrative now seems to be that everything is peachy keen. That there's
I've never
nothing
heard
to worry about. Where instead there is everything to worry about.
Well, the thing is, I think you might be reading way too much into it. I mean, if what you just said was the headline, now I've never heard anyone say, and now everything's fine. I have heard people try to say, and now we're out of political danger. Now we're out of danger of having Darth Vader in control. I've never heard anyone say, and therefore everything's hunky-dory.
Maybe I am reading too much into it. I don't know. But when I read, we have successfully defended democracy, it reads to me as if there is no longer a threat.
Well, there's a lot of threats. That's not what they're trying to say with that article, I don't think. I'm pretty sure basically what they're saying is ding dong, the witch is dead, and they're not saying anything more. The way they see it, there was like a threat of us descending into authoritarian fascism.
Well, we're already
under
there.
Trump. And, well, more so. Come on, work with me here. And they were like, and now we've defeated Trump, and therefore we're no longer in danger of Darth Vader being in charge. And sure, they're not looking at here's the new boss, same as the old boss, or any of that. But as far as they're concerned, we defeated the evil, and now the hero can go back to like, living in the castle at the feet of the king or whatever. I think there's not as much to it as you're reading in. It's not a matter of everything's okay. It's a matter of we're safe from the big bad.
I guess either they or I have the wrong idea of what the big bad is, because let's remember now, this
that's
threat
exactly
that we
it.
are facing did not start with Trump.
Well, no, but they still see him as the emblem of everything that's wrong. They still see him as the culmination of everything that had to go wrong to get him into office. And now we've defeated him. And therefore, having cut off the head of the snake, the body is going to die, is the way they see it. But like you just said, they're wrong about who the big bad is, because Trump was a symptom, not the disease.
Right.
But they think he was the disease, and that is why they think we can go back to brunch, because we've defeated the disease, as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, and this is where the outlets that, or some of the outlets I've been reading, are pushing this whole thing, and they're for whatever reason, if they're not seeing the problem, or if they're trying to convince everybody else that there is no problem, they're fueling this overlooking the problem on the part of the electorate. They're helping the electorate to not see the forest for the trees.
Okay, we can't describe it as the problem, though, because there is not a problem. There's like a gajillion little problems and a few really big ones, but to describe what's going on right now as the problem, like there's one thing we can do, some silver bullet,
Oh no, I'm
where
not saying there's one thing we can do. No.
well, but what I'm saying is that every time we say the problem, the ambiguous language makes it really hard to discuss the topic.
I guess if there's any the problem, it's us losing what little we have.
That doesn't make any sense.
Whatever representative form of government we may have had is being lost.
There we go. Now we have
and
context.
that to me is what the problem is. And then there are the causes, the many.
Well, but that's the thing. The causes, to me, are the problem. Without the causes, we wouldn't have a problem.
Okay.
So, it's I want to attack the problem at its source so that it can stop being a problem.
Turn the U.S.
Well,
into an autocracy with me as the autocrat. How's that sound?
no, maybe with me as the autocrat, but I mean, because I spent too long being a Phil and being reacted to the way people react to Phil to not be the one in charge, damn it.
I thought that you keep saying that you don't want to get yourself shot, so.
Yeah, well, I can be the power behind the throne then.
Okay.
But I mean, that's the thing. Is it's really easy to see where people who are lone wolves come from. Simply because if you leave someone to feel powerless long enough, they might just take matters into their own hands. And that's something I think that the current administration, that the administrations, before, but not necessarily too before, it's something they're not taking into account is that they are not throwing the rabble a bone often enough, and certainly not a big enough bone to keep them in line. The more they grab and grab and greed and greed and greed, the worse they're making it for themselves. They're not even giving us bread and circuses. They're resisting giving us bread and circuses as hard as they fucking can. And I think that's courting disaster. They're eventually going to find someone who is rather less rational than I, which is kind of hard to do, who also has access to weaponry, who's going to start taking matters into their own hands. And I think it's extraordinarily preventable. In many ways, I kind of hope they don't prevent it, because honestly, that's the sort of shot in the arm this country needs. But I think that they are ultimately going to be the masters of their own destruction.
Okay.
Simply because they're too greedy, and eventually people will get sick of it.
Conquering thought has a thought. It's a shadow government led by Kate. Now, there's a problem with that idea here. The person to run a shadow government would be Shadow Kitty, would it not?
It would not.
No?
Nope. Shadow Kitty could, again, be a figurehead, but I will rule from the shadows.
Okay. Oh, boy, shit.
Well, I mean, the truth is, I actually wouldn't make a bad power behind the throne. I just don't think that I have what it takes to stand in front of a crowd and make them like me.
Well, this is what I think all the time when I think of being the autocrat, is I've got to have the military might behind me that it doesn't matter who likes me.
Well, matters a little. I mean, let's face it, people in the military can be suborned. There's always that possibility. And when you start having to look over your shoulder constantly, that spells disaster. So I'm thinking that I would rather be the power behind the throne, so that if someone does get assassinated, it's the figurehead.
Okay, then. Oh, Aunt George's here. I didn't notice you come in. Hi, dear. Yay! And then Amiga Nuts says, I am the patron saint of the non-existent ice wall defender penguins of the flat earth.
I am the cheese.
Oh,
And
yay.
I stand alone.
Say again?
And I stand alone.
Oh, so you know that song as well. Okay.
Why would I have said I am the cheese if I didn't know the song?
That's one of the bad memories from kindergarten.
Well, there's also like a movie called I Am the Cheese. It stars Peter Coyote, who is the older brother in E.T., and it's really bad.
Oh, okay. It's that
Yeah.
bad, huh?
Well, it's one of those movies where it turns out everything you saw wasn't really what it was because the main character's insane. And so everything that you saw was actually someone else in the insane asylum, but you didn't know that. And it seems so much more rich, this world that he was in, even though it was weird. And then it turns out that, yeah, he was crazy all along.
Alrighty.
I don't really care for bait and switch movies like that, you know? I mean, the closest I will get is one of those M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong movies. Other than that, Or what was it? The Usual Suspects with Kaiser Soze and Which One Is He and all that nonsense, you know.
And then, okay, over here we have Aunt Juris telling us, I am the Eggman.
But who's the walrus? Not me, not it.
Oh my, yeah, they got crazier and crazier as time went on.
Who did?
Beatles.
Beatles?
Yeah.
Like I say, when they got to the like Let It Be and all that shit, that's when I'm like, I don't want to listen to this. They're trying way too hard to be artsy fartsy and hippy dippy, and that's not my thing. And that's something I wonder sometimes. Like when someone starts adopting a persona, I sometimes wonder, is this genuine or is it just who you are on stage?
I don't know. I wonder sometimes if the persona starts out as who I am on stage, and then after enough role playing, it becomes me.
Well, whether it is or not, that doesn't answer my question, which is, did it start as a persona? Because
Well, what I'm
sometimes
trying
I
to
see people where they seem to be guilty of trying way the frick too hard. And I'm like, yeah, you're clearly a poser, and that makes you less worth, like it makes your media less worth consuming. And so that's why I sometimes wonder that persona that you're doing on stage. I mean, is that really you? Do you genuinely believe these things? Is that really who you are, or are you putting on an act?
Well, I guess what I was trying to say in the
Well, I know what you were trying to say, but that's several steps down the line of what I was trying to say, and I wanted a reaction to what I was trying to say first.
was that it was beginning as putting on an act.
But was it though? That's my question. Was it? Or was it genuine from the start?
I guess you'd have to ask each of the individual players.
Right. Well, I mean, that's just something I've wondered about is like, because I mean, there have been times where I look at someone's onstage persona and I'm sitting there thinking, you cannot possibly be like that for real. Nobody could. Like, take, for example, Emo Phillips. You know Emo Phillips, right? The comedian?
Yeah.
And you've watched a little bit of him and you've seen that act he does.
A little bit, yep.
Well, sometimes, like, I have been unable to find any video or description or anything of what he's like off stage. And I start to wonder, is that idiot page boy thing he's got going on, the idiot man-child thing, is that really him? Or like you said, did he become that over time because he played it for so long? But I want to know the origin. Like, is that ever who he really was?
Okay, then.
And I don't know. but he might have become it over time. I don't know. I wish I knew.
Sometimes I wonder if you have a celebrity who you never really see off stage. I mean, even when they're not on stage, they're not on. They're still on stage. If that is a pointer toward that person putting on the act.
Well, I know that there have been times when I've seen someone who, like, I only ever saw them in character, but then they're in a role that is so off-brand that, like, okay, there was an episode of some TV show. A friend of mine sits me down and goes, "You're not going to believe this. You'll never guess who's in there. Keep watching." And like within 5 seconds, I go, "Oh, hey, it's Bobcat Goldthwait." But he wasn't doing that sort of like nervous creepazoid that he usually does, that he did in all the Police Academy movies. He was just playing a regular old guy. But because I have an eye for actors, I was able to pick out that it was him. My friend apparently was blown away by the fact that that was Bobcat Goldthwait. So, I mean, I know there are people out there who definitely break character from the character that everyone knows. I know that happens. It doesn't seem all that often with the people where that's the only way you know. Like, I mean, I've seen Father Guido Sarducci not play Father Guido Sarducci. It's rare, but I've seen it. Although he, like, I don't know if he's like, if that Italian accent of his is real, but I do know that the one of the few times I saw him break character from Father Guido Sarducci, he still had the accent going on. So, and actually, it's sort of related to that. I worked on a video game based on that movie, so he and I are actually on the same IMDb page for the video game based on Disney's Atlantis: The Lost Empire.
Oh,
So that's
wow.
kind of cool.
Okay.
Actually, I'll look it up. Let's see. His real name, I believe, is Don Novello.
Yeah,
Or
I'm pretty sure it is.
Don. Well, I just don't know with that double L if that turns into something funky. I know it would in Spanish, but for Italian, I don't know. Nah. Dude's from Ohio.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, so that would be. Oh my gosh, he was in The Godfather Part 3. I should actually watch that at some point. I have it on disc. I've just never watched it. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know what he's like off stage.
Moo.
Sorry, I'm just reading his bio. So if you have something to say it, because I'm going to be occupied until. Oh, now I'm done.
Alrighty then.
Oh, wow. Submitted papers to run in California's gubernatorial recall election. The election took place on October 7th, 2003. So interesting. I guess he probably figured, hey, if Schwarzenegger can run California, so can I.
There you go.
Oh, jeepers. Wait a minute. Why are there Swiss guards in the Vatican?
Because there have been for centuries.
That doesn't change my question.
I don't offhand know the original reason for importing Swiss guards to the Vatican, but yeah, in the
Is it just their neutrality then, do you think? You know how the Swiss are neutral.
yeah, well, this dates from a time when the Vatican was a serious military power, so I don't know if it's about the neutrality or not.
Well, I don't know. To me, it's the best explanation. But it says here that he visited, or he once visited the Vatican in his costume for his character, Father Guido Sarducci, and was arrested by the Swiss guards for, quote, impersonating a priest, unquote, after he took several photographs in an area where photography is prohibited. The charges were later dropped, but the incident made news around the world. Novello later joked about the affair, suggesting that he might go to Utah to see if he could be arrested for impersonating a member of the Osmond family. Huh. Interesting. It says here his brother, Joe Novello, is a psychologist in Washington, D.C., who is married to the former Surgeon General, Dr. Antonia Novello. Interesting.
Okay, then.
Well, I don't know. It was a little factoid that I found interesting.
What do we have?
Oh, it says here Novello's. Oh, never mind. I thought it said former sister-in-law rather than sister-in-law, former Surgeon General. Oh, never mind. I misread it.
Moo.
Uh,
No, there's an article with the title, Why the Swiss Protect the Pope. This is from ABC News, and I'm reading this cold. Let's see. I guess this is in 1506 at the request of Julius II. About 80. No, I'm sorry. No, not the 80 Swiss guards. Okay, here we go. How did the Swiss come to protect the Pope? During the Middle Ages and Renaissance, Switzerland earned a reputation for having Europe's most reliable mercenaries.
when it comes to mercenaries, my first thought is not the Swiss.
Okay. Certainly not the French.
Well, I don't know. Does anyone still call them cheese-eating surrender monkeys, or was that just years ago? I mean, that's funny, but I'm actually genuinely curious. Has that expression run its course, or will it be back the next time there's a war they don't want to participate in, or I don't know.
I don't know,
like
man.
keeping that one in our arsenal just in case. I don't know.
I don't think I've ever heard that one before, but gods, I remember.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember hearing cheese-eating surrender monkeys. What I remember are the post-World War II jokes. Like, did you hear about the new? Did you hear about the new Italian tanks? They have 1 speed forward, 3 speeds in reverse, and I believe there were some applied to the French in the same vein, that sort of thing.
But the cheese-eating surrender monkeys is much more recent. That was like I think they were calling them that after 9/11.
Okay.
Oh hell, there's a Wikipedia entry. Here we go. Let's see. Cheese-eating surrender monkeys, sometimes shortened to surrender monkeys, is a pejorative term for French people. It was coined in 1995 by Ken Keeler, a writer for the television series The Simpsons, who has entered 2 Oxford quotation dictionaries. So let's see. What does it say here about that episode of The Simpsons? In the episode, budget cuts at Springfield Elementary School forced the school's Scottish janitor, groundskeeper Willie, to learn French. Expressing his disdain for the French people, he says to his French class, "Bonjour, you cheese-eating surrender monkeys," with his heavy Scottish accent. On the episode's audio commentary, executive producer Al Jean said that the line was probably, in quotes, written by the Simpsons staff writer Ken Keeler. In a February 2012 interview, Keeler confirmed that he coined the term. He said he considers it his best contribution to the show. Al Jean commented that the staff did not expect the term to become widely used and never intended it as any kind of genuine political statement. When Round Springfield was dubbed in French, in France the line became Rendezvous, Singes Manger des Fromage, whatever the fuck. Surrender, you cheese-eating monkeys, it says. In Canada, meanwhile, the French dub version skips over the line and says, "Bonjour." Oh, I'll never pronounce that. "Hi, today we'll study the past future verb tense," it says. Okay, well, now we know its origins. Let's see. I'm looking here. I swear there was like a big thing about 9/11, but I mean, because I remember for a while the meme was going around after some big, huge event, but I forget what. Like, oh, here we go. In the run-up to and during the Iraq War, Goldberg reprised it to criticize European nations and France in particular for not joining the coalition of the willing, the United States-led invasion and occupation of Iraq. That's what I'm thinking of.
Okay. There is to go into. Yes.
Sorry,
I wonder
what?
if it was for that. I was wondering to making?
I don't know. It sounded like you either said something about want to or something about a lean to or possibly Ubuntu. I heard something that ended in two.
Unto into, yes.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
He's the crazy persons, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wondered though if that had something to do with the flyover denial. Yeah.
What? What?
That
What?
Iraq thing. Okay, no, wait a minute. The flyover denial. That was
Oh,
something else. That was Libya.
hey there, Von Rick. How you doing?
Vonrek,
Uh,
hello, dear. Yay!
Conquering Pod is asking about Cyberpunk 2077. Now, here's the thing. I haven't experienced any real bugs, certainly not anything worth mentioning that affected gameplay since the hot fix on the second day. On the other hand, browsing the forums, I'm noticing a lot of people saying that the game is broken as fuck. Now, granted, it has its drawbacks, it has its limitations, it has its bits that clearly appear to be unfinished. But on my system, it runs like a dream, and I'm having an absolute blast playing it, in spite of the fact that, well, let's face it, the wanted and police system, nowhere near as good as Grand Theft Auto. But comparing this game to Grand Theft Auto is also a mistake, and it's also kind of a mistake to compare it to much else because it's a very different kind of game. In subtle ways. That's the problem. Is it looks superficially like Grand Theft Auto, and it also has RPG elements like, say, Skyrim or Fallout 4 or whatever. But it is very much its own thing in many ways. So, like I say, comparing it to other games may be a mistake, but the crowd AI kind of shitty. I mean, if nothing is happening, you can pick some rando on the street and follow them around, and they will do things, and they're clearly not on a loop. But some of the things they do are things they do whenever they encounter a certain something. Like I followed this one guy around for maybe a half hour, and he was clearly a bum because he kept dumpster diving and eating what he found. But I followed him around. He was clearly not on a path, but eventually the route he took him past the dumpster again, and he started dumpster diving again. So it seems that they have scripted things they do when they get within range of certain stimuli, is my thought. But if you pull out a gun and start shooting, everyone ducks in exactly the same way and just stands in place. The driving AI is all but non existent. Like cars just stop if there's something in their way, unless they're already going, in which case they will definitely T bone you. So that's a problem. But there's not much else I can really point at. I mean, there are some people saying the combat AI is shitty. I think it's just fine. There's a lot of people who are saying that they don't like stealth mode, and I can see why. Because, like I said, this game is different from a lot of other games. The stealth system takes a while to ramp up. It's a very much a slow burn. Like originally the concept for my character was going to be kind of a cat burglar, and it just kept not working out. I couldn't sneak past anybody, but now I'm like level 32 and I can sneak past fucking anybody, right? So there's a lot of ways that this game just it takes a sort of slight tack to one side, so that comparing it, like I say, comparing it to other games is a mistake because it won't play exactly the same way. I can't really point to anything that's broken though. I mean, there was once I was looking down at the sidewalk and a sidewalk texture was going absolutely bonkers, and it was a very small square. There were a couple of times I found some lighting bugs, usually when going under bridges. And there was one time where I opened a car door and ended up below the car inside of like an area that was open below the car, but there's no reason I should have ended up in it. It just seemed to be some sort of movement glitch. But other than that, I'm really not experiencing any bugs. But like I said, so many other people seem to, so it might be system specific. Plus, I would not bother playing this on a console. Every bit of console footage I've seen looks utterly shitty. The lighting is terrible, and it's just like it's not good on a console. Just trust me. The textures are really low res. On my PC, it looks almost like a movie. On console, it looks almost like Pixar had a really bad day. So, yeah, it's very much worth playing, I'd say, but make sure you can with your system. If you can do that, I think you'll have a good time playing it. Also, totally worth doing all the side quests, trust me. I mean, if nothing else, it'll increase your budget and your skills for the larger missions. But also, well, I don't know how much you care about spoilers, but doing favors for your fixers can make things a lot easier later if their attitude towards you is positive. Just trust me on that as well. So, and completing missions successfully, not just successfully, but also in the way your fixer told you to do. Like if they say, don't be detected, and you get in and out and weren't detected, and you like stole or uploaded or downloaded whatever you're supposed to do, completed the goal without being found out, boy, are they happy. And it will be reflected in how much money you get. Sometimes you'll get extra items. And then like during missions where you actually have to go there in person and talk to them, sometimes they'll just give you the solution to a problem instead of making you work for it because you did all those side missions and got on their good side. Anyway, I'm just saying it's a really fun game. Hell, if nothing else, it's a great game for sightseeing. I mean, because unlike, again, Grand Theft Auto or a lot of other games, they put so much work into Night City. It's beautiful. It's picturesque. Everywhere you go is unique. It's very interesting. So there's very little, like basically no cut and pasting of buildings the way there is in a lot of other open world games. And it really does feel like a hustling, bustling, real town. And I mean, like there have been times I've gotten myself good and lost and then said, okay, can I navigate back to V's apartment with like as few like map clicks and waypoints as I possibly can. And it gets to a point where you can because you start recognizing parts of the city. It feels really like being in a place like that, where a lot of other games kind of don't. They don't have a lot that's distinctive about the different areas. So it's very worth it, I'd say. Even just as a driving simulator or a walking simulator, it's worth it.
Moo.
Yes, and what Von Rick said, invest some time in understanding how the skill system works. It's not complicated, but if you don't know how it works, you're gonna have trouble. Like your skills cannot be advanced to a level beyond your attribute. So like your body attribute, which affects things like hit points and strength and all of that stuff. If it's at level 8, then you can't get like the athletics or brawler skill or whatever beyond level 8. You know, so you may have perk points to spend, but the thing you want to spend them on isn't available until you boost an attribute point. Little things like that, you know.
Moo.
Anyway, I don't know. I could go off on Cyberpunk for a while. And I've been debating with myself whether or not to buy that World of Cyberpunk book because it looks really cool. I don't need the deluxe edition with all the stickers and stuff, but I don't know. It's $30, well, not $30, $26.94, but I'll round up. So I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, then.
There isn't nearly enough swag out there. I want to buy like Cyberpunk swag, and there seems to be none. I was looking on the CDPR page, on their store page. There's 11 for her items and 27 for him. I'm not happy about it.
Moo.
Hmm.
I don't know, clear discrimination going on.
I don't know. Maybe they've changed it. I'll have a look. But I know that I really want to buy stuff, and they won't take my money.
I don't know. Maybe that is a good thing in its own way.
Well, I mean, it sounds horrible to say it in this day and age, but the fact is I do have some money to burn, and I'd like to.
Oh,
But
man.
I mean, is it weird to have a whole bunch of money and nothing to buy.
Yeah, I mean, considering that really the only good thing to be done with money is spending it.
Well, I
But,
mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll just hold on to it so that if a friend needs help moving again, I have something to give.
well, that too. Um, I know the crap I used to get from those two was that spending money in any way was a bad thing. Where you were, they'd yell on about, you'll be in a position where you need the money you're spending, so you are not well served by spending it now. Although they didn't say it quite as nicely. But yeah,
Mm,
it was, and that was something they actually lived. I never really spent money on very much of anything that was not necessarily a necessity.
right.
Uh, so I guess they thought that everybody should live a Spartan existence.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, my parents never really taught me anything about that sort of thing. They never said, spend your money on this, don't spend your money on that. It never really came up.
It must have been nice. Damn.
Well, I mean, they still taught me the value of money. There was a lot of, I want to buy something, okay, wash the car
Oh
going
yeah, I mean,
on.
there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. At work today, I went out to lunch with a couple of the other people in the department. Why did you do that? That's a too many hours, and then Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up.
What?
Yeah, I made the mistake one day of mentioning that I went out to lunch with a couple people from the department I was working in at the department store that, and she starts screaming that how many hours that lunch cost, and I have no business spending the money on it and all this other bullshit.
Well, I mean, couldn't you say something like, well, it was a business meeting and therefore it was like spend money to make money?
No, I couldn't because remember the rule. Rule number one: the slimy bastards are always right. Rule number two:
Mm,
when the slimy bastards are wrong, see rule number one.
right. Well, I don't know. I, man, I would have been in so much trouble in your family.
I
I'm
just
just saying, I've never been unwilling to defend myself. Unless the person I was defending myself against was, like, say, not worthy of it. Like I'm just going, this person's a schmuck. There's no reason to deal with them. But if I was like in a position with my parental units, for example, I would have fought back, and there would have been no stopping me.
I mean, as I look back over the years, um, my thought is that it may have overall been a lot better for me had I defended myself to a greater extent. I mean, I would have been on the street at an early age, but that might well have been better for me than the way things turned out. It's a thing to
I don't
consider.
know. I've just, you may have noticed, I've never been one to be meek.
Mm-hmm. Moo. Definite moo.
So,
Definite moo.
yeah. But I suppose it helped that my parents, at least, would never have even considered tossing me on the street.
Okay, you had it good in that respect then. No, I don't know. But could there be, and I guess I was alluding to it just now, could there be a situation where it would be better to be tossed on the street?
Not with my parents.
I
I
don't
mean, there were times it would have been better if I could have tossed at least one of them on the street,
know.
um, but no, I mean, no, there wouldn't have been a time like that or a scenario like that. I mean, I've told you stories about my mom, but it wasn't anything I couldn't deal with.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, and I never will, because you cannot rewind and replay the tape.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, believe you me, in many of my late evenings, I sit around and wonder, what would things be like were I to wind the tape back to 1963 and change one particular thing, and then you think, okay, is that change necessarily for the better?
Well, I mean, that's something I've wondered too, because there are some things I'd love to change in my life. But then when I think about where I would not have ended up, and in this case, literally, physically would not have ended up in Seattle if I'd changed this, that, or the other thing.
Mm.
And that would have changed the complete and total trajectory of my life if I hadn't moved to Seattle. I don't know even a little bit where I'd be right now if it hadn't been for me moving to Seattle. But I also wouldn't have minded saving myself those 5 years with Kylie.
Okay, yeah, you've mentioned that to me privately, and
Yeah.
yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that.
But at the same time, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been in Seattle. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I could have moved to Seattle and dumped her sooner or been dumped
Horrible
sooner
person.
or something. Well, I mean, what else am I gonna say? It's like I want to end up in Seattle. I want to end up in the Seattle goth scene where I made so many friends and had such a good time. But the only way to do that is to go to Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to do that, and know I should, is, to get together with Kylie during college. So, I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, yeah. It's not one straight line from A to B. There's just so many forks that you can take, and so
True,
many places you can end up.
but I mean, the thing is that, like, there is one thing that led me to Seattle, and that was Kylie coming on to me at college. That's the only thing right there that led me to Seattle was her.
Oh my. Okay.
So change her, you completely change where I end up.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Take
get that. Oh
yeah.
boy, do I get that.
So, I mean, that is an absolutely necessary part of reaching my goal of being where I am now. However, I don't know that I'd even be close to where I am now if she and I had not lasted 5 years. I don't know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I
So,
have a similar thing going with. I mean, I'm here because of a person. Um, 'Cause I moved from Cleveland to Pittsburgh because of Linda, and the situation I'm in at this point, for better or worse, I'm in primarily because of Melody. So I mean, there are a couple of things that, were they to have been changed, who knows where I'd be, and I don't necessarily know that it would be better or worse. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Okay, conquering thought. Take care, honey.
mm,
Yay. So, yeah. And I don't know, things may have turned out better or they may not have turned out better. I can't say.
To what Aunt Jer said, but maybe you might have met someone else that would have led you to Seattle. That would have taken a lot of coinky dinks. I mean,
Whoa.
more likely, if I hadn't met Kylie, I probably would have ended up back in Vermont for all I know. And from there, I don't know who I could possibly have met. I mean, again, so many things had to converge onto that one moment of her deciding she liked me and making a move. That
Mm.
was what, that's the only thing I know of that would have led me to Seattle. She's the only person I even know who lived in Seattle that I knew prior to myself moving there. So, I mean, and there was really nothing there that would have screamed to me, move here. There weren't really any colleges I wanted to go to. It's just, you know, so I don't know. I honestly don't know how I like meeting someone else from Seattle on whom there would have been mutual crushing, and then ultimately me moving there instead of her moving to Vermont, or us deciding to live somewhere else entirely. I would not take those odds to Vegas. Let's just put it that way.
Uh-huh. Oh my. Yeah, I sometimes wonder what would have happened had I been able to get a job in Marietta and not had to go back to Cleveland. And I'm thinking that maybe it would not have been all that great. I mean, it would have got me away from those two to some extent anyway. Um, so that would have been an immediate bonus, but it's quite a conservative neighborhood there. I don't know that I could have lived there long term.
Well, that is another thing that really helps me is that, I was raised in Vermont. Granted, not the first state to get gay marriage, but one of the first two to get civil unions, and gay marriage followed pretty quickly. Fairly progressive kind of place. Hell, home of Bernie Sanders. You do the math.
Right.
Uh, so I mean, I was pretty okay in Vermont being out, not a problem. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying I wouldn't have had issues in Vermont.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe loneliness. It's not a big town. And honestly, I don't know where to go anymore. Everything's changed. So, I would have had to figure out a lot of stuff. Like, I would have had to find a new social group. Hell, maybe go down to quarterstaff games and see if I can get into some D&D or something. I don't know.
Oh, wait a minute. What the heck is? I don't. Excuse me, Andrew. I don't know exactly what this is that you're saying. You say, I mean, for Christ's sake, Kate, have you ever seen a rom com? What is a rom com?
Romantic comedy.
Oh, ti si jata pol cole, te ti
And
patrona.
yes, I've seen rom-coms. I'm also well aware of the difference between, real life and fiction. So, I mean, that's going to make a difference right there.
Oh yeah.
But I'm also well aware that what was said there was almost certainly a joke that kind of fell flat simply because it's text. But still, I'm willing to acknowledge the humor of that second sentence.
No, it just
And to be
didn't click
perfectly
with me.
honest, I mean, it wouldn't shock me to discover a Seattleite in a coffee shop, though. So, I mean, that's not a bad guess, one way or another. Yeah.
Oh, he's in my note annoying.
Well, I mean, that's the problem with life, isn't it? You never really know. I
Right,
mean, like
right.
like there's so many times where I go, okay, look, this thing I want to do may end up with problems, but I want to know if it'll ultimately succeed before I start. Unfortunately, life doesn't work like that. I wish it did.
Yeah, so do I. Oh well.
Oh well. I mean, it's weird. Like when I was younger, I actually had some really weird romantic notions, largely fueled by fiction, actually. Like two of my friends decided to get a divorce, which is terrible because it was almost immediately after having a child. But they decided to get a divorce, and my naive brain insisted that this would be a hiccup, after which there would be like a triumphant getting back together. Like in my mind, breakups were never permanent. That true love would win after all, kind of thing. And then when they were very not back together after a couple of years, well, some part of me went, shit. I guess that's another bit of like stories that I love that isn't real. That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I had some very naive notions about romance when I was younger.
Oh my. Oh, I still have some rather naive assumptions about romance, but no, they're tempered by reality.
Well, unfortunately, my ideas about romance these days are you're very likely to be betrayed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If things ever get started at all, one of those things. I mean, I've come to the conclusion that I am just simply destined to not be in a relationship. I don't even know if I know how anymore. Did I ever?
Well, I
Did I
mean,
ever know how?
the thing is, if I ever ended up in a genuinely healthy relationship, I'm not sure I'd recognize it.
Yeah, huh?
I'd be able to handle it. I'm not sure whether I would recognize it. I mean, a good start would be having no substance abuse problems. That would be a good start.
Mm.
Speaking of which, I should do some pot. But regardless, no, seriously, like I need to stop being attracted to trouble. Okay, it looks like Von Rick is still here, so you'll probably understand this. Both Pan Am and Judy in Cyberpunk 2077, I am staying the fuck away from the romance options for those two because I can tell they're the sort I would go for, and they're the sort who in real life would be a fuck ton of trouble. You know who I like, and I don't know if there's even romance options for her, is Claire. Claire, I like. She seems kind of down to earth. Just saying. And I know that a lot of you have no context for this, but for those of you who have played Cyberpunk, I think you know what I'm talking about. Oh, and also, it was not a matter of some of us do stay together. It was the ones who broke up and got back together. Unless that's what you mean, that at some point you had a breakup and then it ended happily instead of being permanent, if that's what you mean.
Well, I learned the hard way that at least that's something that I do not do well with. There were a couple of times with a breakup and then getting back together, and the second breakup was even worse.
Hmm.
So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. Of course, it would help if I knew where to meet people. Well, it'd be nice if I knew where to meet lesbians in a place that's not a bar or a club.
Okay, then, yeah.
I've never really dated. I've either been alone or in a relationship. I've never really dated,
I know the
and I'm
feeling.
not
I know
sure
the
I know
feeling.
how.
I know the feeling. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And so, if I'm going to attempt to find a relationship, I very much need to find one in a non drinking context.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, like, if there was a library where you didn't have to be quiet and that had a lesbian section, I might go looking. I don't know.
Uh,
But I don't have a place like that. I don't know where to go looking. This is why I need a wingman, because at least I'd have someone to help back me up when it comes to trying to hit on someone.
hmm.
Well, have you ever seen How I Met Your Mother?
No.
Great TV show. If you have access to Hulu, you should totally check it out. But Barney Stinson, one of the characters, the one played by Neil Patrick Harris, would have this thing he would do at bars called "Have You Met Ted?" And that was basically where he would go up to some random woman dragging Ted along, and he would say to her, "Hi, have you met Ted?" And then she'd have to say no, and Ted would introduce herself. It was an icebreaker for someone who doesn't know how the fuck to break the ice. So I need a wingman who will play Have You Met Kate?
Okay, then.
That's all.
Oh, my. Who knows when the next opportunity for any of that's going to come by.
Yeah, well, that is another concern. I mean, I just hit 45 years old. My dating prospects are shrinking. And we have a pandemic, so I can't even try.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of the argument I got into with people about post-pandemic masks. The ones who said, no, we wear masks for the rest of our life, for the rest of time, no matter if there's a pandemic or not. I was like, how the fuck are you supposed to date? I mean, I know that we're supposed to care about what's inside and not the package it comes in, care about the person, blah-de-blah-de-blah. But let's face it, if someone's completely, deeply unattractive, I mean like dog's ass ugly, you kind of want to know it. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It might make a little bit of a difference. And if everyone's walking around with masks on, how the fuck do you date? I mean, what? Do you keep an unmasked picture of yourself on your cell phone and hope they buy it? Well, I mean, let's face it, we're all going to put our best face forward, aren't we?
Of course.
Well, so, someone shows you their cell phone pic of their unmasked self, drop them down a couple of levels, Someone looks like an 8, clearly they're a 5. I'm just saying.
Well, I'm the one who's going for a 210, and I'm never going to find that. I know.
A 210.
IQ.
Oh, see, I might be looking for 210s, but, well, let's face it, I can probably only attract 4s and 5s.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of anybody that by any, well, I can't say objective standard because that doesn't exist. Any reasonable consensus on what is and is not attractive. I don't believe I've ever gone higher than 6, maybe 7 in terms of someone that well, no, I take that back. It would have to be 6 because the 7 I'm thinking of never actually said yes. So I guess I've only dated 6s at the most. And even then, I mean, maybe I'm a little biased and decided they were a Kate 6 rather than a rest of the world 6. I mean, I admit my tastes are a little to the side of most people's.
Okay, then.
I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I've ever shown you the picture I made. It's a collage of Kate's type.
Yes, I think you have.
Well, anyone who's seen it would notice a theme, a trend.
Okay, then.
Well, I mean, like, for example, short hair, pixie cuts, that kind of thing. Also, ponytails, that sort of thing comes up a lot. Kind of punk, most of them, but I'm realizing that in real life, punk tends to come with baggage. Hell, punk in real life tends to come with baggage claim.
Okay.
So, avoid those. Which is probably unfair to some very straight edge punk chicks, but still, why take the risk anymore?
Indeed.
I mean, I've already told you the stories, so I won't subject you to them again, but I'd like to avoid that stuff if I can.
I don't know. You and I looking different places entirely.
Well, I mean, I only have one sense at all of what you're after physically.
I don't know if
Like
I'm.
seriously,
Hmm?
I said, like seriously, I know exactly what one crush of yours looks like at all.
Okay then.
I've certainly never seen pictures of the people with whom you've been in relationships.
I don't know that I have any really, or at least any that resemble the appearance at the time.
Hmm.
I mean, there are a couple of pictures I could dig up, but they're many, many, many much different than they were 30 years ago. That sort of thing.
Sure. I don't know. I
Um,
wonder if I could even dig up a picture of Kylie. Hell, I wonder if I could dig up a picture of Erica. That's the one I was totally crushing on, who basically said no. She was the one who pushed me into the goth scene. Erica was.
okay then.
Yeah. I know for a
Oh
fact.
my!
Still have pictures of Flea. Oh, hey, it's not ya.
Hi, upside down, sweetie. How is you? Is yay, 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 yay.
What's up? What's new? What's happening? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been just a little bit of a while. Yeah, neither am I really, Von Rick, when you come down to that. If there's anything I rate, it's intellectual capacity. And, a lot of people don't get this about me. It's the, the first thought that comes to my mind if I see someone who catches my eye is, okay, what's she like when she opens her mouth? Because to me, it doesn't matter what the person looks like. If I can't talk to her, there's no point.
Yeah, but
I mean, I
even
found out the
so,
hard way that there's no point.
even so, though, I mean, ah, when I look, I mean, there's that as well, the intellect factor. But another part of me is, how much of your life could you see waking up next to this person?
Yeah, and well, the intellect factor figures into that, in my view. Um,
Well, whether it's a factor or not isn't the only question being asked here. Is can looks ever override that? Why, yes, they can.
okay, now I've actually um, been in a situation or two where the looks I let override lack of what I was looking for in intellect. And boy, did it ever fall flat.
Well, I mean, yeah, but what I'm saying though is that there have been times where I'm like, intellectually, we are definitely simpatico, but ew, like not attractive at all. Just physically.
I see. Oh, no, I thought you were talking the other way around. No, okay, I got you
Oh,
now.
I'm saying it's more than possible for someone to be like totally smart, sharp as a laser beam, all of that, but then, well, definitely eye broccoli. And while it may be a little bit shallow, some part of me goes, this is friends only right here.
Okay, then.
It's just it's hard to picture showing up at dinner parties with you. It's just that there's that thought happens. And like I said, maybe it's shallow, but well, to act like it's not a consideration is, I think, to lie to oneself.
I see your point. I do.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
hell, I wonder how many times someone said that about me, though. Oh yeah, Kate, love Kate, but ew, like, no, I would be ashamed to bring you home to mom.
right, okay.
I'm sure that's come up.
couldn't tell you. I'm
Well,
never
I
been
know, but
close enough to see it. So,
well, and
because
that's
I've
another thing is
never
like
been
I
standing
get
next to you
shot
to see it.
online all the time.
So,
It's just in person, not so much. So I'm thinking, me full face toward the camera, hot as fuck. Me from the side, maybe not so much.
I don't know. I guess the weighting systems that you and I use differ slightly. I mean, not fundamentally, but slightly. I don't know. Maybe they do differ fundamentally. I don't know.
Well, I
Um,
mean, I'm sure what we consider physically attractive isn't necessarily the same.
mm,
I mean, hell, allegedly you think I'm attractive, and I can't imagine what kind of head blow you took to think that. But apparently it's there, so,
oh my! It's like I said, I found out the hard way that if I can't talk to you, there's no chance of anything going anywhere and remaining successful.
Hmm.
Um, and I might even okay, looking from your direction, I might even hook up with Lady Shrek
Okay.
on the intelligence thing. I mean, if you're smart enough, that could override everything.
I don't think you could do that for me. I can't necessarily rate just a single trait all by itself and say that's enough.
Well, neither am I really, and I know that it sounds that I'm boiling things down too simplistically. Um, I mean, I cannot really see myself spending any time with anybody I don't see as fundamentally kind, good-hearted, that sort of thing. So a female version of Donald Trump, no. I mean, even if that person was mind-bendingly intelligent. Um,
Yeah. Well,
but
I mean, it's not just looks though. I mean, if there's some chick and she's like smarter than Hawking but has Fran Drescher's voice, I'm sorry, no.
okay.
That's a bit of a deal breaker having that nasally voice. No, fuck that. Not gonna happen. I mean, as much as I like the New York accent, and I kind of do, um, it's got to not be nasal like that. But like better Leah Remini than Fran Drescher,
Okay then.
because she has the accent, but she doesn't have the nasal quality. I can't even fucking do it, but that nasal quality isn't there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, Bourget.
mm,
Oh no. Yeah, you would never get a smart Trump. Never, ever.
I kind of thought you meant it was more of a moral thing, like
That's what I
giving
was
a
after.
crap
Yeah,
about other people.
no matter how smart you are, if you have the morals of Donald Trump, forget it.
And of course, that would be no morals, but hey.
Mm. Well, actually, I'm thinking it would be better to have no morals than Trump morals because Trump seems to have anti morals, if you know where I'm coming from.
Um, yeah, but I mean, let's face it, his anti morals basically stem from a self centeredness.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, like take those checks for example, the $2,000 checks, where he just vetoed the bill and he wants $2,000 checks. I mean, that's him doing good for extraordinarily self-centered reasons.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. But I have to
So I
look
mean,
this up.
it's possible to be accidentally altruistic.
Oh, my. Okay. Because there was. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is what is your name? I cannot remember your name for fuck's sake. Conquering Thought had said something to the effect of Pelosi seems to be concurring with the $2,000. So I don't know what's going on here.
Huh. I I mean, it's just so weird to think of possibly saying, well, go Trump, but we may have to on the stimulus checks.
Okay, I'm looking here at. I'm not. KARE 11. Oh, okay, so that's a television station somewhere west of the Mississippi. Trump demands Congress send bill with $2,000 stimulus checks. Pelosi concurs. Now, this is prior to the veto because it's worded President Trump, and I hate those two words together, hinted he may not sign the COVID-19 relief bill passed by Congress that includes $600 checks for most Americans.
I thought Mom NATO said he'd already done it.
That's what I thought. That, yeah, he had already done it, and Mom NATO may be the one who had said that.
Well, let's see.
Because we've got over here. Okay.
Oh, for crying out loud. My keyboard has been malfunctioning for some reason. Okay, I'm seeing something 57 minutes ago that he has not done it. It says Trump takes aim at COVID stimulus bill, raising specter of veto.
Okay, then.
So it sounds like it's a threat so far, but not actually vetoed yet.
Okay. Now, from this article here from KARE, word Donald Trump on Tuesday demanded Congress send him an amended COVID-19 relief package demanding that stimulus checks of $600 for each American be increased to $2,000. Those $600 checks were part of the bill Congress approved Monday night, but Trump hinted he may not sign it. One of the first to agree with Trump on the idea of $2,000 checks, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the top Democrat in Congress. Interesting enough.
I'm seeing a lot of ifs here. If Trump vetoes the bill, Congress could override it with a 2/3 majority vote in the House of Representatives and the Senate.
Right.
The measure sailed through the House 359 to 53, and in the House by 92 to 6. But I feel like one of those should be saying Senate, and one of those should be saying...
The latter one has to be Senate. I mean, 92 to 6, that's a total of 98, yeah. Yeah.
Which means there must have been 2 abstentions or present votes or something.
Or cat votes here, yes.
But the point being that in terms of the veto, it has not happened yet.
Okay, so I was operating on an invalid assumption. Yeah, okay.
Looks that way.
I thought it was already a done deal.
Well, I'm fairly convinced that when Mom NATO told us about it, she had said he already vetoed it.
I'm pretty sure you're correct.
I suppose, but that's what I recall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're correct because somebody said it. Yeah.
It sounded very post-tensy or past tensy. So.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, here's another paragraph from this thing from KARE. I am asking Congress to amend this bill and increase the ridiculously low 600 to 2,000 or 4,000 for a couple, Trump said. I am also asking Congress to get rid of the wasteful and unnecessary items from this legislation and to send me a suitable bill. Now, what I want to know is what he means by wasteful and unnecessary items. I agree that there are some in there, but I don't know what he means.
Well, does it matter?
Well, I'll kind of give you an idea of what exactly he means and what he doesn't want. Because he's the one whose veto you're going to have to override eventually.
True, but I mean, okay, number one, if it's like, if we're going to be getting $2,000 stimulus checks, I'm not sure it necessarily matters what the wasteful spending is because you and I have no effect on it whatsoever. So, right now, my concern at least is the stimulus checks because let's face it, a lot of people need them.
Oh
I
yeah,
actually
oh yeah.
don't. I could get along without them, but
Same here, actually.
a lot of people do need them, and therefore, sure, like maybe Trump will get rid of some pork, but for the most part, I don't think it matters what he considers wasteful spending. Because I don't think if he manages to get rid of whatever he considers wasteful, I don't think it'll have any material effect on our lives at all.
Unless there happens to be something in there that would benefit us that he considers wasteful, if you know where I'm coming from on that one.
I do, but what's in there that helps us that isn't a stimulus check? Because I'm having trouble thinking of a damn thing.
I know there's something in there about controls on evictions. I don't know
Okay,
what
fair
the
enough.
wording is. Controls on evictions and
But,
rental assistance.
but he said wasteful spending, so only the rental assistance would apply.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I got you. Oh, look at that.
So,
And as far as Chicky for Sylvia, well, that's not in the bill either, so don't have to worry about that. Um,
what for Sylvia?
Chicky.
Chicky?
Chicky.
Chiggy? Okay, so chicken then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant, but it didn't sound like that when you said it.
Okay. Yeah, as May just saying, it only needs to stem from personal gain. Um, Holy fucking shit. Conquering thought you didn't even get the first check. Oh man. And unemployment. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, if nothing else, the fact that there isn't an altruistic bone in any of these people's bodies. There is no for the greater good. Yeah, I've pointed it out before. I'll point it out again. Our motto of this country before religious nuts got hold of it was "E pluribus unum," out of many one, which to my mind sounds like let's all work together. But
Yeah, well that was always
people out there
kind. Hmm?
But apparently, a bunch of people out there have decided that's not in their character. Indeed, not in the character of this country. And the part that knocks me out the most is how many of them are Christians. And what did Jesus do?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it appears to me that the at least as far as the population in the country goes, the Christians are the least likely to cooperate. And I always did think that a
How do
pluribus
they
unum, I
justify
mean,
that?
was always a little overly optimistic.
Well, but I mean, I have to wonder, like, how do they justify that to themselves? There was a video that came out. I've actually unsubscribed from a lot of the channels I was subscribed to, but for some reason I'm still subscribed to TMM, and I'm pretty sure it was his most recent video where someone was basically asking, like or no, sorry, it wasn't him. Someone else was debunking something said by, I want to say PragerU, where they were basically saying, like, oh, did Jesus, like, was Jesus a socialist? Did Jesus hate this, that, or the other thing? Money, wasteful spending. Um, and they tried to justify his tossing the money changers out of the temple by saying it wasn't the money changers that were the problem, it was where they were. So Jesus
Oh,
was
I've heard
okay
that
with
argument.
money lenders, money changers, et cetera, just as long as they weren't in the church. You know, but it's like, oh, well, didn't Jesus feed people with loaves and fishes by making them multiply or whatever? And they're like, yeah, but those were someone else's loaves and fishes. So he helped them with what they already had instead of just giving something away, which is how we justify telling people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Because if Jesus can do stuff with what they already have, you can do stuff with what you already have, et cetera, et cetera. They had all these ways to justify Jesus being an altruist that gave them an out to be money grubbing rat bastards now.
Well, there
And I
were.
mean, as much as I don't think Jesus was a magical dude, they do, and they're not living by his principles.
Well, they're grabbing at whatever they can, and some of them do not see, and then others are refusing to acknowledge that the current state of affairs does not allow for what they demand. maybe at one time someone could have pulled himself, and it will, by the time involved, it will be himself, up by the bootstraps. But now is not that time. The odds are stacked too far against anyone to be able to do that. Yet they still pull that off because somebody's parents will have said that, and that will stick. You know, they're just throwing that bullshit out, just trying to say something to get their own way. And no, you don't go with the Republican idea of who the hell was it that recently? I think it was that piece of shit from Ohio, the one that got. The one that was standing by and watching people being abused in the locker rooms. He said something about, "Do you want an economic? What is an economic status? Get a stimulus. Get a job." And that doesn't work
I don't know
anymore.
specifically which one that is. So
Um,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
but his whole thing was, yeah, you want help, get a job. But the thing is, there are no jobs. Everything's closed. You know.
Well, was it Carlin who said the reason they call it the American Dream is because you have to be asleep to believe it?
Yes, I think that was Carlin. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's it. I mean, that whole idea of like the foreigner coming to the country and they have no money, they don't speak English, and oh look, now they're a gajillionaire, like CEO or something. I mean, even if that was ever true, you know, and I'm sure a lot of it is romanticized, these ideas.
Of course.
But even if it was ever true, you're right. We don't live in that world anymore,
Mm-hmm.
and it'd be nice if we did. I mean, hell, I look at the things I'm working on with my animation stuff, and maybe that'll take me places I'm not. Maybe that will, you know, raise me up in the pyramid a bit more.
Yeah.
But maybe it won't, and I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, the only way I can have a rags to riches story, where I did it myself, is to be successful at my animation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, I do have a safety net, because I keep bringing it up. My parents ended up well to do. I
Okay.
wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I will end up with one eventually. Um, and you know, that's given me some confidence during these trying times. But the fact is that I have the leeway to try to make it myself. Except it's not really making it myself, is it? If I
No,
have that safety net.
no, it's
But
not. Yeah.
but at the same time, I am trying to make something of myself, without the help of other people except my voice actors, and the occasional bit of advice from people on CG forums. But that's another issue
Whoa.
entirely. But the point is, I am trying to better myself through my own efforts, and it may lead me somewhere, it may not. I don't know. So
Right.
even
Right.
though like failing this gamble won't hurt me too much, I'm still making the gamble and could end up living that dream, but it's hard, you know?
I will say that were I 30 years older, I might have had a better shot at being able to make it the way the Republicans want me to make it. I might have had a better shot at making it on my own effort, but certainly not now. No.
I mean, when the Republicans talk about like we don't want anyone to have anything they didn't earn, or worse, if we give people stimulus checks, they'll never go back to work and all
Oh
that
God,
nonsense.
yeah.
I'm trying to put myself in that mindset. And like, I mean, I can understand it under very specific circumstances. But when it comes to things like health and healthcare, no. Like, why should you say to someone, I'm sorry, you didn't earn the money, so you can't have the cancer treatments. You have to die for my ideals. You know, I mean, like, there's no compassion there. There's no, oh, okay, we'll help you out when it's life threatening. We'll help you out when you could end up evicted, that kind of thing. I mean, like I remember seeing something once where a right-wing politician said, you know, you used to have to actually bring food stamps into
Oh
the
yeah.
into the supermarket
Mm-hmm.
as food stamps, and he wanted to bring that back
Yeah.
because he wanted it to be humiliating
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that you would want to get off of food stamps. So he was like, I don't like this debit card thing. No one has to see you paying with food stamps anymore.
Well, excuse
And
me, but
like
I.
it seemed especially cruel to expect that of people.
Oh, it is especially cruel. Absolutely. And well,
Like
the
mean
interesting thing
spirited
is,
deliberately.
it wouldn't make a difference here in this neighborhood because here in good old North Versailles, Pennsylvania, I am willing to bet a cup of coffee that at least 80% of the people here are on some sort of food stamp receipt program. At least.
But well, but I mean that doesn't mean that they want their neighbors to know it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
I can
Because
get, yeah.
based on what you've told me about your parents, I have a feeling that they would have been so ashamed to have been on food stamps, like big time weapons grade ashamed of it. Am I wrong?
Probably, most probably. Now, what's really interesting is that
Well,
she.
hold on. I was going somewhere with that. It's just I think that's the kind of attitude we're dealing with. Is I'm willing to bet that those people in your neighborhood, maybe they are on food stamps, but if they had to actually bring in actual stamps, tickets, and show people they were doing it, I have a feeling they wouldn't care for it very much.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm in a what do they call it? Economically disadvantaged neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a fact of life with us that
Well,
we just don't have it. Now,
sure.
as far as the female slimy bastard is concerned, it's interesting. She very likely would have been mortified to have had to use food stamps in her adult life, even though the single parent family in which she grew up was on relief in the
Well,
1930s.
Well, that's the thing, though, is a lot of people are. I'm not even sure ashamed is the right word for it, but a lot of people, if they ever pull themselves out of some form or another of poverty, a lot of them are even worse towards the people who are where they were than like the staunch Republicans who insist that it's shameful. They're like these same people who used to be poor and are now not would be the ones giving the hardest time to the people who haven't pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. I've heard those stories.
And I tell you,
And so, I mean, I have to wonder is like, because you know how you've talked about your parents saying, you bring shame to us, we're ashamed of you, and all that
right,
stuff. Well,
right,
I would
right, right.
imagine it'd be exactly the same attitude. It's like, oh, we were visibly poor towards our neighbors, and it doesn't matter if they were poor. We have now made our lack of funds public, or they've been made public for us. Therefore, we are ashamed. I mean, I'm just guessing. Again, these weren't my parents, but
Mm-hmm,
it
mm-hmm.
still seems a reasonable guess that they would have been that they would have taken a similar attitude to that. That's all.
Okay, yeah, you might very well have a point there. Now him really can't go by him because that family was pretty well off even during the Great Depression.
Hmm.
But yeah, the stories he tells, he had they're couched, but he had more than a lot of his peers did. No, but her father died when she was 8 years old, and her mother worked, I think, 3 jobs or something like that just to get the family by, according to the stories. I mean, there were the 4 kids that she was raising. Um, but I can't quite remember exactly where I was going with this one, but take it as you
Hmm.
will. Um,
Well, sometimes I do wish I had grown up with at least one sibling. It's part of the life experience that I never had that I really regret not having it. I wish I knew what it's like to grow up with another kid in the house. I mean, I don't know if we would have liked each other, if we would have hated each other. I don't know if we would have teamed up against the parents. I don't know what it would have been like, but really wish I could have tried it. Hell, I wonder if it would have changed me as a person
Oh, it
in
would have
any
changed
like
you as a person,
significant way.
definitely. No,
Well, how do you know? You were never an only child.
well, what I'm saying is the difference in circumstance would have made a difference. I cannot tell you what kind of difference it would have made.
Well, I mean, it would have made a difference in my circumstances, but would it necessarily have made a difference in my personality? That's my question.
Okay, okay, yeah. Um, who knows? Yeah. I mean, okay,
Well,
for me, my sister and I never really were the best of friends. Okay,
hmm.
um, so there's a lot of that going on. I mean, I wonder what it would have been like to have a sibling with whom I could have been close.
Yeah.
Um, Maybe I would have been a different person. Maybe not. I don't know. Um,
Well,
a lot of that. Oh, I know where I was going to go at one point. The thing that you were saying earlier about the people who pulled themselves out of whatever situation they were in being even worse toward other people in that situation. I don't understand how you can do that.
I can
I know
understand
it's
it.
done, but
Well,
uh,
no, I mean, I not only can I understand it, I can give you a direct example. I know I've told you before a couple of times that there are some things that Tornado does that I used to do that are now I realize extraordinarily annoying. And I find myself having a really difficult time not giving him an extraordinarily hard time for it, even though I know other people gave me a hard time. And I know that it sucks to be given a hard time, but I mean, I find myself extra irritated by it. And some of that might just be that I now have some checks and balances in my world to make sure I don't do that shit. And maybe there's a part of me that says, hey, if I can do it, he can do it. But I mean, and maybe that's completely unfair. I don't know. It's just that I find myself a worse or a harsher critic for stuff that I've done myself than I am for stuff I've never done that I find irritating.
okay, and then maybe it's not quite the mirror image, but what I'm thinking of is I very likely was worse when I was younger than I am now about socioeconomic issues. I have a feeling that some of it is that I became poor. That now that I am essentially poor, I mean, no American is as poor as your average person in Central Africa or anything like that, but
Well, sure.
uh, it's easier for me to
Context stipulated.
say again.
I said context stipulated.
Okay, in other words, being
No, I understand.
oh, okay.
I'm
Oh,
just
I get you now. Oh, you're stating rather than requesting. Yeah, and
yes.
being moving from one to the other makes it a little bit easier for me to understand the people that are living around me. I never could have understood these people 40 years ago. Yeah, I would not have grokked any of
Talk
it.
about the mill people and all of that.
Well, not necessarily the mill people. The people who don't have a lot of money to throw around. The
So the
people who
mill
are
people.
struggling day to day. I mean, okay, well, when you say mill people, what comes to my mind is the xenophobes, the people who hate education, that sort of thing. I still don't go for that. I can't.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I wasn't sure which people you were understanding better now.
Oh, the people, for example, the people who live down the hall from me, who
Okay.
are struggling to feed the kids.
Sure.
I still don't necessarily understand why they have 4 kids, but
Yeah,
okay,
my brain was going there before you said it.
yeah, I do understand the struggle better than I would have when I was 20 years old. Um, because that's the interesting thing. I was pretty well off when I was younger. Well, when Sandra and I were married, we had a combined income of around $40,000 a year, and this was in 1980.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. And then to be where I am now was a bit of a change. Um,
Only a smidge.
Only, because I mean, I'm barely making what, $13,000. Well, I'm not even making 13. I'm receiving $13,000. Yes, and I still draw that distinction.
Well, you know
Um,
what's funny is that's actually around about what I've been making.
what,
Like
13?
off
13?
of Patreon and YouTube,
Oh, okay, yeah.
about 13 grand a year. Um, I suppose the big difference is that I don't have to pay rent or medical bills, and so that's why I live as well as I do. Is like I'm not even receiving money from my parental units, not really. It's just that because I have the condo, I'm not paying rent out the ass the way some people are, and that has benefited me in ways I can't even describe. And I've often wondered, like, if I were to run for office, I don't know if people would sit through that story long enough to hear the part where I would say, and that taught me that everyone should be able to live that well because their housing is affordable, because their housing is not 80% of their budget, and therefore I as a politician want to work toward affordable if not free housing for everybody. I don't
Yeah.
know if they'd sit still long enough to hear anything beyond, oh, fuck you and your privilege. I mean, because that's the thing. Like, I've often wondered what can make privilege okay, and I think the only answer is trying to bring everyone else up to the same level.
Uh huh.
you know
Okay.
that's the only way that privilege can be. Well, I mean, maybe, I guess privilege is okay as long as you're not exploiting it, but even passively exploiting it is a bit of an issue in some way. I don't know. I'm not sure how to say what I'm trying to say,
I
but the
think
point
I
is
get
that
it.
I have some privilege, and I think that it's unfair other people don't. And if I had power, I would find some way to level that playing field. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah, which is basically what I thought you were trying to say. And okay, Von Rick went bye bye. Will, if you can still hear me, bye bye.
Catch you like the plague, yo. I gotta stop
Um,
saying that got old like years ago. I don't know where the hell that came from.
yeah, it's I had it and then I lost it. Oh well, such is life. I've always
Mm,
had a Swiss cheese mind here, so I lose track of where I am all the time. Um,
yeah, even before the seizures and the brain surgery and all of that, there were times I'd go down so many rabbit holes when I was speaking that I would forget my central thesis.
okay then. Oh my word! Oh, Von Rick, you're still here. You end
Oh,
not leaving. Oh, you were telling somebody else. Catch you later. Okay, honey. Gotcha.
conjuring
Gotcha.
thought, I guess.
Oh my, I know somebody like that, Von Rick. Von Rick says my sister had 4 kids, one planned, 3 others. Well, she was on the pill and taking it properly. Yeah. Um,
Hmm.
Jen with one N never had luck with birth control either.
I have to say that the best birth control there is actually probably being a gay male, but the second best,
And
lesbianism.
then there's this cat.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
it's
let's face it, if some predator comes along and decides to take advantage of some dude, there's no way he's getting pregnant,
yeah. There
unless
you
it's a
go.
trans man who's non-op or something. But you know what I'm getting
Uh
at
huh.
is
Yep.
that it's really difficult to have to like force a child on a straight guy. Uh, you know,
Oh
like
my! Oh my!
especially
Oh
if
my!
it's guy raping him, and we should probably stop talking about rape. I'm done with that.
Okay, then. Oh my.
I mean, I'm not in the camp that claims you can't joke about rape. Turns out you can.
Oh, yeah.
Um, maybe you shouldn't, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that Carlin thing. But,
And then a lot of other comedians have done it too. It's not just him.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my, oh, my.
Like, I know I harp on Jim Jeffries. I think he's hilarious. He has this one about Bill Cosby, you see.
Oh, okay.
Like this routine about Bill Cosby and what it must be like to be raped by Bill Cosby, and then he's like, if I was ever gonna be raped, I want to be raped by Bill Cosby,
Oh,
and kind of,
jeez.
well, it's like, I don't know. I don't want to repeat the whole routine. It gets into this whole thing about a reporter who decided that his routine was also his actual offstage opinion, and like wrote this transcript of the routine word for word. And he's like, "Look, it's a bad read. Without the part of it, it sounds awful."
Mm-hmm.
He's like, my job is to get up on stage and say terrible things and still seem likable. You know, I mean, it's true, and I do hate it when comedians are told, "Would you have to apologize for this joke," especially if it's a joke that they told ages ago when the social mores were different.
Yes. Now that
Uh,
I don't go for that one at all, where you have to apologize for something that occurred 35 years ago, like a joke where the environment changed.
yeah,
Um, you told a racist joke. Okay, you told a joke that's today considered racist 35 years ago when it was not considered racist. Okay, it wasn't. Just don't do it now.
yeah. And I mean, yeah, you have to be able to grandfather some things in. It's just, you can't get on someone's case for something that they genuinely believed was okay, and so did everyone around them back when they were doing it. Yeah. Um,
You cannot get
I,
into a time machine and run the clock back.
yeah. So, I mean, and this is one of the reasons why I will often laugh at absolutely terrible humor, because I know people are joking.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you could tell some joke about Hitler where he comes off as the good guy, and I might laugh my ass off, even though outside of the context of a joke, I would think it would be one of the most horrible things you could possibly say. But
Yeah.
in the context of a joke, I'm willing to give someone a bit of a pass. Unless I discover that they themselves mean it, that they believe the horrible thing that was said. At that point, walk and fucking load. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And
But it's just because you saw that joke I did a while ago. What's the difference between Hitler and a gay man? About 45 degrees. With the limp wrist thing.
oh yeah,
I mean
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
that is terrible. That is one of the worst things you could possibly say if you meant it. But as a joke, it just fucking slays me. Even as a fierce advocate of LGBT equality, I think that's a fucking funny joke.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, it bounds of reason. There are people out there who are not willing to see things with nuance, black and white. That's it. That's all they can see, which is ironic because they claim to be anti racist, but still.
There you go.
Eh, and I forget if I've said this before or not, but I really wish that black people had never been called black, because we associate black with so many terrible things like death and like
Oh
it's a
yeah,
black
yeah.
deed kind of thing where people want to say it's bad. So already we have cultural associations with the color black, and then we take a bunch of people that we're oppressing and start calling them black. with this horrible, evil connotation that the word already had. I mean, I I think that's a terrible thing. Now, maybe that's just me nitpicking and nobody else ever thought of that until I brought it up. But still, it bothered me. Same thing with yellow, for that matter. Calling Asian people yellow, we already associate that with cowardice.
Well,
I mean,
that's the other way around, if I remember correctly. Yellow was associated with cowardice because the coolies in the railroad gangs were yellow, right? The
I thought it
story
was
I've
always
heard,
just.
the story I've heard was that you had the Irish and the Chinese working on the railroad gangs. The Irish would try to start the fights with the Chinese. They would run away or go away because they didn't want to fight. And that was taken as cowardice, and that's how the association started.
I always thought that it was urine is yellow, the coward pees himself.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I've ever heard that one. I remember, I
Oh,
think it was.
I've never heard it said. That was my
Oh, okay,
guess
fine.
because no one ever gave me. Well, I mean, I mean, like yellow belly, for example. Maybe you pee upward. I don't
I
know.
don't know, because I'm
Why
trying to remember.
yellow associated with cowardice?
I think it was.
And well, no, here we go. Already we've got something about the Middle Ages. I'm pretty sure this had nothing to do with the Chinese.
Okay.
Let's see. It says prostitutes were wearing yellow. Let's see. Jesus depicted with blonde hair. Blah 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 blah. Although it's not clear why the color was chosen, as part of the word I'll never pronounce Inquisition, which started as heretics who repented were forced to wear yellow crosses as part of their penance. Okay. Similarly, Jews, widely despised by other religions at the time, had been forced to wear some type of marker since the days of another word I'll never pronounce, Caliph Umar II. Blah 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 blah. Practice of marking Jews in yellow continued through the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, with the symbols themselves being variously ring circles, patches, blah 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 blah. In the time of the Spanish Inquisition, heretics were dressed in tunics of yellow cloth, so it way predates the railroad.
Oh, okay. And I never would have expected that, but that's beside the point. Yeah,
Let's
you
see.
can slap me down in it because I believe it's. I remember hearing that from, I think Purple was mentioning it not too long ago about the railroad gang thing.
Let's see. Yellow continued its descent in the late 18th century when the phrase yellow belly was first identified as a xenophobic derogatory term as set out in Gross's provincial glossary. Yellow bellies, an appellation given to persons born in the fens, whatever the fuck that is. I know what a fen is. What's a fen? Who have yellow bellies like their eels. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. The singular yellow P.T. Barnum's struggles and triumphs. We never thought your heart was yellow. But it doesn't say why that's cowardice. It just says you would say that. Completing the circle, yellow-bellied for cowardly was first seen definitively in English language print in 1924 in Percy Mark's The Plastic Age when he wrote yellow-bellied quitters. Except that quitters should have another T in there. Yellow-bellied meaning coward may have been inspired by chicken egg yolks being yellow and chicken meaning coward. However, this cannot be, as chicken with this definition didn't pop up until around the mid-20th century. Really?
Oh, I didn't realize it was that recent.
Yeah, me neither. Wow. An alternate, more compelling yet no less speculative hypothesis has it that yellow-bellied, meaning coward, was inspired by someone with guts being referred to as courageous. Thus, those with yellow guts, yellow-bellied, have fake courage, borrowing from one of the former definitions of yellow, meaning falsehood. This is somewhat plausible as, despite the fact that for most of the 19th century, guts or gutsy actually meant greedy, around the turn of the century, the courageous definition of guts began gaining steam, first attested in 1893, a few decades before the first definitive instance of yellow-bellied, meaning someone who lacks courage. All right. Well, I mean, I don't see the thing about urine, but I was closer than you.
Okay then. Okay. Point taken.
But I mean, yeah. Anyway, how did we get on? Oh, right, we're talking about race, and so calling Chinese people yellow. I mean, it had nothing to do with this, but
Okay.
still, association, the connotation was still there.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I wonder how many of those Chinese people who ran away when they're working on the railroad there. Wonder how many of them actually knew kung fu, but just never used it outside of self defense like you're supposed to.
That
And so they
was
ran rather than having to kick someone's ass.
that's a thought that did cross my mind when I was hearing the story. Yeah. Um, because I can imagine that it is not the case that all of these people were unschooled in such things.
I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was a TV show or something where, oh, actually, I think it was Revenge of the Nerds, where someone asked the Japanese guy, they're like, hey, do you know karate? He goes, no. And then the guy pulls a jockstrap over his head or something. It's
Okay.
just like asking someone first, do you know martial arts? No. Okay, I can torture you now. I mean, yeah. People are mean.
Yes,
The
absolutely.
funny thing is, and if I remember right, his name was either Takashi or Takahashi or something. Dude is definitely Asian, but I think he was born somewhere in the US because he also voices Bunji, the Japanese character in Bionic 6.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and I mean, all of the kids except for two of them in the family are adopted. There's like four kids. One of them is Japanese. The other one's black. The parents are both white, so unless something really weird happened genetically, I'm pretty sure that he's an adoptee, and I'm pretty sure so is Bunji. But then they also have Eric and Meg, who are pretty damned white. Although Meg's hair is blonde, and blonde hair is recessive, but both parents are brunettes.
Oh, there's not a problem
It
with
is
that.
possible. It is possible because the blonde gene is recessive, but still, it's very improbable.
1 in 4. I mean, by classical Mendelian genetics.
Um, yeah, but still, I mean, if even one goes wrong, if even one of them is a dark trait, the blonde will be subsumed.
I mean, it's not. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not as simple as Mendelian genetics would have one believe, but it's not that. In that particular case, it's not that far off
Yeah. Well,
because there
point
are
being
actually
that,
multiple pigments that determine, for example, hair color.
well, yeah, I got all the really, really, really dark ones. Like my hair has vaguely reddish highlights under direct sunlight, but it otherwise looks black as midnight. And same thing with my eyes. Under normal room lighting, they look freaking black. Under sunlight, they're a very dark brown, but definitively brown in ways that they aren't in room lighting.
Moo, and that is definitely a moo.
Hmm.
Mhm. No,
Yeah.
no wishy washiness here. Yeah. Anyway,
Well, I do wish sometimes that my coloration was not quite so generic.
hmm. Oh, what
I
do you want,
mean,
Paisley?
I don't know. It's just, I mean, hell, if nothing else, if I had ever wanted to pursue an acting career, well, it'd be awfully difficult. Like, there are so many actors and actresses out there who wear colored contacts simply because it's so much easier to act when your eyes are blue.
Okay.
You know, blue eyed people get gigs in ways that brown eyed people don't.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I
And of
wonder
course, if you
why.
have green eyes, score, you know.
Okay. I have not seen very many examples of green eyes. I remember one
Well, they
young
are pretty
lady
rare.
whose eyes were a beautiful, beautiful green. Oh Lord, I could just lose myself in those eyes. But
Mm. But I mean, seriously, like green eyes, pretty rare, rarest of the eye colors. But I do wish, because I mean, dark kind of works, but it works better if you have an accent.
mm,
I mean, having one of those like Italian supermodel accents would really raise my stock on the dating scene. Even if I look nothing like a supermodel, being dark and mysterious or dark and sultry, that can work. But sounding the way I do, I'm just some generic ass brunette out there.
so what are you telling me, that you want to sound like Melania Trump?
No. Also, she can't possibly. I don't know her country of origin, but I'm sure she's not Italian.
No. I forget which region, but it's in the area of former Yugoslavia.
Yeah, so no, I don't want to sound like her. I did specify Italian, you know?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that was not chosen at random.
Oh, here we go. Slovenian.
Yeah, so point being, no, I don't want to sound like Melania Trump. Thank you very much indeed.
Although I knew quite a few people who sounded like that, mainly because they were out of that neighborhood. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, well, I figured as much. I mean,
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Novo Mesto.
wait, what?
Oh, I'm looking
Hold on.
over here.
No, no, no.
She was
My
born in Novo Mesto and
average
grew
age
up.
and die at 75, Black Americans 68. If you pass a bill to move Social Security payments to start till some turn 68, you will, in effect, deny Black people Social Security. I mean, fair enough.
Knowing who's writing this where.
Common. Chat.
Oh, okay. Daphne. Um,
So, what
Black
happens
American
if
Diplomat.
someone dies and didn't use all of their Social Security? Is that inheritable or does the government just absorb it?
Okay, Social Security does not work the way most people think it works.
Okay.
Social Security is not a bank account.
Hmm.
Social
All right.
Security Social Security is pay it forward. The person who's working today is paying the Social Security receipts of the older person who's already retired, on
I
the
see.
expectation that there will be somebody coming up behind him who's going to pay his way once he retires.
Hmm. I don't see how anyone can possibly justifying cutting Social Security.
I don't either.
Like, I mean, getting rid of it entirely. I think the only fair way to even try to do it would be to basically say, okay, generation after this generation stops paying into it. So it's like the people who've been paying into it get the full benefit, but there's a cutoff date where we don't take in any more money or whatever. There's got to be some way where the people who've been paying into it continue to benefit.
Yeah, and it gets crazy when you start thinking of how you can do something like that. I'm not exactly sure that I like the idea of privatization or that sort of thing. Anyway, no matter what, taking Social Security away and replacing it with something else, like as I say, privatization, because anymore most people don't have the means for that. I mean, it's
Well,
bad enough with the Social Security tax taken out of the paychecks as it is.
well, I'm gonna basically say it this way: anything even vaguely social safety netty must not ever be privatized.
Right, absolutely correct. Uh huh. And as a matter of fact, the idea I like is, it happens to be something I've heard Bernie say many, many times: lift the cap. There is a cap on the amount that you'll pay out of your paycheck to Social Security, and there are quite a few people of means whose income is greater than that cap, and they're paying much less a percentage towards Social Security than the average person is.
Well,
So make them pay their percentage. Make them
I
pay
also
on their full income.
we should end all corporate social security. Basically, we like no corporation should be bailed out. Um, like you got the rich ass dude, someone like a Jeff Bezos or a Mark Zuckerberg or hell Bill Gates. Um, if their company starts to fail, they as the owner should have to put in their own money to save it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Like it should not be a no risk business venture. They should not be able to profit. Oh, whoops, the business failed, but I'm okay because I don't have to pay anything into it. I can just let it fail. And that should not be allowed. This no risk business venture thing. I mean, especially since you get the right wingers who are all like, no one should have anything they didn't earn. And, sharks and minnows, like they say in the alt right playbook, all of that. Well, okay, maybe this guy who looked like a shark is actually a minnow. Why are you people supporting that asshole? The rich guy. It doesn't make sense. I mean, if you really think everyone should have to earn what they have, then this guy should have to pay to keep what he has.
Yeah.
But they don't see it that way somehow. They've put the rich on a pedestal.
I don't know, possibly because they aspire to be rich. I don't know. But
Maybe, but I mean, even so, it's just
also screwed up.
Yeah.
Honey, would you put those claws away, please? Damn
And
cat.
and one of the things that is a constant bother to me is that you and I and anyone else, we can talk and talk and talk about this. We can do the armchair or coffee house philosophy about it. But I feel powerless to try to even affect change, to even try to affect change.
Oh, right. Yes.
And I mean, I've had a lot of people say, well, if you want change, why don't you run for office? And I'm just like,
Oh,
have you met
please.
me? Have you met me? I'm not going to be running for office, and certainly not successfully anytime soon.
I've looked into it.
Many people saying like knock on doors. Then and I'm like, again, you're trying to put me out in the public eye, and I don't think that I am a good figurehead. So you're going to have to find someone else to be the face of the movement. I will certainly cheerfully be behind any movement, but someone else has to be the public face of it.
And
So don't
yeah.
tell me to run for office. I'm not going to. It's not in the cards.
Oh, please. I've looked into. I actually have looked into running for office. There's no way I or you or anyone else of even somewhat greater means than you or I has a chance. When I was very, very seriously considering a run for the Senate in 2022. I talked to the man who ran for the Senate here in Pennsylvania in 2016 just to get an idea of where he was coming from, that sort of thing. First thing he told me was, he said, in my campaign, we raised about 600 some odd $1,000, and it was still outspent 15 to 1. That was like an instant, okay, I don't think I'm getting anywhere with this idea. Now, happily, John did manage to get elected lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania, so at least he's got his foot in the door there. I don't know if he's going to try to run for the seat that Toomey is leaving empty when he retires, or if he's going to try for the governorship. But at least he's got started.
It's gotten to a point now where there's only a few politicians' names that I recognize anymore. I mean, it's like, I'm pretty sure when you say Toomey, you mean Pat Toomey.
Yes.
But
Yes.
problem is, I could not for a moment tell you party. I couldn't tell you positions on any of that stuff. It's like, if it isn't someone from, say, Nancy Pelosi or up, there's a good chance I'll forget who they are.
Okay,
I
then.
mean, for a long time, every time someone would say, what's the Democrat leader? Is it Chuck Grassley or whatever, or No, see, Mitch McConnell's the Republican dude.
No,
That's the
yeah.
thing. It's like I keep
Are you
getting
talking
these
about
people
Chuck
mixed
Schumer?
up. Schumer, yes, Schumer. That's the one I'm trying to think of. Not Grassley. I think Grassley might
Grassley's
be
a Republican.
Yes, but what I was gonna say was I thought perhaps he was a like a news host or something.
No,
I
he's a
can't see.
senator.
That's the thing is I can't keep track of who's who anymore. There's too many of them, and my brain's already stuffed full with, like, movie cast lists. So
Mhm.
I mean, that's another reason why I'd probably be a terrible politician, is keeping track of all this stuff. Not to mention the fact that I never like went to law school or anything, so I'm sure there's a lot of things about which I'm completely naive and completely uninformed. But I mean, like, hell, I don't even have a foreign policy if I wanted one. It's like, I think mostly it'd be like, hey, let's try to get along with the rest of the world a bit more.
Well,
And I'm sure there's a lot of people who would tell me exactly why that's impossible. It's just like, I would be a terrible leader.
well, the whole
And a
foreign
lot.
policy angle is why anybody would have a very, very hard time convincing me to run for president. Because
Okay.
I suck at foreign policy, let's face it. Uh,
Well, I mean, I don't know how I'd do it foreign policy. I do know that I'd probably be at war a hell of a lot less.
and I don't know, that's the whole thing. Is one of the unfortunate requirements of foreign policy is knowing when to go to war as well as when to avoid war.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's the thing, is like, number one, I'd be like, okay, we're gonna get the hell out of the Middle East, and before anyone screams, but what about the oil? Well, that's why we start transitioning to the Green New Deal kind
Mm-hmm,
of thing.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
So
mm-hmm.
it's like there's a lot of ways to make it all work, even though it all ties together in these really inconvenient ways. You know, and it's just, hell, it hasn't been tried. I mean, that's kind of like why, if I had been an oil CEO 20, 30 years ago, I would have seen where things were going and said, hey, let's start transitioning to green energy now.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess a lot of these politicians just seem to be massive sticks in the mud, who are like, no, we'll never change what we do ever in any fashion, not allowed. I don't know.
I don't know. Would kitties make a good source of energy?
Well, I mean, there's plenty of static electricity, I guess. Actually, you set up something vaguely hamster wheel esque, and then put the kitty on it with like something dangling where they can almost but not quite reach it. You might generate a fair amount of energy from that.
Yeah, something to look into, definitely. Uh oh. Okay, somebody isn't exactly displeased.
Okay,
Let's see how long it lasts.
sure. I don't know. Actually, where is Columbia? I see Xander. He's on his kitty bed again. I don't know where Columbia is. Oh, it's fine.
Oh, you. Yeah, I think I'll keep her.
Mm. But will she keep you?
That's an open question.
Yarp.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Tasty ears.
Oh, none of my cats would ever put up with that. Although Xander does like his underside petted. Like so few cats like their belly petted, Xander seems to love the crap out of it. It's weird.
Uh-oh. Okay, somebody's getting to the limit of her tolerance here.
Okay. Yeah,
Very,
I
very, very
hear it.
rarely will she let me eat kitty ears.
Why? It's like I don't even know what inspired trying.
I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was way back in the deep dark past, when I still had my Miranda. Um, I think it may have been just the way I was holding her. She used to like being cradled on her back, you know, more more supine than Sylvia just was. You know, just cradled like a baby. Um,
So what you're saying is that she granted you your Miranda rights.
yes, absolutely. And
Okay.
yeah, I guess maybe it was that the ears were there, and you know she was all so comfortable, and I mean Miranda would fall asleep in my arms, that sort of thing, and you know,
Mm,
okay, so let's eat some kitty ears, and that became a running thing.
okay. I mean, I've pet my cat's ears, but I've never decided to take them orally.
And I can
It
imagine
it
what's going
it,
through
it
Sylvia's. I can imagine what's
never would
go.
have made me even think of it.
I can imagine what's going through Sylvia's mind. That stupid fucking human with the ears. What is this with the ears? But I always seemed to have a knack of inducing somnolence in kitties.
You
Uh,
know, it's funny. I have the same power over babies.
okay.
Babies fall asleep on me. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, because
I don't know. Maybe I have some maternal instincts that are going unused. I don't know.
mm, yeah, because back in the days when you could go to a pet shop and you know buy a kitty or a puppy, um,
Hmm.
I might go there and just you know visit and say hi to them and all that sort of thing. And you know the pet shop worker would say, "Oh yeah, why don't you hold the kitty?" Or what, you know, trying to get me to pay $300 I don't have for a kitten. Um,
Hmm.
and you know there I am in the pet shop, and everybody's looking. Oh my word! You know the kitty's just sleeping happily in my arms. And, you know nobody else can do that. And just, oh well, you know maybe I'll board the kitty to sleep. I don't know.
Well, I don't know why babies fall asleep on me, but they do. I don't know.
And then
But
there's the little one.
well, I've used it to good effect. I mean, I do have a lot of cousins, and I am the oldest, so
Okay, a lot of people coming after you.
well, I mean, I will admit I offered a couple of times, just because, hey, how often do you hold a baby?
Uh,
But and one of the things, like I'm always saying, I like babies. I like being able to give them back. I like not changing their diapers.
yeah.
But if they're gonna be cute and fall asleep while I'm holding them, I'm okay with it.
Well, I don't know. You know, it's I like babies if they're properly cooked, definitely. What I don't like is that stuff comes out of babies from both ends, and usually at the most inopportune of times.
Yeah.
So, you know, what can I tell you?
Don't
I've only
know.
held a very few babies, maybe fewer than a half a dozen.
Hmm.
Well, of course,
Well,
for most of my life, people thought I was a boy, and you don't usually hand boys babies, you know, back in the 60s or the 70s.
yeah. I don't know. It's funny, like, and maybe it was even here. But I remember making reference to how there used to be like those no girls allowed tree houses that the boys would have and all that
Uh
stuff.
huh. Uh
And
huh.
I got the funniest look where it was like, people did that? So I guess it's like way more egalitarian these days.
Way more. That
Yeah.
was a very common trope. And do you know the Our Gang movie shorts?
You
Spanky and
mean
Alfalfa,
the
and
little rascals?
that's the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was an ongoing trope in those one reelers. Um,
Well, Calvin and Hobbes.
oh yeah, okay,
That
yeah,
that was everywhere. I mean, Calvin had that club, gross, get rid of slimy girls.
okay, yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's just things have changed since then. I guess. I mean, even back into the '80s, that boys and girls are different and must stay different, sort of did still exist.
Oh, what do we have from Onjur here? Oh, a kitty exercise wheel. Holy shit! The price tag on that thing.
Wowzer.
Regularly $249, now only $199, or four payments of $49.75. Oh Lord,
And
man.
it can come in leopard print. Oh my gosh. The thing is, I actually have a feeling Xander would use this.
Oh my, I don't know about that. I don't know if this one would or not. Um,
I know Columbia would not.
okay then.
Also, though, I mean, there's a very good chance that he would just use it as a scratching post. Um, but I don't know. I mean, I think, hmm. Now, why would you be making that face, Xander? You know when cats chitter because they think they're about to hunt something?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Well,
This one
you're
does
just
that.
he just did that while looking at me.
What? Do you look like dinner?
I I might. In Soviet Russia, pussy eats you.
Oh my! This one in the mornings, at first light, she'll be at the window doing her chittering thing, and for the life of me, I cannot see what she's chittering at. But there's got to be something out there.
Well, I know that Xander will often chitter at the crows that will perch on the building across the way.
Moo.
So I know Xander wants to go after the crows. Thank
Yeah,
you, Bob.
and I can imagine they'd be all too happy to go after him too.
Well, I've heard that crows tend to hold grudges,
Uh huh.
and they.
Yes. And I do believe that they engage in cooperative harassment.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Makes you wonder how they know. I mean, do they have some funky dance? They have a language we haven't detected? What?
There's got to be some sort of language or something that they've got going.
I'm picturing like bees dancing, to show the direction to the flowers, that kind of thing.
Mm, it cannot be simple flocking behavior, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, not that flocking behavior is all that simple, but it's a lot simpler than, cooperative hunting.
Xander, watch it, you. Silly kitty. He thinks it's cute to hook his claws into my tits and lift himself up to my face to get cheek rubs. And I'm like, Xander, I'm just glad you don't like Columbia has unerring nipple aim. Xander, on the other hand, does not.
Okay, then.
So I can be glad of that, but still, this is not a shelf. This is not a step on which you raise yourself up to face level. No.
Mage says crows will remember faces and can even pass that on to their offspring. Interesting. Can you imagine the crow showing a picture of a face to an egg? Here, you know.
Yeah. I okay, see, Mage Grey Wolf, I just try to be casually indifferent to crows.
Okay. Oh, my words.
Oh,
Excuse
it's
me.
one of my favorite authors, Stephen Bruce. He says that his parents raised him using the method of benevolent neglect, which they insist worked with the plants.
Okay.
And I mean, I understand the concept of benevolent neglect.
Oh my. Okay. PBS documentary about crows. Got to look that baby up.
Hmm.
I think I know the one you're talking about, Andrew. Yeah.
I mean, I have seen a movie about crows. Well, I saw the movie The Crow, but
Okay. Now we've got
terrible movie. Hated it. Very 90s.
we've got
Angst ridden and full of ennui.
okay then.
Yeah.
Yeah, around here we've got a large population of the large black birds. I don't know if they are crows or ravens. There is a difference. I'm told you can tell the difference by their calls. Um, I just haven't succeeded in identifying. But yeah, whenever she's chittering, it's not at the crows because I don't see them anyway. Maybe they. Oh, I get it. I think I know what's happened. Whatever she's chittering at has cloaking technology that she's able to defeat.
Okay, Klingons then.
Yes. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. I cannot see them for the cloaking device, but she can. Okay, gotcha. All
And this
right.
picturing learning not just the difference between the calls of crows and ravens, but being able to imitate them, just so you could say "quoth the raven, caw caw" or whatever.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Never
Oh,
did understand why the word was nevermore.
is it my not knowing? I mean, what is it that, yeah, that is not to be done or whatever?
No
Hmm.
idea.
Oh,
Mm.
well, I mean, I'm not that heavily into Poe. I mean, I have read Poe,
Mm.
but I've encountered quite a few Poes, but that's in a different,
Yes.
yeah, it's in a different environment altogether. Now, this is
Well,
interesting that Mage says some species of bird give their offspring names.
that doesn't surprise me.
Okay,
Well,
ravens are bigger, their beaks are more craggy. Yeah, I do believe that is a word. With
oh
feathers
yeah,
like nose hairs or a mustache.
yeah. Usually when I hear craggy, it's in reference to the nose of someone, let's just say ethnic.
Because in most cases where I have heard craggy, it's in reference to topology.
Yes, but I mean, like outside of that context, is like, you point to someone like Eastern European or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, craggy face on that fella.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Please excuse
Yes,
me.
rub it up, bleep.
Mm-hmm.
No, so, if I look up with the images and the craggy face. Wow, that is unpleasant. Uh,
See if I can.
Mickey Rourke, creepy.
Oh, where does he turn up?
Well, You go to Google image search, you type in craggy face, and then he's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 down and 4 across. Mickey Rourke's face is finally looking ...
Moo. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I may be doing this the wrong way, but we will see. Yeah, I am doing it the wrong way, but oh well, such just life.
Hmm. I always wondered, yeah, I mean, at least in this day and age, we should change it to life, liberty, and the pursuit of flabbiness.
There you go. There you go. Actually, I wouldn't mind running away from flabbiness, but I seem to have hit a plateau. So,
Hmm.
202 and holding.
I don't think that before and after pictures should count if the person in them is making different expressions in each picture.
Moo.
I mean, you know, you have to make the same expression to be able to see the difference, for fuck's sake. Like, there's this, was Gordon Ramsay, that's that chef who screams at people, right? He's like, the before picture, he's got this big, wide, toothy grin. And then the after picture, it's like lip closed, vaguely smirky grin that doesn't show any teeth at all. You know, it's like before and after. How? I don't know.
Oh my, there's a definite difference. Yeah, between the crow and the raven is a big differences. I do show on that thing. Okay, a vidno over here, and then over there, and then he's over there, and then he's like that. And then you got the raven on the left and the crow on the right. Okay.
Hold on, I've actually got the chat in the way. Oh, I see. I
Moo. I haven't got close enough to any of these guys to observe, but yeah, it's interesting all the bird life around here, um, where I grew up, where I spent my childhood. You saw a few birds. You saw robins. You saw starlings. You saw blackbirds. But my word, just a few miles to the east, you know, here in this neighborhood. Oh, okay. Yes, that one.
mm,
So many different birds around here. I had never seen a goldfinch until I came out here. Um, Hummingbirds, where I grew up, were not common at all. They're everywhere here. Well, I guess Pittsburgh is on the North Atlantic Flyway. I guess it's a big migratory route here. Um, but I have no idea where I was going with that one. I totally lost track of where I was. It's not unusual.
see. Here's the thing, though. It's only a murder of crows if there's probable cause.
Uh huh.
Nah.
Wah,
Yeah.
wah, wah, wah.
Well, no, I mean, come on. I was just sitting there. I had to. I wonder if this is true. I'm seeing a meme here, and I don't know if it's based on reality, but it's this guy, prisoner uniform, courtroom. And it says failed suicide attempt, charged with attempted murder.
Huh.
How fucked up is that? Dude tries to commit suicide, so they charge him with attempted murder for trying to kill himself.
I understand that it was the case at one time in many jurisdictions that yeah, those who attempted suicide were charged criminally. I thought those days were over, but I guess not.
Well, I can't. I mean, when I clicked the link, it took me to a site where you can put custom shit on mugs. So I don't know if that was based on reality. But I
Oh,
mean,
oh,
let's say
oh.
if someone is depressed enough to give up on life, the best thing you can do for them is toss them in the hoosgow. Am I right?
Yeah, of course. I know I have to do a video at some point on that topic. It's been on my mind recently. Yeah, about the way people handle death, and especially suicide. But I'll get around to that at some point.
Hmm.
Okay, according to Wikipedia, suicide legislation, yeah, suicide is a crime in some parts of the world. However, while suicide has been decriminalized in many Western countries, the act is stigmatized and discouraged. Yeah. Um, I mean, the way I look at it, in some cases anyway, depending on the reason a person attempts suicide, I'm thinking that in some cases, the best thing to do about it is to give them a hand. Because if somebody wants out because of some illness that is causing them extreme discomfort, and I'm euphemizing that term, by the way. I mean, if they're in total agony and there's no way that's ever going to change, and they want it to end, and the only way that's going to end is they want out, I don't see
Night,
anything wrong with assisted suicide in that case.
night, Von Rick.
Oh, is Von Rick going night night?
Yo,
Well, take care, honey. You be good and stuff.
still, I mean, if someone was going to attempt suicide and they knew that there were penalties for failing, wouldn't they look up the right answer to say that would get them forgiven? Maybe put it in the note, and then, so if something goes wrong and they end up living, they'll be let off. I mean, I don't know how rational a person is when they're getting close to committing suicide, but if it was me, I'd probably be dotting those I's and crossing the T's, just to make sure that my bases are covered just in case, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I have to wonder, like, has anyone ever gone that far? I suppose they're probably not still around to ask,
Yeah, there you
but
go.
I don't know. You know, they're actually creating literal suicide booths now.
Who is?
Well, okay, like they're. I wish I could remember which country it was. I think it was Denmark. Like they passed this legal assisted suicide thing
Okay.
where like there was some 17-year-old girl who'd been through so much trauma and there was just no letting go of it, and so they euthanized her at her request, and
Okay.
she went through like years of counseling to make sure she wasn't just full of shit, but now apparently, like, I saw this thing online where they were talking about how, like, yeah, it's this comfy bed, and there's like music, mp3s, dvds, whatever, so you can go out surrounded by something that comforts you, that you like,
Oh
and
my! Right out of Soylent
slowly,
Green.
and then slowly a gas fills the chamber, and over the course of about 15 minutes you die. And that's apparently something that they're inventing, according to this article I read.
Okay then.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like all that bad an idea to me, really.
Hmm.
I mean, I've
I
got
don't
some
know.
strange ideas as far as most people are concerned. I've got some very non-standard ideas about some certain things, and this is one of them. But I would much rather have a person who really, really wants and needs to commit suicide to be able to do so, what I call what is it now, QCPR, quick, clean, painless, reliable, especially painless and reliable, because at this point, with the way legislation is, the way attitudes are, people who really want and need to die are forced into methods that may not get them there. And if the method doesn't get them there, they're in worse shape than they were before they tried.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing is a lot of the people who stand in the way of something like this are usually people who, I don't know, they want everyone to do everything the hard way. And they think that a problem should be attacked from like the other side. If like take for example abortion, they want people to not have control over their sex lives other than just not having one.
Uh huh.
you
Yeah.
know like they want people to just abstain. They're not willing to tackle the part of birth control that happens after people haven't abstained. I guess because those people broke the rules, so now they have to get what's coming to them or something. I don't
It
know.
might be
but
part that way. Yeah.
but I mean, it's like, so trying to get people to approve suicide, like assisted suicide kind of thing, they're probably going to be the same people standing in the way. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I get where you're coming from on that one, and I don't think it's going to be anything that changes anytime soon. Um,
Yeah.
but
That-
there are a lot of people who could be aided, as far as I'm concerned, uh, by obtaining access to suicide. Um, but I'm not in charge, so
Hmm. Well, and the problem with the people who would stand in the way is they're the ones who say you can't do something because of my rules,
yes.
rather than the ones who are saying, okay, you can't do that because it hurts someone else.
Uh
And
huh.
it's just, they're always they always seem like hypocrites until you remember that the only thing that matters to them is that they get their way.
Yeah.
It's like they'll do anything in the service of that, and because they're following their own mission, they're not being hypocritical, at least from their point of view. They're just doing what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
But they are, from any real objective view, massive hypocrites.
I am so sorry, Aunt Jer. She says my mom has decided she's done. She's essentially starving herself to death. She would never pass a mental competency exam for any assisted euthanasia. She just refuses her meds. Yeah, that's right. I'm sure you're in Washington, so they do nominally have a way to seek euthanasia, but yeah, it's and my understanding is that death by malnutrition is not the easiest way to go. So there you go. You have to put yourself to crap just to be relieved of crap.
Well, like in Washington State, especially around Seattle, euthanasia really easy to find. I mean, it is, after all, the mainland port city for Asia, and there's
There
young
you go.
Asians all over the place. So, I mean, it's not actually in Asia, but you know,
Well, that's actually it is actually the case that when I was young, I never understood what the big deal was about kids in China. But then I discovered the alternate spelling and figured that one out really quickly.
What?
Because I would hear about mercy killing, but when I heard the word, I didn't know that the word existed. What I heard was youth in Asia
Okay,
rather than
yeah.
euthanasia. And yeah, I didn't get it for a while until I finally figured out that there was that word.
Yeah. It's just the way you phrased it was kind of tangled, it seemed.
What a tangled web we weave. Anyway,
Yeah. So, it is but just after 9.
yes, it are.
Uh, haven't had dinner yet, and I don't know if you noticed, but I was sort of vaping a little weed while we've been talking, and it's starting
Oh,
to hit.
I had
So
not seen because you're not on camera, so I hadn't
I
seen
know,
that
but
occurring.
I'm inhaling noises and um, slowly getting less coherent. So I mean,
Shut
just
up,
because you
Clarion.
didn't see doesn't mean it didn't happen.
There you go. Oh my. Well, actually, I haven't had a thing to eat either. So yeah, it's one of these things where I could probably let you have something, and I really need to roast that duck because it's been in the refrigerator an extra day, and I don't want anything going wrong because I slept all day, essentially, yesterday.
You
Didn't
know,
intend to, but
that may well be the single, solitary, and only time I've ever heard you not call it a defriginator.
it happens occasionally.
Uh,
And I even had I even had my unofficial father-in-law calling it that, and Melody would get all pissed off at me. He said, "You even got my father talking like you."
mm, yeah. Thing is, I mean, I grew up using Frigibrator, and
Okay, okay. Hi, Purple
you know,
Honey.
so that one's stuck there. It's never gonna be a defriginator for me. It'll always be the Frigibrator.
There you go. And I'm pretty reasonably sure that I remember where that defriginator got started. It was from a comedian by the name of Norm Crosby, who would
Any relative of Bing?
say again.
Any relative of Bing?
No, absolutely not. But I guess he had been all the way from childhood hard of hearing and would hear words incorrectly, and he just built it into a comedy routine with
Hmm.
the funny sounding, like he was talking about an automobile engine at one point, and the carburetor became the carbonator, and I think there were a few other things in there like that, and yeah, and I rather liked his routine, and I guess the refrigerator became the defriginator. Uh,
There.
Revibrator. There you go. I could use one of those.
Uh,
oh, but that's the interesting thing. I don't know if you remember, Kate. Um, do you remember freezers that you had to defrost?
I remember it being mentioned. I don't remember ever having to do it.
Because I actually, well, in
Get off the computer, you little brat.
one place I lived in the early 90s, say 91, 92, something like that, uh, the appliances came with the place, and that that freezer had to be defrosted. And of the three of us in that apartment, I was the only one who realized that. So the other two guys are looking at me like I'm from another planet when I take the saucepan of hot water and put it in the freezer to to get the ice, melted. Because leave it to those two, and it would be 3 inches thick by the time you got anything done with it. And you certainly didn't want them trying to get it out with a butter knife.
Well, yeah. Anyway, I do like food.
Yes, by all means, have some foodstuffs and everything, and enjoy and yum and things and stuff. And I guess the most likely time I'm going to see you next is Sunday, right? We're going to miss Christmas.
Probably. Yeah.
So I'll say Happy Christmas, and we'll have
May
that
the
done there. Okay, and stuff. Yay.
Bye-bye.
Take care, hon. Okay, Kate is bye-bye. Wah. And here we is. I have to fix that background because the title's gone and everything, and I'm not gonna. Oh well, yeah, we are so old. Absolutely. Yeah, it's. I didn't realize that because that defibrinator that we had in that apartment was not that old. So I had no idea that they were still available. Say 1992 or whatever, but I guess they were. I don't know if you can even get a freezer that you have to defrost anymore. I don't know. Let's find out. Are all freezers oh, come on. Self-defrosting. Okay. Most, although not all, upright freezers have a self-defrost feature. Oh, okay. Okay then. I guess there are still a few. How do I know if my freezer needs defrosting? The ice is 3 inches thick. Oh my. Oh Jesus. Some chest freezers will be. That's the word, frost free. I couldn't remember what they called it. Some chest freezers will be labeled as frost free. Oh, okay. I didn't realize there were any of those. Oh my, 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 oh my. But yeah, it's oh, okay, food hangover. Yeah, definitely. Yes, absolutely. Automatic defrost is at odds with energy conservation. Um, because, yeah, I guess the efficiency you gain from having frost-free heat exchange is less than the energy expenditure that is involved in defrosting that compartment. Some modern defrigginators stop working when the room goes below 15°C. Oh. Oh my honey. Yeah, that's something I haven't seen in a long time. When I was growing up, a lot of people I knew put defrigginators in unheated garage, and that seemed to be where the household male would reach for the beer. And it's been a while since I've seen that. Oh well. Well, it's been a long time since I've been around somebody who had a garage. But that's beside the point, too. Oh, jeez. Yeah. It's, okay, there's the little one who found the bottle cap. I could hear her kicking it around. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, when I open up a ginger ale, I definitely keep the cap on the bottle when I'm not drinking from it. Because if I don't, the cap will go bye bye. That's what it'll do. And yay. Oh, well, what do we got? 9 watching. Oh my word. Didn't think we'd have that many. You people amaze me. I never thought I'd be interesting enough for you guys to stick around. But yeah, what I think I'm going to have to do, I think I'm going to have to roast that duck because it's been in the fridge an extra day, and I don't want things going south. Oh, with the Freon, yeah, you'd put the old thing in a room that was below 0, definitely. Yeah, many much things are different than they used to be. Oh, interesting. So your father kept an old non-working fridge in the garage for storing pop and beer. In the winter, he kept a flood lamp going because with the insulation, it kept the box just warm enough to not freeze. Okay, Mage, are you asking me if you're going to see me, Giftmas? Yes, you will. I have a shift 11 a.m. Christmas Day, so that'll be interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. I've got to decide, am I going to set that camera up and try to film myself roasting that duck? Or am I just going to roast it to have it roasted and not get shot through with salmonella? If I do the latter, then I suppose I'll get another duck because I do want to film making duck à l'orange. I'm just afraid of. That's the damn thing. Is I slept all day yesterday, and that was certainly not something I intended to do. But I woke from sleep at about 6 p.m. Eastern, and the lighting was bad and everything else, and I was trying to figure out how I was going to set up, and it wasn't going to be easy. So maybe what I will do, maybe I will roast a practice duck tonight and grab another duck. I love ducks, so I mean it's not a case of having too much duck or anything like that. So maybe that's what I'm going to end up doing, because roasting a duck is not as intimidating as a lot of people think it is. Really, it's not. The one thing you've got to make sure, there are 2 things to make sure, and they're connected. You want to prick the skin, not the meat, but just get your fork through the skin. Prick, 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 the whole thing like that. So the fat will render out of the bird, because the duck is a fatty bird. Not quite as fatty as goose, but it is a fatty bird, and if you don't do that skin pricking thing, it tends to build up, and that's not a good thing. And the other thing you want to make sure is to have some space between the duck and the roasting pan, because you want the duck to drain out of the bird, but you don't want the bird sitting in that fat, in the melted fat, because that's not good either. Because you're defeating the purpose, basically. So what I'm trying to remember if one can use a couple ribs of celery, and maybe that's one of the things I'll do to practice here. I'm reasonably sure that one can put a couple of ribs of celery in the bottom of the roasting pan and then put the duck atop the celery. So now it's like having logs or dowels or whatever in there, and you're holding it up and things like that. The other one that I've heard of is using celery leaves, but that doesn't seem to me to be thick enough. That sort of thing. And then, as I said, maybe it'll be a good idea to have a practice duck, because it's been 5 years since I've made duck à l'orange. I was living in Homewood the last time I made duck à l'orange, and I've been here. Well, let's see. This is going to be my fourth Christmas here. I moved here November of 2017. So you had Christmas 2017, 2018, 2019. Here comes 2020. And I was living at the other place when I made Christmas duck. I actually did make duck à l'orange for Christmas one year. And so it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. Okay, Purple says, I would think the celery would get soft and crushed down when it cooks. Yeah, that's one of the things I wonder about and worry about. And then the other one is, while the fat is beginning to render out, would the celery burn while it was still dry? I don't know. The other thing that comes to my mind, yeah, there you go with the wire rack. I don't have a wire rack that will fit in my roasting pan. That's the thing. I could use one of those rectangular baking pans, because I do have a rack for that. The other thing, though, is I'd have to make sure that I screwed around and the duck didn't dry out as it was roasting. So yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think I need a practice duck. It was only $20 for the duck, and I've been eating pretty darn well because I've had all the extra food stamps. Thank you. People who give you the food stamps. I'm sure they would hate giving me the food stamps were they to know how I'm spending them. But the other thing I've thought of is carrots. And, one of those deals. Whatever I have to hand. Yeah, there you go. Some forks at the Dollar Tree. Oh, my. Oh, hi TV Tube. How you doing, honey? Okay, live for 5 hours, nowhere in your feed. Well, I don't expect to be up there in YouTube's algorithm anyway, because I'm not making them all that much money. I'm really not. I'm not one of these people who's going to draw, like 750,000 views per video, like some of the people I've seen. Yeah, I know. How dare I eat better? That's one of the very few good things I can say about COVID, is that this year, 2020, I've eaten better than I have in a long time. A very long time. Because I've always been on a food budget. I try to keep the food budget around 100 a month, and I'm almost never successful. It's usually around 150. But yeah, they've been giving me not only the usual $16, and yes, I said $16 US per month, but I'm getting another 190 on top of that each month during this COVID thing, and I can't spend it all, which is great. I love it because I can get some decent food and I can get a little bit more of it. Um, so eventually, it's going to end, and it's going to be horrible. I'm going to have to get used to eating not as well anymore. Um, Wait a minute, what do we have here? Oh yeah, bones from the butcher to use as a rack. Um, I don't know. I'd have to buy them because you don't get bones from the butcher the way you used to. I mean, there was a time I remember this, and there's a time in my memory where you would get free bones from the butcher, and that was one way you made soup. Um, but not anymore. I mean, I've seen the packages of bones, and I can't remember exactly how much they charge for them, but it's definitely not free. But that's ooh, that would be nice, Mage. Cutting your food bill in half with your garden. Oh my word! I wish I could have a garden. Um, yeah, this is a little what do you want to say? A 1960s, 1970s apartment building um, with no way that you can put in a garden, even if the landlord would let you. I miss having my own yard. I really do. That's one of the things I do miss. But Sandra and I kept a garden, and yeah, beans and tomatoes especially. We had more than we could eat, so our downstairs tenant, got a little dinner out of that as well. Oh my! But oh well, those were the days. Oh man. Yeah, okay. Purple Sister plants about half an acre every year. Community garden for friends and family. Now we have some of that going on in the neighborhoods here. Back in Homestead, where I used to live, there was a community garden um, in Braddock, the city of which John Fetterman, the person I talked about earlier, was mayor. He got a community garden thing started in Braddock, which now continues, even with John spending most of his time in Harrisburg. So yeah, it's not unknown, but unfortunately not here, not in North Versailles, which is unfortunate because I'd be right there. I'd be kicking in part of it and loving every minute of it. Oh well, what are you going to do? Um, what I may have to do is figure out if I can do some container gardening. Oh yay! This is a good thing. Travis says there's actually a community garden where he works. That's a whole bunch of fun. Whole bunch of fun. Um, yeah, there's a nearby community garden run by one of the local churches. Um, occasionally a church can do something that's kind of nice, and that's one of those things. But it's unfortunate that it doesn't happen as often as it should. Um, uh-huh. Okay. MH says, I've had some ideas of expanding into neighbors' yards if I feel I can handle more. The deal will be I use their yard, I tend it. They get a garden they can harvest from without having to care for it. Now, that's something I did when I lived in Homestead, prior to the community garden getting started, there was an abandoned lot next to my apartment building, and I put that under food. I grew garlic. I grew herbs. A few other vegetables, and it was yummy and tasty. And people thought I was crazy, and they were right. But you know what can I tell you? Okay, wait a minute. What do you got? Oh, are you saying, honey, that you desubbed to my channel and then signed in and resubbed? Yeah, hopefully that'll work. Because I really don't know how to fix the notification problem. I hear about it from so many people. Everybody complains about notifications not working worth. Neil has mentioned it more than once, the 604 atheist. But yeah, wouldn't that be something, Purple? Anyone that had a yard, willing to plant that whole thing. The other problem around here, where I'm living now, is the topography. Try to get yourself a plot of land that you can actually plant something on, because the grade around here is like 40 degrees, 45 degrees. It's very, very hilly. And just try to get yourself a plot that you can work. There you go. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've heard more than you talk about that, Purple and Mage. I've heard people telling me that they'll get a notification maybe 20 minutes into the show or something like that. And Neil's made that complaint as well, that with an hour show, people will start seeing notifications about half hour in. And this is poo-poo. Okay? I mean, there's just no other way to put it. And it doesn't get fixed. I'm sure they know about the problem. Yeah, Purple, that's definitely it. You need to do terrace gardening, and the point of that is that it's work. And most of the people I know don't want to put that much work into it, for whatever reason. If they don't feel like working, or if they don't have the time to do it, that sort of thing. Okay, yeah, Moo, definitely container gardening with totes and grow bags. I've thought of building boxes, but the impression I get is that the landlord would not necessarily be all that happy with it, because what the groundskeepers want is easy, and they don't want stuff in the way. So, I don't know. Is to see if he's too into, or if he's not too into, then he's too maybe too onto. And yes, I'm weird. I know that. Yeah, I've heard of that as well. Oh, really? Mage says, I've seen the opposite issue of being subscribed to people I never subscribed to. I wonder how they work that one out. Am I not too knowing? I don't know. I haven't had the problem of unsubscripticating. I just keep building up people. I've got well over 600 people now that to who I am subscribed, or to whom I am subscribed. There you go. I'm just curious. I am curious. Yes. No, I'm not yellow. I'm just curious. That's all. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am now subscribed to 696 channels. Okay. Yeah, and they just keep building up. I'm gonna tell you. Oh, look, they made an improvement. Yeah, the little thing in the corner that tells you when something is live, it's red now instead of black. Guys, can't you think of something better to do? I mean, they make changes just for the sake of making changes, but they don't improve anything. You idiots. Oh well, what am I gonna tell you? Right. Yes. Prices based less on the area than the number of obstacles. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh, yeah. Well, one of the reasons I'm subbed to so many channels is the whole back subbing thing. I'll sub to you if you sub to me, and it's gotten me a few subs. I mean, I'm kind of amazed at the number of subs I have, really. I mean, I see 564 right now. And Doc, honey, yay! Yay, 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 yay. Oh, my Rome Demon says 1,000 or more channels. Holy shit. Um, I don't know. That would be interesting if I got to that number just by followbacks, but that would mean that 1,000 people would have to follow me. I don't see myself being that popular a channel. I really don't. And don't jump all over me when I say that. The reason I say that is that I'm not one of these people who does the cat videos. I know there's Sylvia, but still. And I don't throw things off towers to see what happened when they hit the ground. And I don't do any crazy stunts or anything like that. So, no, I'm not going to be a top 10 channel. And I don't want to be a top 10 channel. Too much work, too much responsibility. I mean, really and truly, and everything. I don't know how the hell I keep you guys happy. I don't. There you go, Purple. That's the other thing that I was trying to do at one point, and I kind of fell out of it when I fell out of everything. Purple says I'm subbed to dozens of channels with less than 50 subscribers and no content. I was subbed, and probably still am, to a bunch of small channels. They did have the content, but very few subscribers. I was trying to do a Saturday shout out a couple of years ago, and unfortunately, when things kind of fell apart on me when I first encountered my health problems, that was one of the things that fell apart, and I may have to get back to it or so. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. Yes, smaller channels definitely need the support. I mean, I certainly don't have the reach of something like, or somebody like Zod or Aaron Ra or Kate or anybody like that. But if I have any reach at all, I definitely want to lend a hand and that sort of thing. Okay, Purple was among Suris's first 100. I don't know if I came on board that early. Don't think so. I think Cyrus was over 100 by the time I subscribed to him, but he was certainly under 500. Yeah, and now he's at 38 million. He's got the touch. Well, of course, the other thing he does, which I have not done, is he's got all content all the time. I don't think a day goes by that he's not doing something. And honestly, I don't know that I'm good enough to come up with that much to put out there. Yeah, there you go. That's my feeling, Purple. Um, the more people you have, the more people you have to keep happy, to keep them. And the more people you have, the more differing opinions there are of what makes them happy. Um, so it's, I'm not telling you that I don't want any more subscribers, certainly not, but I'm not going to cry in my parohi if I don't get any more. Um, when I tell you guys that it's all about you, it's all about you. I mean, you guys that keep coming back, that for whatever reason, well, I know you all keep coming back because Kate's here, but oh, scheiße, scheiße. Um, but yeah, it's you're amazing. You really are, and I don't know if I'm ever going to reach the point where I don't feel disingenuous when I do this, but I want to say that I am grateful to you guys. You guys keep me going, definitely. It's just so nice to be appreciated and everything. And you're doing the appreciating. So, you know I'm giving you crap, Purple. Of course I am. No, it's not the case that you come for Kate. You come for Mom NATO. Oh, jeez, yeah. But almost an hour. Holy hell, man! It's been that long. Yeah, I guess it has been. Man, I didn't realize I could talk up a storm like this. Um, but oh, that's my whole point, Robert. If it makes you happy, I'll keep doing it. Sincerely, there is stuff. I'm trying to come up with more to do. Um, the stuff that I put up in the last couple of days, and yeah, I know, Doc. I got you confused. Yeah, I've been reissuing an old video series with the intent of having some new stuff filmed by the beginning of the year, and so I can have it all on one playlist. So yeah, the first couple films I reissued were about my having to move, and it was the move that brought me here that actually allowed me to do the work I'm doing now. That I had room to set up, I had space to set up a studio and that sort of thing, such as it is. And Doc got confused. It's like, oh my, no, you have to move. Oh my God, oh, how horrible. And it's like, no, whoops, I goofed on that one. Uh, but I'm past that part of the playlist, and now it gets into the more philosophical stuff. Let's see, I put up 4 videos, so I've got 12 more old videos to go, and hopefully by that time I'll have one or two um, in the can, ready to go. And maybe if I can do it once a week or something like that, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Just me bloviating my philosophy of, life, death, and everything else. As I said in the episode number 0, just to let people know that people such as myself, those whose gender was not obvious to those observing when they were born, are not from another planet. We don't have 3 heads. We're not crazy. We're not perverted. That sort of thing. So maybe if folks out there can just see this person talking about life and stuff, maybe maybe there's a chance that they'll get the idea that we're not all that bad, and I'll try to do as what little I can to help out. Um, but what can I tell you? It's a matter of just getting that stuff out there. I had decided 3 years ago that I was going to do it, and then when I found out that I have the kidney problems and everything else, everything went downhill, and that's my fault, really. I mean, I let it get to me, and you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to stiff up her lip and all that stuff, and so I'll pick it up now, and it's an interesting situation, really, because you realize how little time you have to do all the things you want to do, and you just can't piss around. So let's see what I can get done in the time I've got left, and we can see how much time I've got left. Um, and I'm going to tell you, and I know you don't want to hear it, but it's not as much as you guys want. But I'll make use of what I've got, and we'll see what we can do from there. Well, people need people. Yeah, absolutely. Although I'm trying to remember which comic strip, which newspaper comic strip it was. Might have been Dilbert, I'm not sure. Where the character bursts into song at the end with, people who don't need people are the luckiest people, taking off on that Barbra Streisand song. It's kind of nice. It would be kind of nice if we could manage as solitary creatures, but we are not built that way. We're not built that way. We can't do it. We are a social species. We are a social species, and that's one of the reasons that we have the moral system, the moral code that armchair apologists want to attribute to a deity. Is we have one because we have to have one. Were we not to have one, we would not have got as far as we've got. So, oh yeah, always selective of the people with whom one spends time. I'm not going to. I cannot let myself feel so lonely that I'll run to whoever pays attention to me. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, have the scars to show for it. I do wonder sometimes if it's even worth it to try to be out there among people. Because I by now I think I've forgotten how. So, hey, there you go. I'll tell you what, Purple. I know that feeling in the sense that when I left Cleveland and came to Pittsburgh, as bad as everything was with those two, those two and I got along better than we ever did when I was in the same city. And I would joke that, perhaps I should have moved to Sapporo or Tokyo or something like that. Get as far away from those two as possible. We might have been friends. Yeah, I was wondering what you had to say. Yeah, what you were trying to say there. I thought that you were the only bi person in your family, although I may be wrong. You never know. Doc. Oh well. Yeah, I'll tell you what, kids. It's let me have a look at the let me have a look at the timer here, huh? I'm looking at 055106, and I'm sure that you guys are probably starting to run out of steam. And honestly, I'm starting to run out of steam myself a little bit here. But okay, I want to put the word out about the Christmas relay. Let's see now. I'm gonna try to pick up the schedule because our dear Amiga Nuts was so kind as to put that in the side chat a while ago. Amiga, are you still here? If you're not, I am looking for the address of the schedule. It starts earlier than I thought it did. I thought it was starting the evening of Christmas Eve, I mean, as in like near midnight, but no, that's not the way it's working. Starting a little earlier than that, but I just want to make sure and I know what's happening here. I know it's here. I know what it reads. I saw it before. It reads, "Help, I am a prisoner on a godforsaken island. Signed, the Honorable John V. Lindsay." That's what it says right there. And, okay, no, so that's on Jerslink. Is am I not to knowing what is on a thing over here. So what I'm just going to do is go to Purple's channel and see what we've got here, because Purple's got a stream that kicks the whole thing off. Let's see, wait a minute now. Moof beef. Come on here, huh? I have no idea what I'm doing over here. I never do. Okay, there we are. Now, moof beef. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, we've got Purple's Yule Party kickoff. And that is the 24th, 6 p.m. Eastern. Let me copy the link location. How do you like that? Getting there. And if I remember correctly, each of the links in the relay has a link to the next show in the relay, so you can chase links all the way down. Chief, we've got it going over here. Oh, look. Okay, the link I just put up there in the description, it's got the full schedule. Okay, and the times there are Universal Coordinated and Central Standard Time. So yeah, you're gonna start. Okay, 7 p.m. Central Time in the U.S. 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, and it's gonna run all the way through to 2 a.m. of Boxing Day, Central Standard Time. So yeah, there will be plenty to keep everybody busy. hopefully keep everybody happy. I will certainly try to do my part. My shift is 11 a.m. Eastern for 2 hours on Christmas Day, and I'll come up with something. I mean, I'm just going to totally wing it. Just bloviate for a couple of hours. Yeah, there you go, Mage. Okay, fine. Okay, Purple says most do, but not everyone had got them there. So use the links in the description from the kickoff stream. Don't count on the links being in the individual links of the chain. Just go to that first and stuff and things. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, it ought to be a whole lot of fun. I mean, it was last year, and yeah, that reminds me, I've got to get this done. I have to find my my Christmas pullover, the one that says something to the effect of "Bah humbug" or something like that. And mm-hmm. What do you mean you hope the algorithm doesn't keep failing you? Of course it'll keep failing you. You know, that's what YouTube is for. I mean, seriously. Oh my, and then there's this cat. Yes, there is. There's a kitty over there. Meow, 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 meow. Put those claws away. This is my birthday chair, and you're clawing it all up. Yeah. And then one of those very few things you see not very often at all on my show. You'll get to see me imbibing a little bit because bought myself a little bit of Bailey's last time I was out, and along with the Bailey's comes the Carmagnola. And I discovered that it was called Orange Bliss. I mean, I like chocolate and orange, so yeah, here we go. We're gonna get there and have a little something to drink, and we'll be okay. Yay! Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, it's, I am amazed at how little I imbibe. You would not know how little I imbibe now were you to have known me only when I was 25. Apple pie flavor. Oh my. That sounds tasty. And thank you for reminding me. I do want to bake an apple pie this week. Mm-hmm. I have a whole crap load of apples, and I have flour, and I have lard, and yeah, this ought to be interesting. See if I still have my touch. It's been a while since I've made a pie from scratch, absolute scratch. I mean, even when I made the turkey pot pie a couple weeks ago, I used a pre-made crust because I was too damn lazy to make one myself. Yay, there you go. Okay, listen, kids. Oh my, oh my. That ought to be fun. I've never had Crockett rum. I mean, I surprised the heck out of myself when I bought a fifth of Captain Morgan. I think it was for Thanksgiving. Kate insisted that I get a Captain Morgan, so I don't know how long it's going to take me to drink it. We'll see. Oh my. I don't know. Why can't you drink it during your live streams? Yeah, can you imagine? You know, you're doing all nicely with the starting live stream and everything, and then by the time you get through the apple whiskey, it'll be like the Toastmasters skit. The one where the Toastmaster gets drunker and drunker and drunker. Oh, absolutely, TV Tube. I'm a lot easier on the drinking than I used to be. I do not like the feeling of over drinking. Just doesn't feel good. I don't know how the hell I did it when I was 20. But it's funny. I like to joke, but I guess it's not that much a joke. Because I was a heavy drinker in my younger days. And interestingly enough, I stopped right about the time my divorce was final. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It's a good thing Sandra's not alive to hear me say that. Oh, scheisse. Caramel apple wine. Ooh, sounds tasty. Tasty, yummy and tasty. Oh my. Yeah, what amazes the heck out of me is I've spent about $75 or $80 on booze this year, which is more than I've spent in a long time. Because when I got the Baileys and the Grand Marnier, I got a couple bottles of wine. You know, this time I got a bottle of wine. The last time I got a bottle of wine along with the Captain Morgan. Yeah, I mean, this time it was like $40, and the time before that was 30 or so. And as I say, more than I've spent in years. And then there's this cat who's being a cat, trying to eat the plants. I don't know. I'll have to find a plant pot for this thing, and then try to hide it from her until it gets established. Oh man, well, okay. So far this year, total consumption for me amounts to about a fifth plus 4 shots so far this year. Oh man, it's totally amazing. I do have a drinking problem. I do. Yeah, there's booze everywhere, and I just forget to drink it. Damn, it's a big problem. Anyway, yeah, I guess I'm gonna let you guys go. Really, it's getting late. I mean, my word, it's 100 hours here. And I can just imagine how long you kids have been awake, and we'll go and we'll see what we can do and see what we can get done. And I want to thank every one of you. I want to thank everyone who's here. I want to thank everyone who's not here. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. You guys keep me going. I am very, very grateful for your interest. I don't understand it, but I'm still grateful. And let's just keep this going. I'll try to keep you happy, and as long as you guys are happy, I'll keep doing it. And by all means, please come around for everybody on the Christmas relay. Day and a half, 36 hours. So, hopefully none of us will be as lonely as some of us might have been. And okay, be good and have fun. And I will say it. And thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side. Thursday.